Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. This is the place where eerie tales and calming whispers meet, helping you drift into peaceful sleep with a touch of mystery. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Leave a comment below and let me know. And if you're enjoying these nightly journeys, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a night of chilling calm. Now, close your eyes, get comfortable, and let's drift into the unknown together. I decide I'll buy the flowers myself, say it out loud although no one is there to hear, and step into the corridor with my headphones already untangling in my fingers. A small laugh slips out, jittery, half nervous, half cheerful. My voice ricochets through the narrow stairwell before the piano in my playlist covers it. The newscaster in my ears is halfway through a breaking bulletin. Something about secret reports from the International Space Station, an urgent leak from a tight-lipped orbit. He talks in measured, professional phrases, but the picture he paints is plain weird. Several titanic shapes, each as large as the station itself, have appeared 400 kilometers above the planet, exactly at orbital altitude, apparently out of nowhere. They drift, he says. They maintain a polite distance. They are silent, no radio, no light signals. They haven't bothered the station or threatened Earth. They just hang there, watching, which is almost worse. The anchor tries to sound composed and fails. I hear the tremor break under every third syllable. My phone buzzes with notifications, link after link, but I can't start the day soaked in cosmic unease, so I slide a thumb across the screen and swap Doom for music. The bass line of an old funk track walks me out of the lobby. Outside it's cold in that early-year way, sharp enough to wake the blood but not cruel. Light angles through the urban canyon with surprising warmth, gilding everything it touches. A plane of brightness slips across the leaves of the sole tree in front of my building. They shift in little groups, patches of green overlapping like fish scales, each catching sunlight for a heartbeat before releasing it to the next. The effect is a slow-motion wave, shimmering bronze, then emerald, then near black again. I watch until my fingers go numb, then shove my hands into my coat pockets and march up the block toward the immigration office because today, apparently, I need to stand in a line long enough to test the patience of saints. Half a street away, an apartment block looms, 40 stories of brutalist concrete softened only by a strip of yellow windows so bright they look carved from banana peel. The rest is rough dark stone, hammered lines and rectangular aggression. It radiates a heavy, unapologetic science fiction vibe. Behind me a baby starts crying. Ahead, a preacher on a corner bellows about repentance. Somewhere a pigeon smacks into a sign and scatters dust colored down on a group of joggers. It all feels normal, but also tilted by half a degree, as if the planet has slipped into a slightly stranger orbit overnight. At the immigration center, an anonymous slab of glass and metal, people snake along a maze of steel barriers that shimmer with leftover rain. The queue is already double what anyone warned me about. A guard in neon vest waves everyone forward in unsympathetic bursts. From behind, a woman with hair the color of summer straw and sunglasses that could moonlight as satellite dishes cuts past with a confidence born of centuries of unpunished cutting. Her camel coat swings like a cape. A second guard blocks her path and tells her, with mechanical courtesy, to find the end of the line. She tilts her head, lips stiffening. Her smile says she has never stood at the back of anything in her life. Words escalate. People start shouting. Someone's earbuds clatter onto the wet concrete, screen shatters, curses multiply. The guard pulls out a radio. The woman's voice becomes a blade. A child starts sobbing because noise begets noise. I stare past it all at the tree across the street, hoping the simple pleasure of moving light can dull the tension buzzing beneath my coat. I have always benefited from where and what I was born, my skin tone, my accent, my passport stamped with the seals of historically greedy empires. Even the coat I wear owes its existence to exploitations I will never fully trace. I know these things, yet the knowledge hovers like smoke rather than sears like flame. Most days it is easier to drift through privilege than choke on it. I try now to shrink, not to flash teeth or elbows, partly out of courtesy. partly because guilt still pulses below the level of conscious thought. Ahead, a young man's eyelids have grown puffy, feverish purple above eyes that barely track the line's motion. His cheeks are sallow, breath fast. I catch myself wondering about the color of his hidden skin. The ridiculous thought floats up, not as cruelty but as morbid curiosity. The mind's reflex to turn people into puzzles when empathy falters. Another person wears a coat whose fabric ripples like curled tea leaves. Could be an heirloom held together by decades of repairs. Could be a runway item meant to look distressed. With strangers everything is guesswork, and guesswork can easily slide into story, then assumption. Near the barrier a batch of high school athletes crowd together, guided by a man in a red tracksuit whose pockets bulge with clipboards. The students flaunt faint mustaches, still embarrassed by them, still proud. They smell of wet polyester and teenage energy. They will remember this day mostly as wasted practice time. Beside them, a woman draped in an off-white turban veiled with tiny pearls stands almost floating above the chaos, eyes calm in immaculate makeup, her bearing so regal that the necks of those around her lengthen in reflex awe. Just as my interest edges toward fascination, a figure slips from my blind side. I jerk back to the present. A petite older lady leans close, grinning with what looks like pure delight. A massive hump swells beneath her bright fuchsia sweater, decorated by brooches sparkling like cheap constellations. Her lipstick is an aggressive shade of magenta, feathering into her teeth. She smells of stale rosewater mixed with cigarette ashes. Before I can greet her, she nearly bounces on her non-existent heels and points skyward toward the yellow-windowed building. I follow her finger. On the edge of its roof stands a man, arms stiff, coat flapping like a torn sail. The crowd hushes to an intake of breath sharp enough that we hear the city exhale through us. Then the man jumps, and stops, suspended at chest height above empty air, hanging in a posture that should spell death but instead drifts like a paper kite caught on invisible string. The collective gasp transforms into something dense and wordless. Some scream, some pray, some pull out phones. My new companion whispers, "It's happening more and more, gravity's slipping." She winks or winces. Her face is too animated to decode. She talks with a lilting cadence that feels like honey sliding from a jar, soothing and slightly surreal in the chaos. I sense she's expecting a reply but words snag in my throat. She hobbles away, hump glittering like a disco ball, leaving me cold despite the crush of bodies. Sirens arrive 2 blocks away. Blue lights strobe across wet asphalt. Firefighters raise ladders to nowhere in particular. The jumper's arms start to shake, a sad marionette stuck mid-performance. Officials redirect us to a secondary queue spilling into a penned courtyard. Security wants space for rescue rigs. We shuffle, complaining, then settle into new claustrophobia. Someone flings a brick at a ground floor window, glass blooming like ice and crashing inward. "They've got our paperwork in there," he howls, as though we could seize documents by force. More glass breaks. The sound multiplies stress. I wedge earbuds into place and drown the world under a thick wall of drums. After an hour, my patience cracks. Tomorrow is another day. I peel sideways through the fence gap, murmuring apologies none can hear. One guard removes his neon vest, tosses it on the asphalt, and walks the opposite direction, muttering he never volunteered for riot duty. I stride past him toward the station, thinking of flowers again, something bright but sturdy, a bouquet that can survive a late frost. On the metro platform, screens above the crowd flicker back to the orbital objects, then switch to live footage of a city I don't recognize where one of them has reportedly descended. Headlines shout in digital crawls, "God falls to Earth, alien monolith demands answers, what does it want?" People stare wide-eyed. Some cry. The train doors hiss open, releasing heat like a bored sigh. I board. A beggar limps down the aisle, cane tapping, voice pitched to a practiced whine about tragedy and hunger. He looks theatrical, old coat too ragged around the elbows, eyes darting for soft targets. I consider how I might appear if I had to perform destitution, dirt smeared just so, slack jaw, a script of sorrow. I brandish a 50-cent coin and ask, half whisper, if he'll trade a favor. He frowns, sensing insult or invitation, not sure which. I pocket the coin again. He curses, staggers onward. Music escalates, a wall of hard techno, relentless bass that could stonewall guilt if I let it. I imagine the train tilting up, riding steel rails into orbit. Outside the window, graffiti blurs. In my mind it becomes bones, relics of every exploited laborer whose sweat built this city, whose identity now dissolves under my casual footsteps. I step into the first shop that catches my eye near my home station. I buy bananas so overpriced they should come with velvet cushions. I add a pouch of roasted almonds to complete the illusion of health. The cashier is a teenager with acne like angry constellations. He watches the news stream on his phone, mouth open, barely aware of the transaction. I drop a coin into the tip jar, then think better and retrieve it, curious whether he'll notice. He doesn't. Outside, the street smells of scorched rubber. A car burns half a block away, orange tongues curling over shattered glass. People run with duffel bags, pulling children by the wrists, while others wield bats wet with someone's blood. Sirens overlap, echoing off apartment balconies. I climb my stairs, unlock my door, and place keys and wallet on the console with ceremonial precision, small rituals I pretend are magic circles conjuring calm. I congratulate myself on surviving another day of nothing useful, reward the effort with a pastry of impossible sweetness, and draw a bath that nearly scalds my ankles. The TV flicks to static, lost signal. My phone dies without warning, black mirror reflecting my baffled eyes. Outside the bathroom window, smoke columns twist into the evening sky. The God, news channels have settled on that noun, has reached ground level somewhere east. Its shape remains unstable, limbs sprout and retract, skin flickers between wood grain and blistered metal. It tries to speak mind to mind. Most call it gibberish. A few claim to hear coherent words. I bear a seed. I breathe steam rising from lavender water, wonder whether those words promise Genesis or apocalypse. Explosions rumble in the distance, military or civilian, impossible to tell. The bathwater stills around me. I nibble pastry crust, let crumbs float like lost satellites across the tub. A fresh alarm howls through city loudspeakers, an air raid note I never thought to hear outside history footage. No one really practices the drill. Panic has its own choreography. From the window I watch silhouettes sprint past the burning car. Some drag suitcases. Some wield kitchen knives. Some just run, empty-handed, as if speed alone grants asylum. In the bass haze I try to imagine kindness blooming in such chaos. I have seen kindness. Someone giving last bread to a stranger, someone shielding a child with their own body. Yet here, now, the distance between thought and act feels too vast. Guilt hovers but cannot drive limbs. I lean back until water covers my ears. The world muffles to a heartbeat drum. I picture the view slipping outward, as if a camera has flown from my tiled apartment through the city, above rivers and mountains, past dust-colored valleys, past oceans, past the glowing sphere of earth so blue it aches. The objects, the so-called gods, hover or now fall, each a dark seed cracking open, secreting slivers of energy that pulse like Morse across void. In that wide view the flickers on our crust look less like bombs than like cells igniting, connecting filaments to other dots across the system, an embryonic lattice. Maybe it's birth, not death. Or maybe birth and death fold into one. My breath slows. Outside, a final siren peaks then cuts. The silence afterward is enormous. My pastry dissolves to pulp. Lavender oil masks the smell of smoke creeping under the door. In the quiet I sense the city recalibrating, every alley and avenue deciding whether to devour itself or reinvent its bones. I close my eyes, letting water lap my jaw. Somewhere above, something cosmic takes a slow breath, ready to speak again, to root its seed. Maybe tomorrow, if there is a tomorrow, I will still buy flowers, bright ones that insist on color even under alien skies. Reverend Fagmeyer planted his broad-toed boots on the rough pine floor, lifted his head, and let his gaze sweep across the pews. No one in the congregation dared meet those eyes. Anyone brave enough to look past the shadow of his brow would have seen the pupils glimmering a deep ember red, as though, far down a mine shaft, a single coal still glowed. The great iron stove in the back of the sanctuary hissed softly, and the air smelled of wet wool because rain had arrived at midday and soaked every coat. Fagmeyer smiled, a slow baring of long white teeth. High in the central stained glass window the likeness of a pale dove was frozen mid-flight. Glass doves are supposed to symbolize peace, but just then the bird gave a faint crack, fell from its lead casing, and dropped to the floor. The tiny crash was hidden by the wind outside. The only person who noticed was the small boy sitting halfway down the right-hand aisle. His name was Daniel, but everyone called him Danny. The Reverend slapped a palm on the pulpit, and the congregation flinched. "Holy tidings, friends!" His voice filled every corner of the square room. Rows of gray-faced villagers sat rigid. Men looked like scarecrows in threadbare coats. Women looked like worn cloth sacks tied at the middle with frayed belts. None of them could remember the last time they laughed in church. "We have a no." He stretched the word until it trembled on the rafters. "Visitor." The stranger must have slipped in unnoticed during the hymn. She sat at the very back, near the door, and Danny had assumed she belonged to one of the outlying farms. Under a hood of dark green cloth her face glowed with a vitality alien to their valley. She looked no older than 16, maybe 17, all bright eyes and flushed cheeks. And she was smiling. Nobody in Fox Brewer smiled during a service. It was considered disrespectful. Thunder rumbled beyond the magnolia trees that ringed the churchyard. Rain pounded the roof like 10,000 pebbles. The clouds were so dense that what little afternoon light had remained was swallowed whole. The sanctuary dropped into gloom except for the circle of pale glow cast by the candles on the altar. Fagmeyer turned, took one of those candles, and set it on the wide lectern. The flame lit his features from below, leathery skin, deep-cut creases, cheeks sunken tight over jawbone. When he grinned the effect was ghastly, his face nearly split in half by white teeth. "Heh. Looks like a storm's fixing to pound us." Danny leaned closer to his mother. "He looks like the devil," he whispered. "Hush, child," she muttered, eyes forward. Reverend Fagmeyer spread his arms. "Well now, since we have the pleasure of a newcomer, let us not be rude." He leaned forward, heavy brows nearly touching above his nose. "Introduce yourself, if you please." The young woman stood. Her voice was clear, bell-bright, echoing off the boards. "I am Charlestine McGee, and I'm just thrilled to sit in such a heavenly sanctuary with you fine folks." She kept her smile, but somehow the lightness of her tone felt like mockery, as though she spoke two languages at once, and only the second carried her true meaning. Fagmeyer drew a slow hiss between his teeth. A low growl rumbled under the candlelight. The farmers in the first pew heard it clearly and tensed. Charlestine folded her hands, waiting. 3 months earlier, deep in a forest far east of Fox Brewer, a lone cabin stood in a clearing barely wider than a wagon circle. The hour was twilight. Inside, Charlestine knelt by the hearth where a sleek black cat lay on a blanket of woven reed. The cat's name was Nomi. Her golden eyes were half closed as she purred, round with kittens soon to be born. Charlestine stroked the cat's shining fur and sang softly in a language older than memory. Each syllable drifted like wood smoke up the clay chimney. Nomi's purr answered every line of the song. Sparks of blue light danced along her coat, tiny stars in motion. "It won't be long," Charlestine murmured. "The stew's cooling, and I have chicken livers as you like them." Nomi blinked in trust, a ripple moving through her belly. As the girl comforted her cat, the town of Fox Brewer prepared for another cleansing. In its whitewashed chapel, Reverend Fagmeyer whipped the congregation into a fever. "We have driven corruption from this place." He raised both arms. His cloak was powdered with pale ash. Flecks fell like snow and drifted into the candlelight. "We must do it again, and again, until no witch dares breathe our air." Outside, dusk settled like old velvet over the valley. 50 villagers crowded the courtyard between spreading oaks. In the center of the yard a tall stake rose from a pile of logs and brush. Lashed to that post was a woman. She had been beaten already. Her hair was a tangle. Her eyes were swollen. When someone called her a sorceress, she lifted her head and called back, "No witch but love itself." Few heard the words. Fagmeyer's voice thundered, "Kindle the fire!" Sparks leapt, then a single flame, then a pillar of orange light swallowed the figure on the stake. The crowd watched through fingers. Some wept, some crossed themselves. They told themselves the burning was sad but necessary, like removing a rotten limb to save a body. Charlestine sat cross-legged on a bearskin before her own hearth, miles away. She peered into the fire and saw a picture that no one outside that forest could have imagined. The burning courtyard shimmered in the flames, exact as a mirror. She kept her hood pulled low. One eye reflected the dancing blaze. Tears silvered her cheek. She watched until ropes burned through and the blackened shape collapsed in on itself. The top half of the stake fell and crushed the bones. When a fountain of sparks swirled upward, she inhaled sharply. She stood and opened the door. Outside, the sparks rose high above the treetops, impossible but real, and then curved eastward like fireflies blown by a strange wind. Back at the church, Reverend Fagmeyer saw the same impossible sight. He narrowed his eyes. Fire sparks don't climb against gravity. They don't form spirals. And they don't fly into the wild dark woods. Still, he offered a final benediction. The villagers staggered homeward, believing plague and famine would end now the witch was ashes. Morning came with brittle sunlight. The remnants of the pyre still smoldered beside the chapel. Danny, thin and solemn, had been sent with a rake and spade to heap the ashes into a shallow pit. He began his task. Something round glinted at the edge of his shovel. He bent, dug it free, and brushed away soot. It was a small emblem of tarnished silver, a flat disc etched with symbols he didn't recognize, threaded on a rotted cord that crumbled when he touched it. He wondered if it belonged to the burned woman, because in spite of what Reverend Fagmeyer preached, Danny felt a dull sorrow for anyone who died screaming. A soft voice behind him asked, "What have you found?" He nearly leapt from his boots. Charlestine stood at the edge of the pit, cloak hood down, dark hair spilling over her shoulders. Her blue eyes were calm. A trinket, maybe." He held it out. She shook her head. "Keep it." He studied the disc. Scrawled lines caught morning light like dull veins of pewter. "Why? It's a talisman. Wear it close to your heart. It will guard more than you can guess." She pressed the medallion back into his palm. "How do you know?" Charlestine cupped his freckled cheek. "Because it was my mother's." Danny swallowed hard. Were they saying truth? Was she a witch? She was power. Power that frightened a man who worships his own hunger. Fagmeyer, Danny whispered, and her eyes told him she had heard that name many times. Danny strung the disc on the thin leather thong Charlestine handed him. He tied it at his neck and tucked it beneath his shirt. Its weight was odd, heavier than it should have been, warm like a living thing. "Do me a kindness," she said. "After you bury the ashes, kneel and speak a prayer. It can be short. Only speak it with the whole of your small heart." He nodded, tears threatening. "And then," she continued, 3 months from today, come find me. You will know how. Bring no one else. Matters will be different by then." Danny looked at the forest edge. Mist veiled the first row of trees. Beyond that, darkness reigned. "How will I find you?" "Consult the talisman. It will pull you like a compass." She turned. Danny watched her walk into the woods. Her cloak faded from green to charcoal until she blended with shadows. From the church porch, Fagmeyer watched too. He tapped a long fingernail against his teeth, smiling faintly. The girl entered the trees and seemed to melt into them. Tricks, he thought. She has tricks. So have I. He closed the chapel door, stripped off his shirt, and knelt before the stone altar beneath the crucifix. His back, a lattice of welts and scars, shone in candlelight. He retrieved a flogger, 7 leather lashes tipped with silver barbs. He whispered a chant. "Cleanse my soul, waste thy flock." With brutal rhythm he whipped his own back. blood flowered. The pine boards darkened beneath his knees. From the black gap beneath the altar came squeaks. Fagmeyer's rats, his little friends, as he called them, poured into the candlelight, thin gray bodies, eyes red like embers. They climbed his legs, lapped blood from his wounds, tails twitching. Hundreds jostled and feasted. When all were sated, he raised both bleeding arms. "Go," he commanded softly, "and prepare." The rats shrank before his eyes, flesh caving, fur greasing, eyes sinking. They fell from him in clumps, hobbled to the altar hole, and vanished. They would travel the tunnels that honeycombed the town's subsoil, spreading sickness with every bite. Inside a clapboard farmhouse on the south edge of Fox Brewer, Martha Whitney battled her own infestation. She slammed a broom handle against the kitchen floorboards, missing a darting rat by inches. "Out, you demons!" She struck again, porcelain plates rattling on shelves. In the back room her husband coughed wetly. "Language, woman!" he rasped through phlegm. "Let me be, Harold! The nasty beasts have bitten your ankles raw already." She swung again. A gray blur raced behind the stove. Their daughter Zelda stirred a pot of herbs and beef in the hearth. She tried to soothe her mother, but fear owned the house. Rats came by dozens. They gnawed fabric, stole crumbs, left droppings everywhere. Each morning another chicken lay dead in the yard, eyes gone, belly torn. In 1 week half the livestock perished. Across town, old Spinny Warburton dozed in his rocker, shotgun across his knees. His retriever Buddy growled low, guarding the door. A rat hissed from the shelf. Buddy lunged, caught it, shook it dead, then whined and drooped. By dusk the dog shivered, froth at his lips. Spinny wept behind his beard but dared not touch the corpse. The Reverend had warned that the plague traveled through animals first. 8-year-old Gamina Garth had no shotgun. She had a slingshot and a pot of small stones, and orders from her fevered mother to keep the rats away from her infant brother's cradle. The rats were bold, eyes shining red under the rafters. Jemmy shot until her fingertips bled with pressure against the leather band. Sometimes she killed one, most times not. When two found a seam in the blanket and reached the baby's pink heel, Jemmy screamed, and it sounded exactly like a dying rabbit. Days crawled into weeks. March winds battered the empty lanes of Fox Brewer. Shop doors stayed barred. Smoke rose from only a handful of chimneys. Those healthy enough to walk did so with scarves tied over mouths. At dusk Reverend Fagmeyer called sparse gatherings where he led chants for deliverance. He did not mention the rats aloud. He knew the people could see the beasts themselves. Fagmeyer's eyes burned brighter every sermon. On the last night of winter Danny marked one final charcoal stroke on the wall above his bed. Exactly 3 months had passed since Charlestine gave him the medallion. His parents lay in graves behind the barn, victims of the same swamp fever that had taken dozens. Danny climbed from the tall cabinet where he slept to avoid gnawing teeth. He tucked trousers into socks, buttoned his coat over his skinny chest, and slipped out before dawn. At Jemmy's cottage he found her alone, kneeling by 2 fresh mounds. Her parents dead, her brother buried 3 days earlier. She had dug a grave for the infant herself. Grief had dried to salt streaks on her cheeks. Danny helped fill the last pit, then wrapped her shivering shoulders in his own coat. "Come," he whispered. "We have a place to be." The forest path twisted under skeletal branches. Fog clung to every hollow. Danny felt the medallion tug like a lodestone. Behind them a twig cracked. Jemmy whimpered but Danny refused to turn. He knew the shape that stalked them, tall, broad-shouldered, smell of sweat and candle wax. If he turned, courage would drain from his spine. He tightened his grip on Jemmy's hand and strode deeper. The reverse tug grew strongest at a wall of brambles. Without hesitation Danny pushed through. Thorns raked his arms, yet none pierced Jemmy's skin. On the far side the undergrowth opened like a curtain to reveal a clearing lit by early sun. At its center stood the cabin. Yellow firelight glowed through 3 windows. Smoke curled from the stone chimney. The door stood ajar a finger's width. Scents of rosemary, venison, and pepper floated invitingly. Jemmy burst forward, up the 3 worn steps, and the door swung wide. Charlestine waited inside, arms open. Jemmy collapsed into that embrace, suddenly sobbing, releasing weeks of terror. Danny followed, blinking against unexpected warmth. Charlestine brushed Jemmy's hair. "You have carried far more than any child should." She looked at Danny and laid a gentle hand on his head. "And you have been braver than many grown men." Tears welled in her eyes. "If only I could have moved sooner. The evil that walks in your town is older than bone." Danny nodded. He felt older himself, 40 instead of 12. Charlestine ladled stew into earthen bowls, thick with carrot and turnip in rich gravy. While the children ate, a meal came from the back room. Jemmy's head jerked up. "Kittens?" she gasped, half smiling, half afraid to hope. "Not just any," Charlestine said, eyes sparkling. She called softly in her mother's language, and a black cat padded into the room, belly sleek again. 13 kittens tumbled after her like living midnight. They swarmed Jemmy, who giggled and shrieked, first time any laughter had entered her lungs in months. Nomi leapt to Danny's lap and purred with a sound like falling rain. Charlestine stroked Nomi once. "These little hunters are small, but they'll kill where killing's needed. When the rats are gone, Reverend Fagmeyer will wither." She set her jaw. "And when he withers, Fox Brewer will choose whether to bury him or become like him." Outside, the wind shifted. Fagmeyer, hidden among cedars, felt the change in the air like a knife at his throat. He tasted the cabin's light and warmth. Somewhere inside that glow, the girl's magic gathered. He took one step forward, then another. Shadows swallowed him. Inside the cabin, the kittens raised tiny hackles. Nomi hissed, green eyes blazing. Charlestine rose, cloak falling away to reveal a tunic embroidered with sigils that pulsed silver. "Eat, children, and rest. Night's work waits for us." She lifted a slender staff that rested by the hearth. Its wood was dark as deep water, its tip crowned with a shard of crystal that caught firelight. Through the window, Charlestine saw 2 red sparks burning in the gloom. They hovered at the height of a man's eyes. The sparks moved left, then vanished. Charlestine inhaled. "He knows where we are now." Danny reached for the medallion under his shirt. It felt hot as a coal. "Don't be afraid," Charlestine told him, voice steady. "Fear is his ally. You have something stronger." She touched the disc. "A mother's final blessing lives in this metal. Let it guide you one last time." Danny squared his shoulders. Jemmy wiped broth from her mouth, eyes shiny. "When do we begin?" she asked. Charlestine smiled at both children, the first unguarded smile since their arrival. "Soon. Rats travel fastest in darkness. We'll greet them well fed." She lifted a kitten, small as a teacup, whose fur crackled with faint blue sparks. "Let's introduce them to a different kind of plague." Rain swept the roof. The storm that had hung in the sky since afternoon now rolled east, toward Fox Brewer, drawn perhaps by Reverend Fagmeyer's restless pacing within the chapel walls. Under that storm, in tunnels carved by centuries of groundwater, 700 rats moved as one diseased tide, red eyes fixed on the cabin's faint glow, guided by a will that scraped their skulls from within. Above ground, the town's last survivors barred doors, lit candles, whispered prayers. Few believed help would come. None saw the black streaks of feline shapes slipping through alleys, melting under fences, eyes bright with strange fire. As midnight tolled from the rusted steeple bell, the first rat reached the cabin's clearing. Nomi waited atop a stump, tail twitching. 13 kittens fanned out behind her, blue sparks crawling their fur. The rat sniffed, hesitated, then lunged. Nomi met it with claws luminescent, and severed its spine in a clean swipe. The corpse smoldered, smoke smelling of brimstone. Dozens more rats burst from brush. The silent battle began. Inside, Charlestine traced sigils on each child's brow with ash from her hearth. Protection, courage, and truth. She opened the door. Wind gusted, carrying the squeals of dying vermin. "Stay behind me." They stepped into battle. Charlestine's staff flared with white light. Each time it touched ground, a circle of silver erupted and rats within fell twitching. The kittens leapt between shadows, claws brilliant arcs, eyes ablaze. Danny felt the medallion pulse like a second heart. Jemmy clutched it too, pulsing through the cloth of his coat. Reverend Fagmeyer stumbled from the trees, cloak whipping in gale. His eyes shone lantern red. Fury distorted his features. "You filthy child!" he roared at Charlestine. "You will drown in your mother's ashes!" Charlestine faced him across the carnage. "Your plague ends tonight," she answered. He raised the flogger. Its silver tips dripped black bile. As he cracked it, the nearest oak withered to gray dust. Rats crawled over his boots, gnawing at his bleeding skin, but they drew no blood, only wrinkled deeper welts that seemed to feed him. He advanced. Charlestine spoke one word in her mother's tongue. The medallion seared Danny's chest, then swung free on its thong. Silver melted, reshaped itself mid-air into a blade of moonlight. Danny caught it hilt first. In that moment he understood everything his mother had tried to teach before she burned. Listen to the smallest heartbeats of the world, and when terror meets you, step through it. Fagmeyer lunged. Danny moved between him and Charlestine. The medallion sword met the Reverend's flogger. There was no clang, only silence as the leather strands fell apart, barbs crumbling to dust. Fagmeyer stared, disbelief cracking through rage. Rats fled from his feet, tails singed. The sword brightened. Fagmeyer's shadow peeled away, writhing like smoke, as though it had lived separate beneath his skin. The man screamed, a sound animal, lost, unholy. Fire bled from his eyes. He reached for Charlestine's throat, but his hands passed through her like mist. Skin split, releasing black vapor. Light poured from the medallion blade and wrapped him head to foot. When the radiance dimmed, nothing stood in that place but a pile of empty cloth. Wind carried ashes toward the mountains. The rats collapsed one by one, shriveling to gray husks that blew away like dead leaves. Dawn bled pink among the treetops. Exhausted kittens nursed at Nomi's side. Jemmy knelt, stroked them, cried quietly. Charlestine placed a hand on Danny's shoulder. He looked up, eyes older but bright. "Is it over?" he asked. "For here, yes," Charlestine said. "But evil roots deep. The valley must heal itself now." They returned to town at sunrise. Survivors stepped from houses slowly, fear replaced by wonder. Clouds broke. Sunlight poured warmer than any had felt since before the plague. In the chapel the crucifix hung alone. The granite altar lay cracked in two, but beneath it rats had vanished, tunnels collapsed. Danny stood on the chapel step, medallion restored to disc, cold against his chest. Charlestine and Jemmy beside him. Behind, the kittens explored, tails high. The townsfolk gathered, faces sun-touched for the first time in months. No one spoke. They awaited a sermon that would never come. Charlestine raised her hand. "Your reverend is gone. His poison as well. Your fields will recover, your children too. Tend to those living and bury your dead. Remember who saved you and who wished you harm. Choose what kind of place you will be." A hush, then a murmur, then a slow, soft cheer. It grew into a roar, joyous and ragged, breaking the hold of terror. Later, as the village repaired houses and tilled clean soil, Charlestine packed her satchel. Danny approached. "Will you stay?" "Not long. Other towns need medicine. Will I see you again?" She smiled the same half-sorrowful smile she gave her mother's fire. "When the medallion burns warm, follow. Until then, protect these people. They will need a brave heart." Jemmy hugged Charlestine's waist. The kittens wove around their ankles, sparks flickering along sleek fur. Charlestine slipped into the forest path. Her cloak faded darker with each step. Trees closed behind her, but Danny knew light moved with her, carrying embers of courage. He fingered the medallion, feeling its slow pulse, and walked back into the clearing where new sun touched every roof. The plague was gone, the rats were dust, and in the air above Fox Brewer the mourning dove's glass wings again caught light, whole and unbroken in the restored window. The headlights from traffic on the street slid across the bedroom ceiling in pale stripes, then vanished, then returned. like search beams hunting for something hidden in the dark. I lay flat on my back, eyes wide, hand resting on the sheet that rose and fell with Eliza's steady breathing. She slept peacefully beside me, unaware that I was counting the minutes until dawn. The green digits on the bedside clock glowed 3:17 a.m. In just a few hours I was supposed to make a choice, one that would bend both our futures into shapes I could no longer predict. I told myself I didn't have a choice at all, but tonight that felt like a flimsy excuse. My phone vibrated on the table. I slipped from the bed, careful not to wake Eliza, and padded to the bathroom where I shut the door before looking at the screen. It has to be tomorrow. No extensions. No excuses. The message sat there, 8 words that pressed on my lungs until breathing hurt. I stared at my own face in the mirror, dark half-moons under my eyes, skin ashy, mouth set in a hard line I barely recognized. 6 months earlier, I would have laughed if someone had said I would become a woman of secrets and late-night messages. Then again, 6 months earlier I had never heard of Vincent, never broken the law, never lied to the one person I loved more than anyone else on earth. Back then I was a struggling actor who taught drama at the community center to keep the landlord from changing the locks. That job paid just enough for rent, instant noodles, and cheap coffee. On Tuesdays, the classroom next to mine stayed silent, while a dozen combat veterans painted in concentrated quiet. Eliza ran that art therapy group. The first time I peeked through the door, she was moving from easel to easel, checking on each canvas, offering a comment here, a smile there, and those hardened men and women relaxed under her gentle authority. The way she carried herself, steady, centered, apparently unafraid of anything, made me stop and stare without realizing. "You're watching me again," she said one afternoon, catching me in the doorway. "I'm an actor. I observe people," I managed, feeling a flush crawl up my neck. She set her palette on a side table. "And what do you observe?" I scrambled for some clever remark, then blurted the plain truth. "That you're the most genuine person in this building." We began sharing coffee breaks, then lunches, then evenings. 3 months later my toothbrush lived next to hers in a shoebox apartment with one good window and a steady draft. Her calm steadiness lifted the fog I'd been dragging around for years. I started writing a play, stitching together the veterans' stories, with Eliza's permission, into a single voice that a small theater company agreed to stage. For the first time in forever I felt headed someplace worth going. Then the letter arrived, final notice of loan repayment. $98,000 of student debt, compounding into a monster that was now awake and hungry. I had deferred payment so long that it had more than doubled. The attached schedule screamed figures I could never touch on a teacher's paycheck. "We'll figure it out," Eliza insisted, kneading the tension out of my shoulders while I reread the numbers hoping they would change. She believed solutions existed because she herself was a solution to so many of her clients. I tried to believe with her, but every phone call to loan servicers ended the same. "There is nothing else we can do for you, Ms. Avery." 2 days after the letter, a man approached me in the lobby after class. Tall, perfectly pressed gray suit, dark hair parted with surgical accuracy. He spoke my name with a soft certainty that made it clear we were past introductions. "I represent people who invest in creative potential," he said. "Potential, sure. That and $2 still can't buy coffee here." I packed my lesson plans into a tote. He handed me a card embossed with nothing but a gold phone number. "One evening of work. $100,000 tax-free." I laughed. Actor's reflex. "I'm an actor and a teacher, not an escort." "Nothing of that sort," he replied without blinking. "Just a role that requires your particular skill set. Think of it as immersive theater." I slid the card into my wallet instead of the trash, telling myself it meant nothing. It burned there for 3 days until I dialed. The role sounded so easy I convinced myself it wasn't truly criminal. At a charity gala in the Sinclair Museum I would start a loud argument at 9:45 p.m. in Gallery C, spill a drink at 9:47, and occupy attention while other professionals disabled cameras for 7 minutes. I would not steal. I would simply create misdirection, something actors do nightly. I repeated that line until it felt like truth. The plan unfurled with clockwork precision. My assigned debate partner and I snarled about abstract expressionism with Oscar-winning fury. I shattered crystalline marble. Lights blinked as designed. Security hurried over. My pulse pounded like applause in my ears. 2 days later, adrenaline still tingled in my fingertips when I met Vincent. Now I knew his name, in an underground garage. He handed me an envelope. Inside lay a check for $25,000 and a photograph of Eliza walking across the center parking lot. "This is only a quarter," Vincent said. "The rest follows 3 more small performances." "This was supposed to be one night," I whispered. "Plans evolve. We must protect our investment." His smile never warmed. "So must you." The threat was clear: comply, or Eliza's peaceful world would darken. I weighed telling authorities, confessing everything, but Vincent had evidence and resources. I had fear and debt. I convinced myself 3 more distractions were survivable. The next 2 assignments blurred into one memory: tuxedos rented, fake names memorized, champagne balanced in shaking hands. Diversion, concealment, cash transferred. My credit report shed its scars. The monstrous loans shrank to 0. I forged grant letters and told Eliza I had won funding. She cried happy tears and said we were blessed. I felt filthy. Then came the last job, push bidding on a particular item to inflate its price, then bow out. Harmless. At the auction house, Vincent intercepted me with a new envelope and fresh orders. The true task was upstairs: retrieve a velvet pouch from a safe, using charm rather than tools. Charm meant manipulating a lonely assistant director named Patricia, whose wedding ring tan betrayed a recent divorce. "I won't seduce a stranger," I hissed. "You'll create a connection," he corrected. 10 minutes of empathy, nothing more. When I hesitated, he produced live video of Eliza on a darkened sidewalk, oblivious to the figure trailing half a block behind. I agreed. 10 minutes of false friendship earned me a code to Patricia's office and a glimpse of deepest self-contempt. The pouch held a single brass key. I handed it to Vincent in his parked sedan. "Now?" I asked. "Now we're finished? Now you've proven loyalty," he said. "If we ever need you, we know where to find you." He tapped his breast pocket where the key disappeared. "Pray we don't." 3 weeks passed. My play entered tech rehearsals. Eliza talked about autumn weddings under maple trees. I almost believed I could bury the past beneath bouquets and curtain calls. This morning Vincent's text shattered that illusion. One more job. Tomorrow night. Non-negotiable. I called instantly. "We're done," I said. He reminded me about forged evidence. Photos that could frame Eliza for embezzlement from her veteran program. Grant committees swayed by scandal. He named tomorrow's task: plant a device during a private showing so alarms would sleep at midnight. A 10-minute window. I said no. He chuckled. We hung up. Now, at 3:20 a.m., I understood the cycle would never break while I obeyed. My pulse slowed. Fear sharpened into resolve. I typed a final reply: "I'm out. Do your worst." Then I deleted Vincent's number forever. I returned to the bedroom. Moonlight painted Eliza's hair silver. I touched her shoulder, gentle but firm. "Liza, wake up," she murmured, eyes fluttering open. "Madeline? What's wrong?" I took her hand. "I have to tell you everything." My voice trembled but did not break. "And then we need to go to the police before sunrise." She sat up, confusion clouded with sleep. I began the confession: loans, the museum, the lies, all of it, knowing each word hammered another nail through the life we had built, yet feeling lighter with every blow. Outside, dawn pressed a pale line across the horizon, and for the first time in months I saw a future not shaped by threats but by truth, however messy. Eleanor Harper lived in the tumble-down cottage on the last bend of the lane, the one that stopped abruptly at the tree line where the forest rose like a dark wave about to swallow the little village. People passing through said her house was picturesque in a crooked way. The kind of dwelling that inspired glossy lifestyle magazines to preach the beauty of authentic rustic living. Locals, though, knew better. They recognized the sagging beams that kept the roof in place only because Eleanor, stubborn as the hills, had propped them with broom handles and iron brackets. They felt the constant peppermint and cabbage tang that clung to the walls like wallpaper. They saw the speckled hiss of orange bulbs that Eleanor insisted gave off the friendliest light, even though anyone under 40 thought it made the place look like the inside of a pumpkin. Eleanor herself had grown comfortable in her shabby kingdom. She liked to sit on a low three-legged stool in the kitchen, humming half-remembered lullabies from the war years while stirring whatever bubbled in her stockpot: hazelnut soup in winter, nettle broth in spring, strawberry preserves in summer, blueberry jam in early autumn. She was, by her own reckoning, older than most of the parish graves, yet younger than every ghost story told around them. 3 husbands lay beneath the grass in nice rows at the churchyard. 8 cats had come and gone, each leaving its scratched marks on the doorframes, and its hair woven into blankets beside the fireplace. After so many funerals, Eleanor no longer kept track of the dates. The only anniversaries she honored were the days she harvested herbs for tea and jam for winter. Those felt useful. It was on one of those harvest days, an October afternoon of yellow leaves and cold light slanting through the hedges, that everything slid sideways. Eleanor had spent the morning snipping the last sturdy blueberries from the half-wild shrubs tangled behind her shed. The crop had been better than expected, a deep indigo bounty. By mid-afternoon, jars lined the counter like soldiers in blue uniforms, cooling beside labeled lids while the air condensed into sticky sweetness. She untied her apron, wiped her brow, and set the kettle on the range for a celebratory mug of peppermint tea. Outside, dusk gathered in the forest the way ink spreads through water, slow at first, then all at once, staining trunks and branches. She was just about to sample the jam, bread slice in one hand, butter knife in the other, when a knock sounded at the door. Tap, tap, tap. 3 strikes, evenly spaced, confident yet not impolite. Eleanor frowned. The postman didn't bother with politeness. He hurled parcels through the gate. Children usually scratched the wood or rang twice and ran. Strangers seldom wandered this far, and when they did, they had the decency to shout, "Hello?" from the lane. And death, well, death always announced itself days ahead. Dreams of train stations, ballroom gloves, or her dead sister's perfume gave warning. No such dream had troubled her lately. Curiosity charged Eleanor's spine stronger than fear. She wiped jam on a dishcloth, straightened her cardigan, and shuffled down the corridor. The latch clicked, the door swung wide. Wind darted in, carrying the cold hush of the forest and the faint smell of wood smoke from distant chimneys. On the steps stood a woman Eleanor did not know and would certainly not forget. The visitor was tall, impossibly tall, nearly reaching the eaves. She wore a coat the color of coal dust, absorbing light until even the twilight seemed dimmer near her. The garment hung in heavy folds, as though cut from thundercloud. Where skin should have sat, morning frost pallor gleamed. Her eyes shone pale green, faded the way paint fades in sun, yet bright enough to mirror Eleanor's doorway lantern on their glassy surface. The stranger's lips barely moved when she spoke, but her voice was clear, ringing like water poured into crystal. "I offer transformations," she said. Each syllable resonated. "Youth, beauty, power, whatever your heart desires. The cost is modest." "Transformations," Eleanor repeated, tasting the word as she might taste an exotic spice. Her mouth curled in bemusement. "Oh, my dear girl, you're selling something. How marvelous! I was beginning to think door-to-door salesfolk had vanished off the face of the earth. Last one here tried to convert my soul and polish my floorboards in the same visit. Do come in before you freeze in that funeral coat. The kettle's on, and no one leaves my porch without a drink." Before the stranger could protest, Eleanor's small hand tugged her sleeve. The old woman's wiry strength brooked no refusal. The tall figure bowed her head to avoid the lintel and ducked inside. The front room immediately reacted. Floorboards creaked as if sighing, the fire popped sharply, and the teapot on the range whistled louder. Eleanor tooted at each misbehavior. Now, now, like a grandmother admonishing unruly grandchildren, and they settled. She guided her guest to the sitting area. 2 overstuffed armchairs sagging in perfect symmetry before the hearth. A crocheted throw of dubious color perched on one. Patchwork cushions flopped on the other. Eleanor draped a wool blanket around the woman's shoulders, ignoring the coat's slick chill. She poured peppermint tea into 2 chipped cups adorned with roses that once were pink and now were ghost white. The stranger lowered herself into the armchair, knees nearly touching the mantel, coat pooling. Only then did Eleanor settle opposite, her feet not quite reaching the floor, her back comfortable in its accustomed dent. A silence unfurled between them, not awkward but profound, like the hush inside churches. Finally the visitor spoke again, careful and measured. I can return your youth. Your joints will ache no more. You will dance again, light on your feet, wind in your lungs, laughter in your mouth. Eleanor blew on her tea and took a sip. The hot mint tingled down her throat. Dearie, I danced enough for 3 lifetimes. Waltzed with my first husband until dawn, jitterbugged with my second until his heart gave out, and learned the cha-cha just to spite the third because he swore no decent lady would sway her hips that way. I even danced in a thunderstorm wearing naught but my knickers, cackling at the lightning. I've had my fill. The woman set her cup upon the side table with a soft chime. Then wealth. Treasures beyond imagining. Enough silver and gold to replace every creaking timber of this cottage with marble, should you wish. Eleanor laughed, a full, throaty sound that startled Embers to life. What would I buy, pet? Another cat to bury? A car I can't see over the dashboard to drive? I am content. Wealth means dusting more shelves. A flicker of frustration crossed the visitor's eyes, like dust clouds scudding across a pale moon. She leaned forward, elbows on knees. Power, then. Imagine every soul in the village kneeling at your gate, begging your favor, fearing your displeasure. You could shape destinies with a word. The old woman rocked in her chair. Powers for lonely people convinced no one loves them. I have my memories. She patted her chest. They kneel willingly here. Then she winked. Besides, I once ran the Women's Institute. Wrangling that gaggle is power enough. The stranger sat back, stunned. Why did you invite me in if you desire nothing? Eleanor's eyes softened. Because the wind is sharp tonight, and your coat looked heavy on those shoulders. Those eyes of yours looked heavier still. She paused. I've seen eyes like that, men who return from war with horrors stitched behind their lids. Your eyes hold centuries. It costs me nothing to set a kettle boiling. The tall woman glanced at the teacup cradled in her pale fingers. Steam haloed the liquid surface. No one ever offers me tea. Not freely. Not without expecting miracles or fearing curses. She spoke the words musingly, as though surprised to hear them. Tea first, Eleanor declared. Miracles later. She rose and fetched 2 slices of crusty bread, smeared them thick with butter and the fresh blueberry jam. The smell alone coaxed a quiet sigh from the visitor. They ate, purple juice staining Eleanor's fingertips, glistening on the stranger's porcelain lips. Silence settled again, companionable this time, punctuated only by the crackle of logs and the distant hoot of an owl. It was the witch, or so Eleanor decided to name her, who broke the hush. I have traveled realms, toppled empires, traded childbirth for immortality, yet never tasted jam. Her voice held bewildered wonder. Eleanor smiled, the eyes sparkling. Then tonight you've already been transformed. The witch tilted her head. Something like a laugh trembled forth, brittle at first, then blossoming into a melodic note. The cottage sighed as if relaxing. They talked. Oh, how they talked! Eleanor told of stealing the church bell with a band of prankish cousins during Harvest Festival, rolling the bronze monster downhill until it wedged in a ravine where the echo rang 3 villages over and convinced parishioners Judgment Day had arrived. The witch recounted a desert kingdom where a petty noble sold his soul to turn his neighbor's dog into a squirrel, only to find the squirrel retained the dog's bark and terrorized him endlessly. They debated the best cure for loneliness. Eleanor swore by peppermint and good lighting. The witch preferred midnight storms and shape-shifting among wolves. Hours stretched elastic, bending around shared stories and soft laughter. Outside, the forest wind thickened. A fox slunk onto the porch, or rather something wearing a fox's silhouette. Its grin was too wide, teeth too plentiful. It waited, eyes gleaming whenever the fire inside flared. The witch noticed, raised a hand, and the creature sat, obedient as a sentry. In a lull between tales, the witch studied the old woman. "I have taken souls for trifles," she confessed. "I have bargained hope away from the desperate. Yet here you sit, unafraid, offering warmth. Why?" Eleanor set down her empty cup. "Oh, darling, I've buried 3 husbands, raised nieces during the Blitz, argued with creditors, fended off door-to-door preachers, survived influenza, rationing, disco music, and the internet. If my years have taught me anything, it's that fear steals more than any devil. Besides," her eyes twinkled, "if you fancy my soul, you'll find it weighs a ton. Good luck storing it." The witch bowed her head, silver dark hair sliding forward. "I will not take your soul tonight." She sounded almost shy. Eleanor nodded. "Had a feeling you wouldn't. Still, nice to hear it said." She stood with a crack of knees, fetched a faded quilt from the sofa, and draped it across the witch's shoulders. "Stay till dawn if you like. The nights grow long this time of year." Time drifted. Somewhere after 3, the wind died. Clouds shredded to reveal a nod moon. The fox thing on the porch yawned, flicking spectral snow from its tail. Eleanor drowsed in her chair, half dreaming of blueberry fields and thunderstorm dances. The witch gazed into the embers, eyes reflecting universes. Just before dawn pinked the horizon, the tall woman rose. She folded the quilt carefully, placed it on the armchair, and whispered gratitude. Eleanor walked her to the door. No bargain exchanged, no transformation sold. Only a promise. "May I return?" the witch asked. "My door's open to any traveler who needs jam and company," Eleanor replied. Outside, the forest mist unfurled like bridal lace. The fox bounded into it, shape-wisping to shadow. The witch followed, her dark coat blending into morning's gray until she vanished altogether. Eleanor lingered, breathing the crisp air scented with pine and cooling smoke. Behind her, the cottage glowed in pre-dawn hush, crooked beams, orange bulbs, shelves of jam, every imperfection precisely right. She closed the door. The peppermint note hung in the air, curling like a question, a fox's tale, or a promise yet to knock again. And though Eleanor had claimed she did not care about anything anymore, her heart felt lighter than it had since the last cat died. Maybe caring was simply another word for opening the door when the wind grew sharp and a stranger's eyes looked lonely. She tidied the cups, humming an ancient tune that nobody else remembered, the melody swinging somewhere between lullaby and farewell. Then she carried another slice of bread to her chair, spread it with jam, and watched dawn paint the windows. Out there, the world might still be too small, but inside, with the memory of a witch's laugh and the taste of autumn fruit on her tongue, Eleanor decided it was large enough for now. And somewhere beyond the edge of the woods, 2 sets of footprints, one human, one foxish, glimmered briefly on dew silver grass before mist erased them, leaving only the faint trace of peppermint and blueberries in the cold morning air. The day the little bus stopped in front of our clapboard house was hotter than any summer day I can remember. It was August of 1967, the air so thick you could taste dust on your tongue, and the sun a big dirty penny stuck to the sky. Aunt Beverly had borrowed the county's elementary school bus because Uncle Hank woke up saying his head felt like a railroad spike was driven through his temples. On those days she drove the afternoon route for him, collected every last child from the shadeless farms that dotted our Alabama road, then finished by parking the yellow whale in our yard until morning. She braked with a hiss, opened the accordion door, and called my name as if we were late for church. I ran outside barefoot, the ground burning, and climbed the steps to find my 3-year-old cousin Terry and dozing on the first bench seat with her thumb in her mouth. Aunt Beverly was bent double, checking under seats to make sure no kid had fallen asleep on the rat-trap ride. "Charlotte, honey, wake up your cousin," she said. I'm half blind with sweat, and if I have to crawl down that aisle again, my dress is gonna split. I lifted Terrian under her arms. She was limp and warm, smelling like crayons and sun-baked hair. We shuffled down the steps together, and that was when Uncle Hank strolled out of the house. For a moment I thought the heat had swum into my eyes because Uncle Hank hardly ever left his garage. He spent most days in there hunched over greasy engines, nursing black coffee when he felt decent and Jack Daniels when he didn't. But here he was on the porch, shirtless, pale as flour except for his raccoon rings of sunburn. His shaggy buzz cut made his square jaw look even harder, and the veins at his temples throbbed. Between his big hands he held something alive, something gray and shiny. "Hey there, girls," he called, almost merry. "Come meet my baby boa constrictor." I stopped in the yard, Terrian dangling from my arms, the cicadas buzzing louder in my ears. Uncle Hank lowered whatever it was to his chest so we could see. A snake, indeed, a sleek rope of silver gray, maybe 2 feet long. The scales gleamed like polished shell, and its eyes were the kind of warm brown you'd expect on a spaniel, not a reptile. Its tongue flicked black and delicate. Terrian wriggled out of my grip and bolted toward her daddy. "Let me hold the worm, Daddy!" she squealed. Aunt Beverly nearly lost her footing on the bus steps. She jerked Terrian back by the straps of her sundress. "Have you knocked your brains loose, Hank? Bringing a serpent out here in front of children?" She pointed one red-polished finger that trembled with rage or fear, I couldn't tell. Uncle Hank just grinned, teeth white against his sun-chapped lips. "He was on clearance at Delbert's Feed and Exotic. Practically free." "Well, you march right back and get your money back," Aunt Beverly said, voice quivering. "No returns on clearance items," Hank replied with a shrug, as if the matter were decided. Aunt Beverly hustled Terrian into the house, scolding both child and husband in a single breath. I lingered. The snake mesmerized me. Up close I could see faint pearly rectangles patterning its back, and each scale caught the dying sun like milk glass. I had never thought a snake could be beautiful, but this one was. I swallowed my fear. "Can I touch him?" I asked, voice barely a whisper. "Sure thing, Charlotte," Uncle Hank said. "Go ahead. He's gentle. They got dry hides, not slimy like folks think." I extended a shaky hand and patted the creature's midsection. It was dry and smooth, cool like a river stone. Delight zinged through me. Nobody in my 3rd grade class had a pet like this. "Could I take him for show and tell someday?" The words jumped out before I could weigh them. Uncle Hank's face lit like a struck match. "Why not? Kid needs some fresh air anyway. And you can help get your aunt used to him." He looked toward the door where Aunt Beverly had vanished and lowered his voice. "Need a name first. Since Bev won't let us keep a dog, we'll name him like one." I thought hard. "Bowser," I declared, remembering a shaggy mutt from a Sunday Funny strip. "Bowser it is," Uncle Hank agreed. He lifted the boa's head gently, making it nod as though it approved. For the first time since he'd come back from Vietnam, the heavy sorrow in his face loosened. He hummed, "Rock-a-bye baby," off-key, cradling Bowser like a newborn. Inside, Aunt Beverly was pouring grape juice for Terry, and at the chrome-edged kitchen table, lips set tight. A pot of beanie weenies hissed on the stovetop. Steam mingled with the musty tang of motor oil that always clung to Hank's jeans. When Hank stepped in, he still had Bowser coiled around his forearm. Terrian hopped down from the chair. "Let me hold the big fat worm, Daddy," she pled again, hands flapping. Aunt Beverly planted herself between child and snake, spoon brandished. "Back away. Both of you. And why is it wearing you like a bracelet, Hank? Take it off." "I'm socializing him," Hank said. He carefully lifted Bowser onto his bare scalp until the snake's body circled like a wreath. It looked ridiculous and unsettling, a living turban over his buzz cut. "See? He's friendly. You've truly lost your mind." Aunt Beverly's cheeks flushed. "I come home exhausted after driving 60 wild children, and this is what I find. First you sneak liquor, now you buy a jungle monster? It ain't a monster, Bev. He was lonesome in that glass box." And cheaper than a dog. From there the evening tilted downhill faster than a greased wagon. Aunt Beverly jabbed her spoon toward the yard. Take it outside before it slips off and gives us salmonella. Charlotte just petted him. She's fine, aren't you? Hank shot me a proud grin. I nodded, though my stomach fluttered. My God, Hank! What if it wraps around Terry and in her sleep? Babies in Borneo get mashed by boas all the time. This is Alabama. Hank rolled his eyes. When's the last boa incident here? There's always a first. Aunt Beverly snapped. She plucked Terrian off the chair, snatched the dish towel, and pressed it over the girl's juice-stained mouth. We're leaving. Mother's got a spare room. We'll stay there until that creature is gone. Stop overreacting, Hank muttered, but even he seemed uneasy as Bowser's coils tightened around his head. He winced. Uncle Hank, I ventured. Maybe Bowser's squeezing too hard. I could see the ridges of scales pressing crescents into his temples. Nah, pressure soothin' my headache, Hank said. Bowser slithered, repositioning his tail near Hank's left ear. Aunt Beverly noticed. It's measuring you, Hank. It thinks you're supper. Snakes don't measure, Hank said. But he pinched his jaw, brows furrowing. Charlotte, maybe try your trick with bottle caps. Push from one side? I nodded. Aunt Beverly crossed her arms, still shielding Terry Ann. I stood on tiptoe and pressed against the coil, but Bowser anchored tighter. Hank yelped. Get it off, Aunt Beverly ordered, now more alarmed than mad. I'm trying, Hank groaned. He braced his elbows on the table and pushed upward. The skin over his forehead stretched. Bowser's tail dug into his ear canal like a corkscrew. Hank's eyes bulged. Bev, help me. Not touching it barehanded. Her voice trembled. She yanked open a drawer, dug out 2 floral oven mitts, then grabbed at the snake's midsection. Butterbean juice splashed the counter as she leaned for leverage. Bowser held fast, jaw resting on Hank's scalp like a crown. Hank's words slurred. Dang thing's trying to tunnel into my brain. Hold still. Aunt Beverly planted a mitt on either side of Bowser, but her feet slid in the grape juice puddle. Hank's chair shot backward. He sprawled, head thumping into the stove. Bowser didn't loosen. Terry Ann, enthralled, retrieved her wooden sandbox shovel. I helped Daddy. Before anyone could stop her, she swung. The shovel clonked Hank's skull with a hollow bonk. Lights seemed to go out in Hank's eyes. The blows startled Bowser enough to loosen half a coil. Aunt Beverly seized the moment. Charlotte, butter! Quick! She barked. I snatched the butter dish from the counter. Aunt Beverly scooped a fistful, smearing slick yellow curls along Hank's forehead and ears. She wedged a spatula's thin blade beneath the top coil, pried, and Bowser slid like a greased sock, plopping onto the linoleum. In one fluid motion, Aunt Beverly flung the snake through the back door into the clover patch. The screen banged. Hank sat blinking, a gold ring circling his head, butter dripping down his nose. Terrian clapped. Worm go bye-bye. Hank's dizziness faded. Shame replaced it. He wiped butter with a dish rag. Aunt Beverly pressed an ice pack to his lump. No one spoke for a full minute except the cicadas outside. Finally Hank rasped. I'm sorry, Bev. She let out a shaky breath and touched his cheek. We can't keep living like this. I know. Hank's eyes watered, whether from pain or regret. Been drinking and sulking too long. Neither noticed Terry and toddled past me, out the back door where Bowser lay coiled. I followed to retrieve the snake. Bowser, tired and slick, coiled into my hands easily. I carried him to the front porch and settled him in his aquarium, covering it with an old towel for shade. His eyelids drooped, snake soporific. I whispered, Sorry, Bowser, and latched the lid. The next morning Aunt Beverly drove the bus route again. At dismissal time, the snake's aquarium sat behind her driver's seat, towels still over it. She dropped the last child at a farmhouse, then steered us to the county animal shelter. Bowser and I parted ways amid barking cages and the sharp odor of bleach. Inside the shelter lobby, Aunt Beverly filled out forms while Hank, who'd ridden along in the front seat, shifted from foot to foot. He was sobered, almost meek. One kennel cage held a brown puppy with ears too large for its head and legs like stubby corn cobs. The pup stared at Hank, tail thumping. He crouched, and it licked his fingers through the chain link. Something melted in him then. I saw it happen. He asked the attendant about the mutt, learned it was half coonhound, half chihuahua, an unlikely mix dumped by the highway. Papers were signed. A small adoption fee swapped for Bowser's surrender fee. The puppy crawled into Hank's lap on the ride home, fell asleep dribbling on his jeans. We arrived at Twilight Sky-streaked Peach. I carried a cardboard box of kibble and chewed toys up the steps. Hank sat on the porch swing. Aunt Beverly joined him, pressing gentle fingers to the egg-sized lump on his scalp. "How's your headache, dear?" she murmured. "Tolerable," he said. His voice sounded strange, like hope. The puppy squirmed, stubby tail thwacking his thigh. "What's in the box?" "Open it," I said. Before he moved, the lid flipped and the puppy's fuzzy muzzle emerged, unleashing a rusty howl as triumphant as any bugle. Hank's face crumpled with joy. Aunt Beverly laid terms. "You keep her, Hank, on one condition: no more whiskey. You go to AA. Take this dog everywhere. She and the girls need a sober daddy." Hank nodded hard enough his lump throbbed. "It's a deal." He kissed her mouth, shy as a teenage boy. Terry and squealed for a turn holding the pup. Hank gathered us all, me, Terry, and Aunt Beverly, wriggling dog, into one mighty embrace. The porch swing creaked beneath our weight. Stars pricked open in the indigo sky, and for the first night in a long while Uncle Hank didn't reach for a bottle. Instead, he stroked the puppy's velvet ears and whispered, "Best cure for a headache a man could ask." Inside the clapboard house the pot of forgotten beanie weenies scorched black, but no one cared. Outside, somewhere in the tall grass beyond the shed, Bowser slid silently under the moon, free and solitary, shining like a string of pearls against the dark earth. It began with the crayons, my prized box of 64 with the little sharpener tucked into the back. Whenever chores were done and homework finished, I colored. Filling blank pages with blazing sunsets and fire-breathing dragons was my favorite way to pass an afternoon. But on that steamy Sunday the crayons were nowhere to be found. I tugged open the shallow drawer beneath my desk, the place they always lived, and saw only dust and a few broken pencils. I searched my room top to bottom, crawling under the bed until my hair filled with lint balls, poking through the sweater pile in the closet, even lifting the lid of my toy chest twice in case magic had hidden the box the first time. Nothing. Desperate, I checked my parents' room, a forbidden kingdom sure to bring trouble. Mom caught me yanking open dresser drawers and scolded me right into the hallway. Still no crayons. That was when the memory of the movie popped into my head, the creepy black and white one about the toy snatcher. He was a spindly creature with knitted-together fingers, sliding into houses after midnight to steal whatever children loved best. While watching, I had wrapped myself in a blanket so only my eyes showed, terrified he might slither into my room. Now, staring at my empty drawer, I felt certain he had come at last and made off with my crayons. In the movie, an 8-year-old boy, about my age, managed to rescue his belongings. First he figured out how the snatcher slipped inside. Then he rigged traps to catch the thief before dawn. I decided to copy him. Eyes narrowed, I marched through the hallway inspecting windows and locks. The doors were bolted tight. In the living room, the biggest window, the one Mom called the picture window, faced the street. I could just imagine long claws sliding the latch open. The enormous pane of glass would swing high enough for a monster to squeeze through. That had to be it. That was the snatcher's secret entrance. I needed a trap. The boy in the film had built something complicated with pulleys and nails. I doubted I could manage that without losing a finger. After thinking hard, I sneaked into the kitchen, hefted the jug of cooking oil, and carried it to the living room window. I poured a shiny lake across the hardwood floor, careful not to spill onto the rug. Under the lamplight it looked like melted gold. Perfect. When the toy snatcher returned for more treasures, he would slip, crash, and make a racket loud enough to wake my parents. Dad would race in. I would swing his old baseball bat for good measure, and together we would nab the villain. That night, instead of falling asleep with my comic book, I sat upright in bed gripping the bat, listening for the faintest creak. The house felt huge and hollow, shadows stretching over ceiling corners. After an hour my eyelids drooped, but I pinched myself. 15 minutes later a soft groan of wood drifted from the living room, the sound of the window lifting. My pulse hammered. A breath later came the glorious thud I'd imagined, followed by a metallic clatter as if something had knocked over the brass showpiece on Mom's side table. It worked. I leaped up, bat in hand, shouting, "We got him!" Footsteps thundered from my parents' bedroom. When I charged into the living room, Dad was already there, shoulders squared. But the figure scrambling on the slick floor was no monster. A man, dressed head to toe in black, a mask hiding everything but his eyes, flailed like a cartoon character on a banana peel. Dad tackled him with a growl and pinned him face down. Mom burst in next, phone pressed to her ear, dialing the police. She yanked me backward into her arms as I gaped at the stranger struggling under my father's weight. Sirens arrived quickly. Red and blue lights splashed across the walls. Officers cuffed the intruder and hauled him outside, slipping a bit on the oily boards themselves. When quiet finally returned, Mom frowned at the mess. "Who in the world poured oil all over my floor?" she asked. Her voice held more puzzlement than anger. I shuffled forward, clutching the greasy bat. My plan had worked. Maybe that would soften the scolding. "I did," I admitted, and explained everything. My missing crayons, the toy snatcher legend, the trap. My parents exchanged stupendous glances, and suddenly both burst into laughter, the kind that bends you over. I stood frozen, wondering if they had gone mad. Dad wiped tears from his cheeks. "Buddy, I promise there's no such thing as a toy snatcher. But you did stop a real burglar. You protected us better than any alarm system." Mom hugged me so tightly I squeaked. "Our little hero," she whispered. Later they tucked me in, still chuckling about oil slicks and inventive sons. Yet doubt lingered. How could they be so sure the snatcher wasn't real? And what about my crayons? The burglar hadn't carried a box of 64. As I stared at the ceiling, a sudden memory flickered. 2 days earlier I had colored on the sofa while waiting for the school bus. When the horn honked, I'd hidden the crayons under the couch cushion. Why, I couldn't recall, and dashed outside. I slipped from bed, padded down the dark hallway, and lifted the cushion. There, exactly where I'd shoved them, lay my glorious box, still bright with crayon smells and flecks of wax. I hugged it, relocked the window latch, and tiptoed back to my room. Sliding the box into its rightful drawer, I smiled at the thought that sometimes heroes are forgetful, and sometimes monsters are only men in masks. Warm under the quilt, I fell asleep at last, dreaming in 56 colors, for stubs were missing, but I could live with that. Bruce McMitty first noticed the creature when he was 6, though he never said a word to anyone. In his memory it stood barely knee-high and boasted a fiery red beard that brushed a waistcoat stitched from bottle-green velvet. A battered fedora, far too rakish for a sensible man, perched on its head, and the crimson plume stuck in the brim blazed so bright Bruce knew at once no ordinary Irish bird could have supplied it. From then on he held the vision close, turning it over in his mind whenever lessons grew dull or chores dragged on. By 9 he had become the family's main hunter. His father's lungs, weakened by years in a damp peat bog, rasped too loudly for stalking game, and it fell to Bruce to carry the crossbow and keep the snares in working order. Many afternoons he swore he glimpsed that same little figure at the fringe of vision, a flash of emerald, a rustle behind a hawthorn, a shadow that vanished when he turned. Each half-sighting left him torn in two, the chill of a graveyard wind curling through his ribs, the hot stab of excitement sparking down his spine. One rainy day in the schoolhouse he mustered the nerve to ask his friend Sooty McGuire a cautious question. "Do you believe leprechauns might still be about?" Sooty snorted. "Ah, Brucey, they're stories for toddlers, like Saint Nick. Never seen one, never will." "But dwarves are real people," Bruce argued, remembering tales of miners in Germany. Never seen a dwarf either, Sudi said. A dark-haired girl named Simi, the daughter of a visiting Indian wool merchant, leaned in with a grin that showed tiny gaps between her teeth. In Calcutta folk whisper of Rakshasas. My uncle swore the circus once caged one, skin painted scarlet to look wicked. She shrugged. Turned out to be a dressed-up midget. Sudi brightened. Like a pygmy then? Simi laughed. Pygmies live in Africa, Sudi. Different sort of small. Bruce fell silent, while his cheeks burned. If the others dismiss fair folk as nursery lore, best keep his own uncertainties hidden. Yet he could not shake the feeling that something followed him, darting behind rocks and trunks whenever he spun around. At 11, with autumn drifting down in curls of yellow birch leaves, Bruce loaded his crossbow and set out alone to find supper. His father's cough had turned raw and spongy. Soup and honey could do little now. Bruce padded over mossy ground, pausing at hoof prints and rabbit droppings. Mid-afternoon light filtered in strands. Then a bush behind him rustled. He pivoted, bow raised, half imagining a feather-capped sprite about to reveal itself. Watch yourself, young laddie, hissed a voice thin as smoke. A dark shape slipped deeper into bracken. Bruce's heart kicked. He inched forward, sure the hidden stalker would dart again. Suddenly a boar, hide bristling, tusks gleaming, burst from the gorse. Reflex took over. He loosed the bolt. The iron point struck dead center above the beast's snout. The boar slid, hooves skidding, then collapsed at Bruce's feet. He crouched to steady his breathing. That was when he saw, clenched between the dead animal's teeth, a single scarlet feather. He pried open the jaw with the crossbow prod. No severed head lay inside, only a wrinkled fedora stinking of woods and wood smoke. The feather trembled in a faint breeze. Legend whispered that anyone who captured a leprechaun won his pot of gold. With those riches Bruce could fetch physicians from Dublin, buy medicine, maybe hire help for his mother so she might sleep through one night without laundering sheets or spinning wool to pay debts. He slipped the hat into his bag and looked around. Dusk was gathering. The forest seemed to hold its breath. He dragged the boar home and left it strung on the apple tree for morning dressing. Then, torch in hand, he trudged back, determined to lay a snare where the hat had fallen. He fashioned a loop of hemp, strung it head-high for a creature Brooke's own size, and settled behind a toppled oak. His legs cramped. His nose tickled with damp moss. Night thickened and owls spoke. When he decided to give up, leaves stirred once more. Through shadows crept a figure scarcely taller than a spaniel, glimmering in moonlight. It wore no hat now. Its beard spilled like coals. It scanned the clearing, muttering a language older than saints, then bent to retrieve its missing fedora. The snare snapped. The little fellow jerked upward, suspended by an ankle. Gaelic curses filled the air, half of them Bruce could translate, mostly inventive twists on the word feck. He stepped into the clearing, crossbow cocked though empty. Chill flooded his chest, but excitement blazed hotter. So, he said, voice wobbling, I suppose you'll be taking me to your gold, sir. The upside-down eyes narrowed. Ye know leprechaun law, do ye, Boyle? Free me, and I'll show the treasure. Keep me bound, and the trio root ye in place till winter. The threat sounded grand, but his voice cracked midway. Bruce chewed his lip, then climbed the oak. Bracing himself, he tied a second rope around the captive's waist, cut the original loop, and lowered him like a sack of flour. On the ground Bruce whisked the coils tight about the body before slicing the dangling end. The leprechaun flopped, pinned like a caterpillar. This is undignified, he sputtered. If you want your chance at coin, boy, loose me hands. I can't dig bound as a Christ figure. You'll stay trust till we reach the gold, Bruce said. The creature glowered. Name's Slew. And yours? Bruce McMiddy. Fine, Bruce McMiddy. Give me back me hat at least. Bruce placed the crumpled fedora atop the tangled beard. Slew scowled, then hobbled forward once Bruce slackened the ropes enough for half-steps. Moonlight silvered the birches. They walked hours, the boy guiding the captive like a dog on a lead. Near midnight Slew kicked at a hump of turf. There, he said. Bruce dug with his knife until steel rang on iron, a blackened cauldron sealed with pitch. He pried the lid. Doubloons glittered like drops of captured sun. His breath caught. Images of pills, new boots, mended roof flashed by. Then dread crept in alongside elation. Slua's sneer widened. "Gold holds my magic," he whispered. "Ye touched it, now it clings to ye. Keep it, and misfortune gnaw your kin. Cast it away, and maybe sorrow passes ye by." The boy's fingers tingled with the coin's heat. In that moment he remembered his father's ragged breathing, his mother's swollen knuckles, and the flicker of malicious glee in Slua's eyes. Footsteps rustled behind. A man emerged, filthy and thin, wrists wrapped in snapped rope. Moonbeams glinted on a curved mustache. He kept his voice low. "Evenin', lad. Untie me earlier, remember?" Bruce recognized the prisoner he'd discovered bound under briars at dusk. The man bowed. "Captain Wexley Greenheart, lately dispossessed of his ship." Slua spat. "Pirate scum!" Greenheart twirled the broken bonds. "And ye, hedge sprite, are filthier than any buccaneer." He turned to Bruce. "Take note, leprechaun gold curses mortal hands. The creature binds ill luck to every coin so no man lives long enough to enjoy it." Bruce's palm prickled. He imagined the doubloons turning mother's blood sour, father's lungs black. He hurled the coins to the dirt. Cold rushed his veins. "Where is my mother?" he asked. Slua's grin sharpened. "Sold her to passing slavers, Boyle. Payment for me freedom ye stole." He nodded downhill, toward harbor lights flickering beyond pines. Greenheart cursed softly. "My sea's brig lies there as well, pressed into slave trade." He knelt before Bruce. "Help me reclaim it, and we'll rescue your man. Throw this devil to the tide." Bruce tightened his grip on the rope. Anger blazed hot enough to melt the silver moon. Together the boy and the captain dragged Slua through underbrush, ignoring his shrieks. At the cliff above the harbor, they bound the creature to a boulder. Dawn paled the sea. Below, Greenheart's black-hulled brig bobbed beside a fat galleon preparing to sail. Greenheart explained his plan. While slaves and cargo were loaded, most crew drank themselves blind. After moonset they would sneak aboard, free captives, and retake the vessel. Bruce listened, heart pounding. He tied Slua so tight the ropes bit bark into flesh. "Wait for us," he muttered. Darkness returned. They descended to the docks, slipping past grog-snoring sailors. Below deck the slave-hold reeked of fear and bilge. Iron manacles fell away under Greenheart's stolen keys. Among the prisoners Bruce found a pale woman whose blue eyes matched his own. Tears shimmered when he spoke her name. Together they armed freed men with belaying pins and rusted cutlasses. At dawn the slaver crew lay bloodied or bound, and the brig Bloody Revenge spread black sails to a southern wind. On deck Bruce hugged his mother. Greenheart saluted with a grin. Behind them the enchanted cliff receded. Their Slua twisted against hemp but could not break free. The morning sun crawled above the water, gilding everything with honest light. Bruce reached into his pocket, and felt only wood and string, no cursed gold at all. He breathed salt air. The brig heeled toward open sea, sails thundering overhead like drums of a brighter future. Far behind, on Irish soil, a red feather drifted into the tide and disappeared. It happened because of a detour. Traffic on the highway had slowed to a crawl, and Jamie spotted a small gray road on her phone's map that seemed to loop through the hills and rejoin the highway farther west. The sun was setting in gold and orange behind the ridges, and everyone liked the idea of a quiet country shortcut. So we left the line of cars and followed Route 17 into the mountains. A few miles in, the GPS froze. The blue arrow on the screen stopped moving, then the display went black. My phone lost its signal at the same time. Jamie tried hers. Eli tried his. No bars, no map, nothing, just the hum of the engine and a spreading hush inside the car. The air felt thicker, as if we had climbed too fast and our ears had not caught up. We kept driving. The pavement turned to cracked asphalt, and the trees crowded close to the road. Then, between two thick stands of pines, We saw a cluster of buildings down in a shallow valley. A tiny town, no streetlights, no traffic, no welcome sign. Windows stared back, dark and still. Nobody said we should stop. We just rolled in without speaking. Curiosity can drown out common sense. I stepped out first. Gravel crunched under my boots, and the silence settled over everything. No birds, no breeze, just the echo of our own movements. Wooden storefronts lined the main street, a diner with chrome trim, a general store, a barber shop. Inside the barber shop, chairs sat under white sheets like statues. "Anyone know where we are?" Eli asked, staring at the blank display on his phone. No one answered. We walked deeper between the buildings. The town did not look pillaged or weather-beaten. It looked paused, as if the people had set their belongings down and walked away 5 minutes ago. The farther we went, the colder the air grew. It smelled of damp basements and old newspapers. Daylight faded fast, and the valley filled with shadow. Jamie said we might as well stay the night. Driving blind on mountain roads seemed worse than finding shelter here. At the far end of the street, Ray pointed to a large 2-story house, flaking white paint, shutters hanging loose. A tarnished brass plate beside the door read, "Governor R. Holloway Residence." Every part of me told me it was a bad idea, but we were tired and half frozen. We pushed the door open. Inside, the hall was colder than the street. Our flashlights threw narrow tunnels of light across dusty wallpaper. Each footstep echoed through the rooms. We split up to look for blankets, food, anything useful. Upstairs, in a desk drawer, I found a leather journal. The pages were yellow but unbroken by mold. I skimmed the first entries. They described weather, council meetings, a strange fog that kept rolling in at dusk. Then the handwriting grew shaky. They came from their graves last night. Hands clawing through dirt, eyes hollow. Next page. The fog wakes them. We cannot leave. I felt the words like ice water down my spine. Somewhere below, a board creaked. Another, heavier than ours. Jamie killed her lantern, plunging the house into darkness except for my flashlight. We crouched beside an upstairs window and peered through cracked slats. Figures shuffled along the street, dozens. Their clothes hung in tatters, Sunday suits, factory coveralls. Skin gray, jaws slack, arms dangling. They drifted until they stood directly in front of the Holloway porch. Someone knocked. 3 slow, solid thumps. Jamie pressed both hands over her mouth. Marcus raised a baseball bat he'd found in the hall. I remembered the journal line, "They don't see well, but they hear." We inched down the stairs. Ray whispered, "Kitchen." The door at the back of the kitchen sagged on one hinge, and behind a shelving unit we spotted a square panel in the floor, an old trapdoor. We lifted it and climbed down into a root cellar. Dirt floor, shelves of cloudy glass jars, the smell of wet earth. The space was barely large enough to crouch. My light swung past dusty crates, and froze. A figure sat slumped in a rocking chair, Governor Holloway, or what remained. His suit was now only threads draped on bones. Across the ribs lay a faded sash. A rusted shotgun rested beside the chair. In his bony hands he gripped a crumpled sheet of paper. I eased it free. The ink was faint but readable. "If you read this, you are not the first, but you must be the last. They walk at night. They hear every sound. Stay silent until dawn. Then follow the stream to the old tracks. Do not look back. This place is for the forgotten. Let it remain so." We did not speak. Above us, the front door groaned open. Heavy steps crossed the hall. A lone moan drifted through floorboards. Something thumped, maybe a shoulder against the wall. Once, the trapdoor flexed under weight. I felt the dust shiver down on my hair. We stayed frozen in the dark, barely breathing. I counted heartbeat after heartbeat. After a time, the noises thinned to nothing. A gray line of dawn showed through the cracks in the cellar door. We waited 1 more hour. When we crept back upstairs, sunlight slanted across empty rooms. No footprints, no knock marks. Only silence. as if the night had been imagined. We left the house, crossed the silent street, and drove away. The stream beside the road matched the letter's directions. Downstream we found an abandoned rail line, then a gravel service road that wound out of the hills. After a mile the phones buzzed alive. GPS lit up. Bars reappeared. None of us said much during the long drive home. Later I searched every database I could find for Governor R. Holloway, for any town that fit the map. Nothing. Newspaper archives, county records, blank. As if that valley had been erased. We never mentioned the night. But when fog curls low around the yard, sometimes I wake in the small hours, sure I can hear a slow knock at the door, or a shuffle on the gravel. Something that does not need eyes to know where we are. There is a place I remember, though I'm no longer certain that place remembers me. Time has piled itself between then and now like drifting snow, yet it takes only the smallest pause in my day for my thoughts to drift back. I keep wondering if it will ever release its grip, or if I'm the one refusing to let go. Perhaps that town, that house, those rooms exist now only when my mind wanders into them. I rarely admit it aloud, because I'm afraid of how people might look at me if they could hear the places my thoughts still visit. For most of every day I manage to stay present. Then, without warning, a smell, a stray color, a familiar chord of music unlocks the memory, and I begin imagining what the place might look like now. Does anyone live there? Or has it collapsed into earth and weeds? So many memories, beautiful, painful, but mostly tender, lie threaded through those empty rooms. And maybe that house, that whole corner of my past, survives now solely inside me, invisible to every other eye. I tell myself I should wipe the slate clean. Just let it all disappear. But instead the place lurks in nightmares. When I dream, I return to find it remade in darkness. Light switches refuse to work. Windows emit only a weak gray glow. Each room is hollow where life and color once clung to walls and floor. I wake from those dreams shuddering, drenched in sweat, half crying, half angry at how vivid it feels. People say memories loosen their hold with time. In my experience they tighten. Each day I feel that place clutching harder. How can something seem so real one moment and vanish the next? Why does the mind lock onto certain hours and lose others entirely? It feels unfair, the way we suffer our own histories. Why cannot we simply choose what to keep and what to release? More than once I've wondered if the memory is invading my body. My heart pounds, my breathing quickens. I walk through daylight but sense the shadowed hallway from my dream hovering just behind me. I tell myself, stop living in the past, it's only memory. Yet memory can be relentless. You say, leave yesterday behind. But mine sprints after me, grabbing my shoulders, steering me right back through the front door of that darkened house. Several nights later I go to bed early, hoping exhaustion will hush the dream. I drop swiftly into deep sleep, and there I am again, inside the place I've visited too many times. Darkness everywhere. I grope along the wall for switches that still refuse to spark. The farther I walk, the thicker the blackness grows, until the only illumination filters through dusty glass, a faint, silvery sheet of moonlight. I whisper, "What happened here?" Moments earlier, outside the house, daylight had glowed. The instant I stepped across the threshold, everything dimmed, as though the building inhaled every particle of light. Shadows sprawl over floor and ceiling like spilled ink. Slowly I reach the staircase and begin climbing. How I manage not to stumble amazes me. Perhaps my feet still remember each rise and tread. On the landing I stand before the first bedroom door, once a refuge. Should I enter? The doorknob feels colder than the air. When the door swings inward, the room greets me with a weight so heavy I can hardly breathe. Air curls thick with dust, and fogs the window from inside, blurring the outside world into a shapeless smear. I think I see motion beyond the glass, a flicker maybe, or a reflection, but the darkness convinces me it is only imagination. I back out and turn down the hallway. Thankfully it is short. I cross quickly into what had been the larger bedroom. A stray instinct draws me to the walk-in closet. Something rustles behind the door, A barely audible whisper. I pause. The whisper cuts off, replaced by the soft scrape of movement coming toward me from within. Terror rushes my veins. I abandon the door, bolt for the stairs, feet pounding wood so loudly I expect the walls to shake. Halfway down the flight, an unseen force tugs at my back, an icy hook dragging me upward. My throat convulses, but no scream passes my lips. Fear seals the sound. I want out. Out of this place. Out of the dream. Away from whatever crouches inside that closet, beckoning. I run and run, yet seem to travel nowhere. The black interior stretches, doorways receding as though the hallway lengthens with each step. I cannot wake. The house clings to my ankles. It will not release me. And upstairs, the presence lurks, no longer whispering, now uttering a noise I do not recognize as human. Around me the walls drip sadness, as if grief seeps from the plaster. I try to shout for help. My jaw strains, lungs burn, but silence meets my effort. Panic edges toward despair. Why me? Why chain me here in this shell of memory with a thing that should not exist? Desperation forces a thought, refuse to recognize the house. Deny its reality. I gather every fragment of focus and picture light pouring in, rooms restored, laughter echoing down the stairs. I try to make that vision louder than the nightmare's voice, until the darkness cracks, like thin ice struck by a stone. Suddenly I jolt awake, heart hammering, sheets knotted around my legs. Moonlight pools across my bedroom floor, real moonlight, gentle, not ominous. Yet the heaviness lingers in my chest. Am I truly awake, or trapped inside another layer of dream? I stare into the corner, half expecting the closet door, my real closet, to open of its own accord. Morning comes. Days pass. The weight does not lift. Around friends I laugh, work, carry on. Inside I orbit that same hallway. Soon I realize I must face whatever waits in the closet, or I will circle this memory forever. So I return, wide awake this time, not in sleep but in a deliberate act of remembrance. I walk, mentally, through the front door. Down the hall. Up the staircase. Each step I say aloud, "This is only a memory. It cannot touch me." My voice steadies. The bedroom door opens again onto darkness thick as ink, but now I clutch a shard of light, my own intention, like a lantern in my fist. I cross to the closet. The knob turns beneath my hand. The door swings open. Inside is nothing but an ordinary empty space. No whisper. No creature. The weight in the air lifts. It had been my fear filling the room. Without that fear the darkness thins. I look out the bedroom window. Beyond the glass stands the present morning, sun on rooftops, trees rustling in warm wind. Life. I realize the house has not held me prisoner. I held myself. I breathe, and dust motes drift across sunlight streaming through the dream's window as the memory begins, at last, to dissolve. Somewhere inside I sense the walls relaxing, floors releasing their grip, shadows shrinking back to their rightful corners. The place still exists, unreachable by roads, invisible to cameras, but it is fading, quieter each time my mind revisits it. I am waking up. Fully, finally. And if, on some distant night, the dream returns, I will step into the hallway already holding the light. Simmer grew up in a world that felt cut from a bright, generous dream. 20 white-walled bungalows lined a crescent lane in the old government colony, each plot swept clean, each lawn clipped as if by a pair of silver scissors held by an invisible gardener. Every house had hedges trimmed into soft squares, flower beds laid out like quilts, and servants who rose before dawn to coax hoses over the grass and polish every windowpane. Inside those homes, the elite of the city lived guarded, seemingly effortless lives, and in one of the largest bungalows Simmer spent her childhood. Her father, Mr. Rashpal Singh, was an earnest, soft-spoken officer who had climbed the ranks of a government department without ever taking a bribe. Neighbors called him the honest Babu, half in admiration and half in disbelief that a man could stay so straight in such a crooked age. Simmer's mother, Mrs. Baljit, kept an even quieter profile, managing the staff, arranging flowers in brass vases, and sending Simmer off each morning to St. Agatha's convent school in a freshly pressed uniform. In that school Simmer shone, top of the class, monitor of her section, winner of handwriting prizes and reciter of poems at Independence Day functions. Every success perched lightly on her like a bright ribbon, and she never doubted that ribbon would stay. Afternoons were a ritual. As the sun tipped west and softened, her parents would settle into cane chairs on the lawn. Crisp linen napkins lay across their laps, and the steward Manohar would carry out a silver tray with teacups, a sugar bowl, and a flask of cardamom-scented milk. Beside those chairs Simmer wandered barefoot, inventing games among rose bushes and frangipani. Most of all she loved the mimosa pudica, the shy, fern-like touch-me-not that grew at the edge of the garden path. Each day she would bend down, tap a leaflet with a fingertip, and watch the tiny green feather fold in on itself, a living secret closing its door. The plant's quick, delicate response enthralled her. It felt like nature whispering directly to her that softness can also be power. Nothing in those afternoons hinted they could end. The colony seemed eternal, the lanes as fixed as the constellations she traced on winter nights when her father set up his old brass telescope on the veranda. Yet change was waiting like a suitcase in a corner cupboard. One humid July evening, only a few weeks before Simmer's 16th birthday, her father cleared his throat at the tea table. "Beta," he said, using the gentle Punjabi address for daughter, "you know my retirement comes effective next month." Simmer nodded politely. She had heard the date mentioned in passing, but it felt like talk of an eclipse, interesting, distant, and entirely safe. "The government has allotted us a flat in the Green Vista Apartments complex," he continued. "We'll shift there as soon as school breaks for autumn." Simmer's spoon paused in mid-stir. A flat? Apartments? She pictured narrow stairwells smelling of cooking oil, dark hallways, airless rooms where clotheslines draped over balconies like exhausted flags. Her classmates lived in great houses with front lawns the size of cricket pitches. How would she explain a move into a matchbox? Her mother tried to smile. "It is still a good location, Simmer. Near the hills, very open air." But Simmer sensed fear beneath the reassurance, and in that moment something delicate inside her trembled. All the small proofs of identity, the wide veranda, the private garden, the team of uniformed gardeners, felt like petals fluttering away from a flower. Retirement arrived with a modest ceremony at her father's office, a framed certificate, and a garland of marigolds soon wilted by the July heat. The next morning trucks rolled into the bungalow lane. Furniture disappeared piece by piece. The grandfather clock whose chime had punctuated her homework sessions, the brass lamps from Calcutta, the rosewood desk where her father practiced his precise, old-fashioned calligraphy. Simmer walked through empty rooms hearing phantom echoes of dinner parties and Diwali firecrackers, and wondered whether those memories would stick to the walls like faint perfume once the family left. Moving day itself blurred into shouts, tape, rolled carpets, and neighbors waving from gates. A small convoy of vans carried them across the city to Green Vista, two identical concrete towers on newly widened roads, 4 floors each, pastel paint faded already by the sun. A few eucalyptus trees swayed beyond the compound wall, but most of the land around was bare fields waiting for developers' blue glass dreams. Flat 401 lay on the 4th floor, reached by a cracked lift that moaned as if apologizing. The moment Simmer stepped inside the blank echoing unit, the scale of loss hit her. No drawing room ceiling vaulting 3 meters high, no marble fireplace, no French windows. Bedrooms here opened with flush doors onto a narrow corridor. The kitchen barely held 2 people at once. From every corner she heard the anxious hum of traffic and the throb of a generator. Someone spread mattresses on the tiled floor. The beds hadn't arrived yet. That night Simmer curled against her mother, dreading the future. Yet exhaustion overruled worry, and she drifted fast into sleep. What woke her next morning was not an alarm but sunlight. It streamed unfiltered through the east-facing balcony door, bright as any dawn in the old garden. Simmer sat up, surprised by how rested she felt. Curious, she stepped onto the balcony. Beyond the boundary fence a stand of coconut palms rose tall and green, their leaves rattling like cheerful gossip. Farther off, Low hills shimmered silver in early haze. No towers blocked the view. No neighbor's terrace loomed. She found her breath easing. In the kitchen, her mother already brewed tea, letting cardamom pods rattle gently in the pan. The scent filled the flat the same way it had filled every home Simmer had known. Her father sat at a fold-out table reading a newspaper, exactly as he did each dawn in the bungalow, spectacles low on his nose. It dawned on Simmer then, walls change, addresses change, but certain anchors remain if you care to feel them. Her heart steadied. She decided in that instant to make this strange, small shell a real home. Within a week Simmer turned interior decorator, browsing paint catalogs and fabric shops with a vigor that amused her mother. She chose a peach tint for the living room to reflect sunlight, a muted silver gray for the master bedroom to invite calm, a pastel blue for her own small room, a splash of sky indoors. Curtains alternated between thin stripes and cheerful florals. Instead of crowding shelves with large frames, she arranged family photographs in one neat grid up the hallway wall so each image stood out like a page in an album. On her balcony she placed 3 planters, basil for kitchen use, jasmines for fragrance, and most affectionately, a tiny mimosa pudica she bought from a roadside nursery. Whenever homework felt heavy she would touch the ferny leaflets and watch them fold, comforted by their predictable humility. Soon routine settled like quilt stitches, the whistle of the milkman at dawn, the hum of lift cables, the midday clatter of teachers' carriages in the lane below. Simmer discovered that the coa birds who nested in the eucalyptus sang just as melodiously here as in the colony. Some might still trace the golden rectangle across her desk every afternoon. The new flat felt surprisingly airy, as if its very economy of space taught walls how to step back. Friends from her old lane visited out of curiosity. They stood in the living room and, to Simmer's relief, paid no heed to missing chandeliers or absent servants. Instead they commented on the clever use of pastel colors and exclaimed at the neat balcony plants. "It's like a 5-star suite." One joked, and others nodded. Simmer realized with mild shock that their approval mattered much less now. Her own satisfaction was lighter to carry. Life gathered momentum again. She cycled to school with 2 new neighbors, discovered a corner shop that sold warm butter biscuits, and organized a study group that met under the neem tree behind the apartment. Not once did the flat feel cramped during group projects or birthday gatherings. Space, she understood, was as much about arrangement as square footage, and warmth came from the laughter inside walls, not from imported marble. Her 16-year-old birthday approached. On the day itself, the flat echoed with guest chatter, a homemade pineapple cake, and candles whose flames reflected in her parents' proud eyes. Simmer stood in the center of the living room, realizing she felt happier than she had in years. The new home had dissolved her earlier anxiety. Her sense of self no longer clung to the visible trappings of privilege. She would remember that realization long after balloons drooped. Time moved on the only way it knows, forward without apology. Simmer finished school, graduated with honors in architecture, and took a job in another city. She married a colleague who understood her delight in angles and light. Together they lived in a succession of respectable houses, a rented duplex with wide French windows, a company bungalow near a lake, later a brick and glass villa high on a hill where dawn broke on their terrace like a private festival. Each address carried a new set of routines, different neighbors, different bird calls, but all bore echoes of the first lessons she learned in Flat 401, that warmth is homemade, and modest spaces can amplify love. Yet no matter where she traveled, the thought of visiting her parents stirred a distinct calm. Each return train ride ended with the same small ritual. She would climb the stairs, sometimes the lift was broken, reach the 4th-floor corridor, and slip her key into the plain wooden door. The moment hinges opened, city noise seemed to pause. Cardamom scent drifted from the galley kitchen. Her mother's embrace arrived like a thick quilt on a cold evening. Her father, thinner now and tethered by a plastic oxygen tube to a humming machine in the living room, would lift a hand and greet her with the same steady affection. "Simmer Beatty, you're home," he'd say. And she was. At those times she understood fully what her younger self had begun to suspect the first morning in the new flat. That home is not the lawn or the veranda or even the view, but the security of love. When her father eventually slipped away one quiet dawn, and her mother later moved to stay with Simmer's brother abroad, the flat passed into other hands. Still, Simmer found whenever she pressed her palm to the mimosa leaf on her current balcony, memories rose intact, spaces bathed in afternoon light, a gentle father turning newspaper pages, a shy plant folding beneath a child's curious finger. These images no longer ached. They glowed. Many houses filled Simmer's life, each with its architectural charm. The bay window that framed monsoon clouds, the mezzanine lined with poetry books, the backyard mango tree where her own children strung a swing. But the thought of Flat 401 always drew a quiet smile. It was proof that comfort could bloom in limited square feet, that identity could survive abrupt change, that sometimes downsizing enlarged the heart. Whenever work grew frantic or worries tugged her thoughts, she closed her eyes and pictured morning sun slanting across pastel walls, a koel singing, her mother pouring tea. The image steadied her breathing. Late one spring, Simmer stood again on the balcony of a new city apartment, her 10th move in 2 decades. She placed a fresh mimosa in a terracotta pot and watered it gently. As she watched the leaflets curl, she whispered a silent thank you to that long-ago garden, to her parents' unspoken lessons, and to the small 4th-floor flat that had taught her how roomy love can be. In that quiet moment, she knew she carried her truest home inside her, and wherever life shifted her next, its doors would always open onto warmth. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I remember the first smell that ever meant anything to me. It was not a fresh-baked biscuit, or a field of wild flowers, or even the warm scent that follows summer rain. It was the cool, iron smell of a chain and the rank, sour odor of a wooden post splashed for years with the fierce sweat of other dogs. I was only a few months old, still clumsy enough to trip over my own paws, when the man fastened the chain around my neck. He never spoke kindly, never knelt to pat my head, never even bothered to give me a name. I was a tool, not a companion. My job was simple: kill the rats that tunneled under the garden shed, kill the rats that tore holes in the feed sacks, kill the rats that dragged scraps into the burrows until the whole yard stank of rot. I learned fast. Hunger is a hard teacher, but it is a teacher that never quits. The man believed a dog stays mean only if the bowl stays empty. He was half right. An empty bowl kept me hungry, no doubt, but hunger did not make me cruel. Hunger sharpened my nose, my ears, and my claws. It gave me patience enough to sit for an hour completely still, waiting for a whiskered shadow to flicker across moonlit dirt. It taught me how to strike one swift time and crush a skull before the creature squealed. It made me less a dog, more a knife. My greatest shame is that during those years I thought of little else but rats. I did not dream of soft hands or rolling grass or slow summer rivers full of fish. I dreamed of the next warm body I would tear apart so I could chew and swallow before the man came out in the morning to kick the bones aside. I almost forgot what it felt like to be a pup with a wagging tail and a heart that leaped at the sound of footsteps. I almost forgot that once, long ago in the shelter, a girl had pressed her face through the bars of a cage and whispered, "Good boy." I had trembled then, wanting nothing more than to crawl into her lap and hear her laugh. But she left with a spaniel, and I was sold sheep to the rat-filled yard. After a while I stopped remembering her scent. Time is strange that way. It can erase the sweetest memory yet leave the sour taste of fear unchanged. The world outside the fences grew every year. Cars whooshed along the distant highway at all hours, each carrying smells I could barely name. Exhaust. Coffee. Warm bread. Perfume. Sometimes the wind brought the cry of a train at 2 in the morning, long, lonely wails that made my fur prickle with longing and dread all at once. The only thing that truly changed in my own yard was the pain in my hips. The man swung a hickory axe handle whenever I missed a rat. One winter night I was too slow, my stomach too empty to sprint, and a rat slipped beneath the feed shed. The man's blow landed at the point where my spine curved over my rear legs. I did not stand for 2 days, not until desperation forced me up to lap water from the leaking hose coupling. Even when the bruise faded, the ache remained, a cold knot that throbbed every time a frost settled into the ground. By the 3rd winter I had started rubbing my ears raw with my own claws. I could not explain the itch, only that it felt like thorns buried under the skin. The more I scratched, the worse it hurt. The worse it hurt, the less I could listen for the scurry of rats. I feared going deaf more than I feared the man's stick. If I lost my ears, I would lose the only gift that kept me alive. Already the sores on my neck and shoulders stank enough to draw other things larger than rats, out of the trees that circled the clearing at night. Coyotes yipped on the hill beyond the fence. Once I heard the heavy sawing breath of a black bear raiding the garbage pile at the edge of the yard. My chain barely reached the porch steps. I crawled under them, teeth chattering from chill and terror, and listened to claws scrape boards above my head. The animal moved off again only after it had stolen the scraps the man tossed away. So I waited and hunted and ached until the world narrowed to 3 thoughts: kill the rats, drink from the hose, hope the chain did not snap my breath away when I lunged at shadows. That life might have been my whole story if not for another creature, another boy, running from pain of his own. Simon Peterson first heard about the shack on the hill the day his father's truck vanished from the driveway. His father had shouted something Simon did not catch, thrown a suitcase into the passenger seat, slammed the door, and driven off so fast gravel spit against the garage door. Simon's mother stood on the porch in her nightgown, bottle in one hand, the other raised as if to wave goodbye or call him back or block the sight entirely. That afternoon at school Simon told no one what had happened, but he carried the echo of the engine in his chest like a stone. Robbie Jansen noticed the sag in Simon's shoulders and smelled weakness the way a hound smells fear. By lunch break Robbie was flicking mashed potatoes onto Simon's shirt, laughing at ears that heard nothing, at lips that formed no word in protest. That evening Simon rode his rusty red bicycle until his calves burned. The faster the wheels spun, the longer the road stretched between him and the silent house where his mother drank bourbon in the dark. The next week Robbie and his friends cornered Simon behind the woodshop, shoved him against the dumpster, and signed the words "baby boy" with jerking fingers in front of his face. When Simon flinched, Robbie's fist caught him on the cheekbone. A teacher finally shouted. The boys scattered, but the flush of humiliation clung to Simon's skin like grease. He could not even find comfort in the part-time job he worked after class, mowing lawns, weeding flower beds, to save for a used mountain bike. Every time he passed the window he saw bruises forming yellow-green beneath freckles. One cloudy Thursday he pedaled away from town without thought for homework, or chores or supper. The wind slapped tears from his eyes, but he told himself the tears belonged to the wind, not pain or self-pity. He turned down Miller's Road because the trees arched high and close there, branches knitted like fingers in prayer, sheltering the rutted track from the last light of day. In that dim tunnel he could pretend he rode 1,000 miles from any person who ever raised a hand against him. The front tire struck a stone buried in the mud and kicked sideways. Simon flew over the handlebar, world tilting, body rolling twice before he slammed onto his right knee. Gravel rasped across skin. Dead leaves stuck to his palms. For a moment he tasted copper. "Not today," he muttered aloud, voice a croak he barely heard inside his own head. He shoved upright, set the chain back on gears, and swung a leg over the sagging seat. "Hey Sliman," drawled a familiar voice. "Little baby finally learning to ride that tricycle?" Robbie coasted from behind a cedar trunk, tires rolling easy on his brand new Schwinn. The headlight on his bike sent a pale beam past Simon's face, bright enough to reveal blood beads on his elbow. Simon sucked breath so sharply his ribs hurt. Robbie was alone, no Todd or Marcus to leer behind him, but alone was bad in a different way. Alone meant Robbie had to prove how tough he was without witnesses. "What does say matter?" Robbie drawled, rocking the pedals so his bike inched forward and back. "Daddy smack ya?" "Oh wait." He grinned, lips black in the half-light. "Daddy's long gone, ain't he? Couldn't stand looking at a freak." Simon lifted the bent bicycle, heart thudding, but he did not back away. 2 months of swallowing anger had left him sour enough to spit nails. Robbie shifted closer. Simon's fingers tightened on the handlebar stem. The aluminum was cold and gritty against his palms. Robbie feinted, swinging a fist towards Simon's ear. Simon jerked sideways and yanked the front wheel up. Metal rim, rubber tire, and twisted pedal smashed into Robbie's cheek. The bigger boy's breath wafted out. He tumbled backward and landed in a spray of gravel. For half a second Simon stood frozen, stunned by the fact his improvised defense had worked. Then adrenaline roared in his ears. He jumped onto his battered ride and pedaled, wobbling, half-blind with tears born of wild relief rather than fear. Robbie's shout chased him down the road. "Tomorrow, dead meat! You're dead freaking meat!" The threat echoed until the trees muffled it. Simon did not look back. He rode until night sealed the woods and his flashlight flickered warningly. The beam glanced off trunks, fluttered on frost-silvered grass, vanished when the flashlight finally died. Simon coasted to a stop, chest heaving, legs trembling from pent-up screams he dared not release. He had no choice but to push his bike toward home, following the thread of dirt road by starlight. Clouds drifted east, revealing a ragged half-moon. Its glow turned every pebble into glass, every puddle into liquid mercury. That was when he saw the shape lying in the road, small, dark, still. At first he thought it a raccoon, maybe struck by a pickup late in the evening. Then the shape twitched. Simon's gut twisted. He rolled the broken bicycle forward, propped it on its bent kickstand, and crept closer. The beam from his headlamp, he had almost forgotten about the spare light fixed to his worn cap, washed over a matted coat, limp ears, a narrow muzzle smeared with blood. A dog. Its ribs rose shallow, fell. Rose again. Simon knelt, hands fluttering uncertainly. He touched the ridge above the animal's nostrils, felt warm breath stir against his fingers, so faint he could have imagined it. Headlights swung around the bend behind him, tires whirring. Panic shot through his veins. He had no time to drag the dog clear. Without thinking, Simon dashed into the middle of the lane, waving both arms overhead. The car's horn blared. Tires screamed over gravel, fishtailing to a stop a yard from his knees. The driver leaned out the window cursing. Simon signed frantically, "Help, help, dog, please," though the man likely knew no sign language. Something in Simon's wide eyes, in the smear of blood on his jeans, in the soft whimper that rose from the road, must have carried the urgency. Minutes later the stranger's back seat cradled the injured dog, and Simon found himself pedaling with one foot on a single remaining pedal, guiding the driver toward the vet clinic down in Carlton Township. Dr. Hayes kept an overnight emergency number. She arrived in slippers and coat with coffee steaming in a thermos, argued with the driver about payment, then hustled everyone inside. Under bright surgical lights the dog's wounds looked graver, one eye cloudy white and useless, back leg swollen, shoulder punctured by deep bites. Dr. Hayes shaved, cleaned, irrigated. The dog trembled but did not snap. Finally the vet looked at Simon, took in his scratched arms and too big jacket, and said, "You did a brave thing tonight." Simon's mother arrived, summoned by phone calls he had not seen the driver make. She smelled of whiskey, eyes red from liquor or tears or both, yet she pulled Simon against her, pressed her cheek to his hair, mumbled something he could not quite read. Maybe she said proud, maybe sorry. He did not pull away. The dog stayed 3 days at the clinic, then Dr. Hayes broke the news. No tags, no microchip, no collar, no report of a missing animal. The wounds were weeks old except for the fresh damage of whatever hit it that night. Someone had neglected this creature so badly infection rotted skin around the ear canals. The rear hip showed signs of a healed fracture, old and poorly mended. "He's a survivor," the vet said, "but he'll need a home." Simon's mother stared at the dog, one-eyed, scarred, tail thumping gently against the steel cage. She shook her head. Simon stared at her until her gaze slid away. She muttered about bills, doctor, groceries, the mortgage, yet in the end she signed the adoption paper. Maybe guilt moved her hand, Or maybe she saw defiance in her son's back when he stepped between her and the cage door. Simon named the dog Chance, short for second chance, though sometimes he secretly called him Protector. He spent every afternoon reading about wound care, ear infections, training. He learned to wrap bandages without tugging fur, to measure pills in peanut butter balls, to stroke the ridge above the missing eye until the dog relaxed and sighed. Chance learned to sit, stay, come, heel. More importantly, Chance learned that the closed fist hanging near his cheek no longer meant pain. It meant biscuits. Robbie found Simon again the first warm day of March. Snow retreated in patches, exposing rusted beer cans by the baseball field. The bully strode across the grass with his pack behind him. Simon knelt next to Chance, fastened the leash clip to the collar, and breathed once, twice, 3 times. Robbie shouted words Simon did not need to hear to understand. He swung a fist. Chance stepped between, lips peeling back from sharp white teeth. His growl was not loud, but it did not waver. Robbie halted mid-stride. His friends hung back. The world tilted. Simon saw, as if from outside his own skin, how fear crawled like an insect across Robbie's face. The fear of being bitten, but larger than that, fear of losing the power that had always come easy. Simon said nothing, raised no hand, made no fist. Chance did the speaking. After a long half-minute Robbie turned, kicked a stone, and spat. He walked away. His friends followed. Simon loosened his fingers on the leash. Chance sat, one ear twitching, waiting to be sure the danger was gone. Then the dog looked up, and Simon felt a warm press of muzzle against his palm. They walked home together. That night Simon finished his homework early, scrubbed dishes without being asked, and still found time to brush Chance until scarred skin shone beneath new fur. In bed Simon dreamed of stars wide as fields, smelled pine and thawing earth, heard the slow breath of a dog asleep beside his mattress. Outside, the moon sailed over Miller's woods, silvering the path where an empty chain lay coiled in a yard now silent, the posts splintering with rot, the rats long gone. A slender crescent moon poured its silver light over No. 1 Maple Gardens, sketching soft shadows among the tangled weeds and half-wild marigolds that filled the back garden. Inside the upstairs bedroom Margaret Grimes was wide awake, sitting cross-legged beneath a small reading lamp. She had stolen her older sister's yellow cardigan because it smelled of lavender and felt warm against her nightshirt. In her lap rested a fat library book, Practical Magic in Everyday Life. She was halfway through her second story of the night, and did not intend to stop until she could recite every spell by heart. The page she studied showed a drawing of an old-fashioned lamp post, iron ribs curling like feathers around faceted glass panes. Beneath the picture someone had written in neat blue ink, "A true lamp post is a beacon if you have lost the way. Find one and you can cross through to all the other places." Margaret traced the ink letters with a fingertip, and whispered the sentence twice so she would remember it. A tiny scrabble of claws sounded under her bed. She did not shriek, for she knew exactly who had arrived. A gray mouse with a streak of white down his back wriggled into the lamp's glow. "Monty," she said, "did you discover a post?" Monty bowed, whiskers trembling. "It is here again," he said in his piping voice. "Right at the far corner of the garden. Tap your left foot 3 times, spin twice clockwise, and the lantern will shine. But we must hurry. The wiggly worm who called it into our world is waiting near the roots, and you know worms grow tired quickly." "An adventure, then," Margaret answered. She slid from bed and crossed the room to her great-grandmother's wardrobe. The doors were heavy dark wood, carved with leaves and birds. She hauled one open, it always grown like an old gate, then studied the hanging clothes. Most were too long. Her mother said children grew into everything if they waited patiently, but Margaret was not patient. She chose instead the gray check dress folded on a lower shelf, the one with the crisp white collar. It did not scrape her ankles when she walked. Perfect. Monty scrambled up the dangling sleeve until he perched on her shoulder. "Do not forget we must return before sunrise," he reminded her. "Your mother will worry if she wakes and finds your bed cold." "Of course," she said, though in truth she trusted the garden lamp post more than her own sense of time. With Monty riding in her blazer pocket, she crept down the staircase, skipped the step that always squeaked, and let herself out the back door. The garden smelled of damp soil and mint. Moonlight pulled in every patch of clear ground. Margaret hurried along the narrow path until she reached 4 stone steps sunk deep into the earth. The last step put her in front of the lamp post, iron painted black, curls of metal like feathery ferns, and in its glass globe a faint ember of light. She set a hand on the curved railing that circled its middle. "Good morning," she said politely. I tapped, I spun. "What comes next?" Above her head the glass brightened. A dignified voice, more scratch than echo, answered, "Please do not call my decorations funny looking. They are ornamental plume brackets of excellent craftsmanship." Margaret flushed scarlet. "I beg your pardon. I meant they are lovely to touch." The post hummed, apparently satisfied. "Apology accepted. We have minutes to spare. Hold the rail, Miss Margaret, before I take flight and you tumble into the gooseberry bush." She seized the iron just as the base of the post rotated. Wind whipped her hair. The whole world blurred into a whirl of moonlight and garden shadows. Monty squeaked, burying his head inside her pocket. Margaret's boots left the ground. She dangled as if riding a carousel pole escaped from the fair. When the spinning stopped, she stood on golden sand ankle-deep in a warm, lazy tide. Lyle, she had learned long ago that every true lamp post bore a name, and this one was Lyle, groaned. "Salt water ruins my inner gears. Can you help me on to dry beach?" Margaret heaved. The post shuffled backward until its weighted base sank safely in dry sand above the rack line. "Better?" she asked. "As well as can be expected," Lyle replied, sounding a trifle peevish. Monty peeked out, whiskers quivering at briny air. "Do you smell trouble?" the mouse asked. Margaret did not smell trouble. She smelled seaweed and tar and distant cooking fires. Yet voices rang somewhere behind a dune, shouting, wordless, then clear. "There! A child!" 4 rough men in dark trousers pounded across the sand. The tallest jabbed a finger. "Is that the girl the boss wants? Quick, grab her. A neat price she'll fetch." Margaret's heart kicked like a drum. She scanned for help but saw only moonlit water. Then something splashed. A smooth turquoise arm rose from the tide, holding a large pink shell. The arm was followed by a shining face, eyes green as bottle glass, hair drifting like seagrass. "Take the shell," the mermaid murmured. "Blow it and I will aid you." Margaret thought nothing of accepting advice from otherworldly beings. She plucked the shell and pressed it to her lips. A high, haunting note spiraled into the air. The pirates hesitated, confusion in their bearded faces. A second mermaid surfaced, then a third, circling the girl with flicks of silver tails. The first mermaid extended her hand. "Can you swim?" "Not well," Margaret admitted, "but I can float flat on my back if the waves are kind." "No time," the mermaid whistled. 2 sleek dolphins glided to either side of Margaret. "Hold their dorsal fins." Margaret climbed onto the nearest dolphin's back. Seawater drenched her stockings. Monty clung in alarm to the collar of her dress. Behind them the pirates cursed. One seized a slingshot, but before he loosed the stone a massive tentacle surged from the deep. Suckers the size of dinner plates slapped the sand, coiling around the men's legs. They screamed as the octopus, Narcissus, rumored guardian of this coast, dragged them toward breaking surf. The mermaid, who later introduced herself as Thalassa, laughed, a sound like chiming shells. "That will teach them. Now come. My father wishes to meet you." She twined lengths of seaweed into cords, tying Margaret's waist to the dolphins so the girl could not slip. "Bubbles of air will surround you," she promised. "Breathe normally." Margaret barely finished nodding before the dolphins dove. Cold water rushed over her, but she felt no sting of salt in her eyes, no pressure in her lungs. A shimmering globe encased her head. Monty squeaked with fright until he realized he too was breathing safely inside a tiny bubble. Down they swam. Moonlight dwindled, replaced by soft gleams from strange jellyfish and lantern eels. Through curtains of kelp Margaret glimpsed stone towers, coral arches, windows blazing topaz and emerald light. "The Hyperborean realm," Thalassa said with pride. At the great plaza gates stood King Anda, brother to King Neptune. His beard glowed silver blue. His shoulders were as broad as ship hulls. He saluted Margaret with a trident burning like red sunrise. "Welcome, young witch. Any friend of my daughter garners my favor. From this hour you travel under my protection." Margaret curtsied as best one could while tethered to dolphins. "Your Majesty, I am honored. But my mother will fret if I stay long." King Anda considered, then touched his trident to the sandy floor. A ring of ripples spread outward, tugging at Margaret's ankles. "This spell shall speed you home whenever you desire. Yet before you leave, accept a token." An attendant presented a smaller shell than the first, shaped like a star. "Blow once for counsel, twice for swift rescue," the king instructed. "We will come." Margaret's stomach chose that moment to rumble. She clasped both hands over her gut, cheeks hot. "Forgive me. I miss supper." King Anda laughed, booming and deep. "Go, child. Enjoy sausage stew and soft pillows." He lifted his trident again. A current caught Margaret, dolphins, lamp post, and mouse all at once. They shot upward through miles of dark water, breached the surface amid flying spray, and soared on a column of swirling foam. Clouds parted. Stars wheeled. In a blink she stood once more in her own garden, feet on dewy grass. Lyle's lamp flickered. "A respectable journey," he declared. "I shall sleep until next Tuesday." His iron base sank half an inch into soil, appearing once again an ordinary post someone had forgotten to paint. Margaret rubbed Monty's damp fur dry with her sleeve. "What a scramble! I hope Mother kept stew warm." They tiptoed inside. The kitchen clock chimed only 9:30, barely an hour lost. Mother poked her head from the sitting room, apron dusted with flour. "Margaret? Your socks need a wash, dear. Dinner's ready. And cheese for Monty, before he raids the pantry." Margaret flashed a secret smile toward the dark garden. She would draw every detail in her journal tonight: dolphins gentle as ponies, pirates with crooked teeth, an octopus hero, a realm of underwater lights. Mother would say her imagination ran wild, but Margaret, Monty, and one modest lamp post knew every word was true. The image of a trapped spirit, cramped inside a lamp or bottle, is instantly familiar to almost anyone who has ever heard a folktale, seen an animated film, or encountered the phrase, "The genie is out of the bottle." Yet it is easy to forget how many centuries the idea has floated through human storytelling, and how widely it has traveled across languages, religions, and cultures. To appreciate the power of this image, we have to trace it back to its oldest roots in the pre-Islamic deserts of Arabia, follow it through the medieval compilations of the Islamic Golden Age, see how it fascinated Renaissance translators and Enlightenment printers, watch it slip into 19th century German Romanticism and Victorian magic shows, and finally notice how it settled into 20th century colloquial English as a vivid idiom for any force that, once released, can never again be coaxed back into its old confinement. Even then, our journey is not complete, because the modern world keeps recycling the bottle and the spirit, polishing the glass, repainting the label, and filling it with new wishes, fears, and jokes. In short, the genie is never truly corked for good. It is always drifting into view somewhere, sometimes benevolent, sometimes mischievous, sometimes terrifying, always hinting that a hidden power might grant a wish or wreck everything in a blink. By the time we finish our exploration, we will have wandered from Mesopotamian clay tablets to Disney's multi-billion-dollar remakes, from Quranic commentary to Christina Aguilera lyrics, from Elizabethan privateers who used sea bottles for secret messages to collectors who now pay thousands of dollars for 19th century genie flasks. Along the way, we will see why the boundary between myth, legend, folk narrative, and fairy tale is always porous, why the djinn of Arabic storytelling can morph into the flashingiest of German folk, or the genie of Hollywood. and why every generation keeps finding fresh meaning in the thought that somebody somewhere might stumble on a small vessel that contains enormous power. Long before the Quran spoke of jinn made from smokeless fire, Arabian storytellers were describing spirits that roamed desert sands, haunted lonely wells, or hid under tumbling rocks. They could be benevolent guardians, malicious tricksters, or indifferent wanderers who paid humans no heed unless disturbed. What mattered for the earliest listeners was not abstract classification but practical survival. If you camped beside a spring, you treated the unseen with caution. If you heard a sudden whistle in the night, you might imagine a roaming jinni chiving the wind through scrubby thorn. When Islamic tradition crystallized in the 7th century, the jinn were absorbed into a new cosmology that accepted their existence alongside humans and angels. They received commandments, felt temptation, and faced judgment. They might convert to monotheism or persist in unbelief. And they could certainly interact with mortals in surprising ways. One recurring device was the imprisonment of a powerful jinni by a prophet king endowed with deeper knowledge, most famously King Solomon. By sealing the spirit inside a bottle and pressing a talismanic stamp on the stopper, the wise ruler neutralized the danger but also preserved a potential resource for future generations, because an uncorked genie might, reluctantly or greedily, grant requests to the discoverer who released it. Such motifs flourished in oral tales and scribal compilations through the Abbasid period, but they reached their most influential form in the vast anthology of Arabic, Persian, and later Egyptian stories that European readers know as 1001 Nights or Arabian Nights. The text in any medieval manuscript was fluid. New stories might join, old ones disappear, and local copyists would adjust details for fashion, theology, or whim. Yet certain episodes proved extraordinarily sticky across versions. One is the framed narrative of Shahrazad keeping herself alive by postponing completion of each night's tale. Another is the fisherman freeing a huge, furious genie from a brass bottle dredged up in his net. The spirit erupts in the form of black smoke, then solidifies, then threatens to kill the man who set him loose. Only the fisherman's cunning re-imprisons the bully by challenging him to demonstrate how such immensity ever fit inside the little jar. It is a perfect epitome of the bottle genie dynamic, the tension between colossal potential and fragile containment, the mingled terror and wonder of unlocking something unknown, the paradox that the magical thing you desire to command might instantly become the monster you cannot control. When 12th and 13th century Andalusian and Sicilian scholars translated Arabic scientific and narrative works into Latin, references to spirit-filled vessels drifted westward. But the big wave came in the 17th and 18th centuries, when Antoine Galland produced his enormously popular French adaptation of the Nights. His volumes, embellished with his own additions such as the story of Aladdin, were soon Englished and Germanized, feeding the romantic appetite for exotic marvels. Printers loved etchings of smoky figures towering above startled street urchins clutching tiny lamps. Playwrights staged pantomimes in which colored silk streamed from trapdoors to simulate genie smoke. Puppet theaters introduced mischievous spirits that popped out, sprinkled glitter, and vanished again with a bang. By 1808 the Grimm brothers could gather a Hessian variant in which a woodcutter finds a bottle wedged under tree roots, releases an irritable flashing gist, and survives only by tricking him back into the narrow neck. The German word Geist already meant both ghost and spirit, so the story naturally merged local forest folklore with an oriental bottle motif. Ordinary peasants who heard it did not fret about historic accuracy. They enjoyed the moral. Sometimes the greatest skill is getting a dangerous promise giver locked away before it devours you. Victorian England brought another twist. Technical progress turned glass bottling into a mass industry. Mineral water, medicated spirits, cologne, everything came in ornate embossed containers. At the same time spiritualism boomed, and conjurers exploited both trends. A magician might display a sealed carafe, crack its neck with a flourish, and let a column of incense rise as if an unseen tenant were escaping. Audiences equated the swirling smoke with the genie of childhood reading. Meanwhile, empire brought real Middle Eastern curios back to drawing room cabinets. A particularly handsome 19th century Syrian amber bottle with silver filigree could, today, fetch several $1,000s at a specialist auction precisely because collectors label it a genie bottle. even though local craftsmen would simply have called it a perfume or adder vessel. All of this imagery fed modern English idiom. By the 1830s, political columnists spoke of radical ideas that, "Let the genie out of the bottle." The phrase conveyed more nuance than, "Open Pandora's box." Pandora releases generalized evils, but a genie is a shrewder character. It is not necessarily malevolent. It can offer wishes. It negotiates. However, it is never wholly safe. Once you break the seal, you may regret your rashness. But you cannot reverse the act. Victorian economic debates about free trade versus protectionism likened tariffs to stoppers holding restless industrial power inside national borders. Edwardian moralists described rising suffrage movements as a genie that old patriarchy had unwisely squeezed. Now, give women freedom and try recorking them later if you dare. In the nuclear age, politicians warned that splitting the atom had finally uncapped the genie of annihilation. Invention raced ahead of ethics, and no future treaties could push the gin back down the spout. Parallel to journalism, pop entertainment kept genies shimmering on stage and screen. The 1940 Technicolor short, The Thief of Baghdad, introduced Western kids to a blue giant emerging from a ruby-studded flask with swirling cartoon clouds. Television in the 1960s added the sitcom I Dream of Jeannie, where an American astronaut brings home a blonde belly dancer genie whose bottle sits on a plush cushion by the bedside. Middle Eastern scholars have often lamented how such depictions mangle robust jinn theology into light erotic fantasy, but cultural rivers rarely reverse. A single show syndicated globally can override centuries of nuance in folk practice or Quranic exegesis. Fast forward to 1992 and Disney's animated Aladdin. Robin Williams voiced a jittery, shape-shifting blue genie whose hipster jokes and jazz scat felt thrillingly modern and yet anchored in ancient wish-fulfilling tradition. The film's success, its Broadway adaptation, and the 2019 live-action remake cemented the Bottle Genie as a multi-generational touchstone. Ask a child today what happens when you rub a magic lamp and you will hear about 3 wishes, strict rules against killing or romance, and the hope of eventual freedom. Because Disney taught the world that a genie might crave liberty as much as his master craves riches. The moral lesson has shifted. We should learn to grant others' desires, not merely indulge our own. Amid this cinematic glamour, real scholars keep tracing jinn through Islamic law courts, medieval occult handbooks, and modern spirit possession rituals in Zanzibar or Aceh. They remind us that for many Muslims, jinn belief is not cute legend but a living cosmology that shapes exorcisms, healing, and moral responsibility. The bottle is only one containment image. Others include rings, iron fetters, or subterranean pits. But the bottle remains potent because it is portable and personal. Anyone might stumble upon an innocuous vessel in a marketplace or attic. Anyone might be tempted to pry it open. That temptation resonates beyond religion into secular psychology. Think of the bottle as the unconscious mind. It holds vast forces of desire and resentment. Try corking your memories of trauma or lust. Eventually a trigger pops the seal, and the genie of repressed emotion roars up taller than a house. Therapists borrow the idiom when cautioning clients that certain interventions may let buried material surface in overwhelming form. Similarly, technology ethicists talk about releasing AI genies. Once machine learning systems surpass oversight, you cannot push them back to version 1. Entrepreneurs speak of market genies. Once a cheap streaming model proves profitable, no studio can resurrect the old scarcity pricing. Epidemiologists worry about lab leaks that might let a viral genie loose with no recalling it. Even the theological rebuke that God is not your genie in a bottle leans on the idiom. Pastors remind congregants that prayer is not wish vending. A loving Father gives gifts aligned with ultimate good, not with impulsive cravings. Yet the rhetorical power of the analogy proves how deeply the bottle genie motif sits in modern speech. Meanwhile, other bottle images swirl around the edges. Maritime historians track message in a bottle experiments. Ancient Greek philosopher Theophrastus allegedly proved Atlantic currents by tossing sealed flasks at sea. In Elizabethan England, spies floated leather-bound ciphers to the shore, so valuable that Queen Elizabeth appointed an official royal Hencher of sea bottles, whose sole license allowed him to uncork any he found. Commoners opened such letters on pain of death. Romantic poets later sent sentimental verses bobbing across waves. Today, environmental activists drop GPS-tagged bottles to map plastic drift. Every bottle holds a tiny promise of contact and discovery, a cousin to the genie's promise. Collectors chase the physical remnants. Antique, genie bottles, from 19th century Syria or Bohemia, often with elongated stoppers and bulbous bases, now fetch thousands at specialized fairs. Some are genuine fragrance decanters. Others are mid-century Italian art glass retro-marketed as Orientalist. On forums like Quora, enthusiasts share pictures, guess origins, and trade legends about trapped spirits. Whether the bottles ever enclose gin hardly matters. Their beauty plus the narrative halo gives them charm. All these threads confirm that myth, legend, folktale, and fairy tales share a continuum rather than clean borders. Scholars propose criteria. Fairy tales operate in once-upon-a-time settings, thin on specific geography or religion. Legends cling to real localities and claim truth. Myths anchor cosmology. But everyday speech muddles them. A boy today might call Star Wars his fairy tale, though it is science fantasy. A grandmother might swear she encountered an actual genie at a Tunisian well, treating legend as lived reality. The same grandmother might laugh at Disney's blue buffoon yet still utter a protective prayer before pouring stale water from a brass jar for fear of offending unseen jinn who linger. The categories overlap like shimmering veils. Of course, genie talk attracts criticism. Some writers lament that Western pop culture reduces rich Islamic folklore to exotic commodity. Scholars emphasize that jinn stories are entangled with colonial Orientalism, gender stereotypes, and simplistic binaries of East versus West. For example, female genie images in 1960s American media often blurred into sexual fantasy of submissive harem girls, transparent pantaloons, coy veils, endless obedience. Meanwhile, male genies took flavors either bombastic and comedic or sinister and tricksterish. These caricatures overshadow nuanced traditions where jinn clans have complex hierarchies, moral agency, and sometimes convert to Islam, praying invisibly alongside humans. Nevertheless, the power of the bottle persists precisely because it is flexible. You can read it as an emblem of autonomy struggling against confinement, a symbol of colonized people's yearning for independence, a metaphor for human biosphere damage now rampaging as climate backlash, or a cautionary tale about releasing technologies we cannot control. The motif's survival across centuries suggests it meets recurring psychological needs. We want to believe in hidden helpers who can smash limitations. We fear that our reckless greed might untether forces beyond recall. We thrill to the idea that a mere turning of the wrist, an unsealing, might transform everything. Fortune overnight, disaster in a flash. Take Christina Aguilera's 1999 hit, Genie in a Bottle. The pop lyric repackages sexual agency inside an R&B hook. The singer teases, "You gotta rub me the right way," echoing lamp-stroking imagery while flipping the power dynamic. She is not submissive, she sets conditions. The genie becomes a code for desire negotiated on her terms. A teen audience sang along unaware of medieval jinn lore, yet felt the centuries-old allure of contained magic awaiting correct release. Or take phrases like, "Let the cat out of the bag," which sit adjacent to genie talk. Both involve prematurely revealing something that cannot be re-hidden. Scholars trace the cat idiom to livestock fraud, selling a piglet in a sack but slipping a worthless cat inside. The reveal ruins the ruse. The bottle genie, by contrast, is about suppressed power rather than fraud, but the grammar is similar, out means irreversible. In current geopolitics, pundits warn that once artificial superintelligence emerges, the genie will be out of the bottle. They could say, Pandora's box, but they choose genie because they want to highlight the mixture of boon and bane, the possibility that the superintelligence might grant utopian solutions yet might also enslave humanity. The idiom thus remains dynamic. Even religions that caution against magical thinking still borrow the image. Christian devotional writers remind believers that God surpasses genie logic. He is sovereign, not subservient, Prayers are petitions, not contractual commands. Islam likewise warns against illicit sorcery even while acknowledging jinn existence. But preachers still find rhetorical punch in saying, "God is not a genie in a bottle." The phrase communicates swiftly to congregants steeped in global pop culture. Remarkably, the physical bottle itself carries separate histories. Drift bottles used by oceanographers since the 17th century hold not spirits, but coded slips recording drop coordinates. When fishermen find them, scientists calculate currents. In 2018, a family walking a Western Australian beach found an 1886 gin bottle with a note from a German bark. It rewrote records as the oldest confirmed message in a bottle. Social media erupted with jokes that the genie took 132 years to decide freedom looked dull. And then there are sunken cities like Port Royal, Jamaica. After an earthquake in 1692 toppled the notorious pirate haven into the sea, divers today explore streets petrified under silt. Among artifacts they recover are blown glass flasks. Each emerges encrusted with coral, opaque with history. Would a storyteller resist naming one a genie bottle? Hardly. The appeal is too strong. Crossover into other fairy tale creatures shows similar fluidity. Ogres, dragons, dwarfs, trolls, European tellers often line them up together, ignoring strict categories. Shrek, DreamWorks' 2001 blockbuster, plays on that mashup. An ogre resents humans judging him by appearance until he befriends a talking donkey, an outlaw cat, and a host of fable side characters. In Shrek 2, the villain Rumpelstiltskin offers deals on scrolls, effectively functioning like a trickster genie handing out conditional wishes. Modern scripts slide easily among trope toolkits. Even the minor detail of bottle aesthetics evolves. Renaissance engravings show squat flasks with lion-headed stoppers. Victorian Orientalist decor favors elongated necks and filigree skirts. Mid-century Italian Empoli glass decanters come in vibrant jewel tones, now retro-rebranded as genie bottles. Contemporary video games depict neon vials fizzing like cyberpunk energy drinks labeled Wish. Yet all share the silhouette, a small mouth, a hollow chamber, a promise. Looking back, we realize that trying to pin a single origin for the genie is out of the bottle is like trying to recork a real genie. The motif accumulates rather than originates. Nevertheless, we can outline milestones: ancient Arabian tales of imprisoned spirits, medieval Islamic scholarship, Gallen's French translations, romantic German variants, Victorian stagecraft, early idiomatic print usages in the 1830s, 20th century entertainment expansions, and digital age metaphorization in technology discourse. Each layer sediments into the phrase whenever we blurt it in conversation. At heart, the image endures because it dramatizes a universal tension between control and release. Humans crave mastery over unpredictable forces yet also thrill at transgression. A sealed bottle promises safety plus future gain. Breaking the seal delivers excitement plus anxiety. Whether the content is literal magic, suppressed emotion, revolutionary technology, or classified data, the psychological stakes echo the fisherman's dilemma. If I open this, will I gain favor or provoke wrath? And if wrath comes, can cunning ever stuff it back in? The answer is usually no, and that no is what gives the idiom its fatalistic flavor. Once the line is crossed, the relationship changes permanently. After the US tested atomic bombs, every subsequent arms treaty involved coping, not erasure. After whistleblowers leak classified files, the internet ensures indefinite circulation. After a company releases an unhinged chatbot it can patch, but cannot make the world forget. The locked bottle stands for would-be guardians who believed containment possible. The escaped genie symbolizes reality, proving them naive. Yet the story also invites hope. Remember Disney's twist: the master who first uses power selfishly eventually chooses to free the genie, discovering friendship. So the old motif remains flexible, a caution but not an inevitable doom. And perhaps that adaptability is exactly why the bottle keeps resurfacing. In the uncertain 21st century we face climate shocks, pandemics, and AI leaps. We need metaphors that help us talk about irreversible tipping points while retaining space for agency. The genie in the bottle offers both dread and possibility. It tells us, think before you uncork, but if the mist roils out, bargaining skill still matters. Use wit like the fisherman, impose terms like Aladdin, respect autonomy like the modern hero who grants the genie freedom. The lesson depends on the teller. So next time you hear someone say an idea or technology, let the genie out of the bottle. Pause and picture the long caravan of images behind that figure of speech. Picture the desert night where a shepherd scratches runes on a clay stopper. Picture a medieval scribe painting gold around the smoke that gushes over astonished sailors. Picture a Hessian woodcutter bargaining for his life beside mossy roots. Picture Robin Williams riffing impressions in electric blue. Picture a newspaper columnist warning about code you cannot recall. In every scene the bottle gleams, sometimes cracked, sometimes crystal, always inviting someone to reach, twist, and test fate. We humans may never resist that invitation, which is why the genie, though often feared, will always have plenty of bottles waiting, and plenty of storytellers eager to watch what happens next. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. The thing forms out of the darkness itself. Limbs thicken and stretch, its tar, black flesh sculpting itself out of every patch of shadow in the room. It happens 3 hours past midnight, exactly when your lashes tremble but your eyes never lift far enough to catch the shape swelling in that unlit corner. Minutes leak by. The creature swells larger still, its ebony arms coiling along floorboards and crawling up walls. Each arm scrapes softly against paint, quiet enough to leave sleep undisturbed, loud enough for the faint hiss to drift into your dream and sour it. The small crease between your brows deepens, and the creature's grin widens. A mouth spreads across its face from cheek to cheek, filled with taper teeth that flash like polished blades in the weak moonlight. The grin forces its pinprick eyes into slits. It savors every twitch on your sleeping face. Darkness nourishes it to full size. The ceiling was never meant for a nightmare this tall. It stoops, more comfortable buried in the corner's black pocket. You shift beneath the covers. The creature tips its head back in giddy delight to watch dread bleed slowly through your muscles. Leaving the corner at last, it glides forward. Your bed stands directly in its path. It knows that if it drifts too near, that faint halo of human purity will sear its murky form, yet the promise of that sweet hurt pulls it closer. It slides past heaps of laundry and half-open textbooks, brushing items you will touch tomorrow without knowing they were kissed by something wicked. You lie there, the frown etched deeper, lines carving grief on your forehead. The creature's pleasure rises. It rummages through cobwebbed vaults of memory, fishing out every buried fear and threading them into the plot of your nightmare. Those fears perform for its amusement, while you twist beneath the sheets. Time crawls toward dawn. The moon remains an ally, but dawn's first ember already smolders behind the horizon. The thought spurs the creature to quicken. It anchors a limb at each bedpost, smothering the moonbeam that had shone across you. The thin glow of human essence leaks through the fear fog it casts, sizzling against its shadowed skin. Still it presses on, even as singed wisps curl off its arms. You whimper, trapped deep in sleep while the dream reels into full-blown horror. If someone barged through the door this instant, their mind would crack. Eyes would tear themselves free rather than behold the sight. The monster crouches closer, vapor shoulders nearly brushing your chest. Two realms grind against each other, hot sparks hissing where purity meets corruption. Your lips stir with garbled words, every horror you ever imagined now spliced into one continuous reel behind shut eyes. The creature inhales, your breath tastes of innocence, bright as honey. It toys with a strand of hair. Soon the sunrise will banish it to its prison, a light-flooded cell far below where it thrashes at stone walls, stunted, starved, until dusk breeds it anew. There, in that glaring pit, lesser shadows fatten it so that when night falls again, it will crawl forth strong enough to gorge on fear once more. Now, at the peak of your distress, the thing perches on your ribs, embers of holiness biting through its haze. It laughs, a sound low and gravelly, the very voice of dread. It is the chuckle that slips from a dark hallway while rain drums outside and a slasher film bleeds across your lone TV. That uneasy sensation of being watched, of pupils glittering in a corner you dare not inspect, this laugh births that feeling. It adores you more faithfully than any partner could, for you feed it nightly. Gradually your heartbeat slows, finding its regular rhythm. The monster senses the change. Panic flickers through its vapor frame. Dawn licks the window, painting the sky with pale peach. It must retreat. Quickly it retracts tendrils from your thoughts, winding backward toward that shrinking wedge of blackness. It knows what follows: tears. Human tears are its bane. The sight, the scent, the wet line on your cheek, each drop eats holes through its smoky form. It contracts, joints cracking, folding into a silhouette paper thin, wedging into what gloom remains. While it slinks away, your brain stirs from dormancy. Comprehension crashes over you, an emotional aftershock that triggers salty droplets. Silent tears glide down, pooling at your jaw before blotting the pillow. The creature gives one final hiss, a promise and a curse, and then slips from existence. That hiss rouses you. Eyelids flutter open, brows lift in puzzled surprise at damp cheeks. Only tatters of the nightmare linger, scraps too afraid to name. Mostly you feel irritated that sleep broke so early. Somewhere far beneath waking thought, the entity that shared your bedroom bristles in darkness, already nursing its hunger. It will remember the exquisite taste of your terror long after the tears have dried. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I met Frank Irving in 4th grade. Back then he was already bigger than the rest of us, a broad-shouldered boy who could sprint the length of the playground faster than anyone. Classwork, though, never interested him. While teachers tried to explain fractions or spelling rules, Frank drummed his pencil, or flexed his arms and waited for recess. All he cared about was sports. Through middle school the pattern stayed the same. Frank lifted weights after class, practiced football on weekends, and slid by in every subject with the lowest marks that still counted as passing. Girls noticed him early. He had even features, warm brown eyes, and a neatly trimmed mustache and beard once he could grow one. Wherever he walked, heads turned. He seemed to enjoy the attention, but he never let it change his main goal: reach the field, win the game, feel the roar of a crowd. High school crowned him a star. Coaches called him a natural. The yearbook named him most likely to play pro. Teachers gave him just enough extra help to keep him eligible, and Frank never complained. He believed schoolwork was only a hurdle between him and stadium lights. I was nearly his opposite. Small, quiet, happier inside a library than a locker room. Somehow we stayed friendly, maybe because I had admired his speed when we were young, maybe because he liked anyone who never challenged his easy grin. We both entered the local university the same autumn, him on an athletic scholarship, me on an academic one. By chance we landed in Professor Reed's introductory literature class. On the first day the professor assigned Ken Kesey's One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. We had 2 weeks to read the novel and 1 more to write an essay. I saw Frank in the back row, legs stretched into the aisle, phone hidden under his desk. He never opened the book once during class discussions. When the reading period ended, Professor Reed reminded us that the essay would decide 30% of our grade. I spent that weekend outlining themes: authority, sanity, rebellion, and felt nervous but ready. Monday after lecture I stepped into the hallway and heard Frank's voice behind me. "Hey, Carol, quick question," he said. Carol Jones, another student known for perfect essays, smiled up at him. Frank lowered his tone, but the corridor echoed every word. "I've got a huge game in 2 weeks," he said. "If I don't pass this paper, I'm benched. $200 if you write it for me." Carol blushed. "For you?" "Sure, Frankie. No problem." The hairs on my neck prickled. Cheating happened, but hearing Frank arrange it so casually jolted me. I kept walking before they noticed me, yet their voices followed like a weight. That evening I replayed the scene. Reporting him felt dangerous. Frank was quick-tempered, and I was half his size. Still, letting him glide past rules seemed worse. Other students would spend hours shaping their essays. Why should his muscles excuse dishonesty? Sleep came late. At dawn, I decided. After my first class, I climbed to the 5th floor where the English department offices sat. My pulse hammered so hard I paused at the water fountain to steady myself. Inside the office suite, the receptionist looked up. "I'd like to speak with Professor Reed," I said, throat paper dry. She asked my name, phoned his extension, then told me to wait. 5 minutes stretched endlessly. A graduate student at a nearby table glanced up, then down at his worksheet, and I imagined him texting Frank that I was here to snitch. Professor Reed finally stepped out, kind eyes behind wire glasses. "Damien, come on in." His tiny office smelled of old pages. Books climbed the walls. Once he shut the door, I nearly bolted, but he sat calmly. "Having trouble with the assignment?" he asked. "No, sir," I said, hands knotted. "I need to report something." "You may speak freely. What you tell me stays here." I inhaled once, then let the words spill. "Frank Irving is paying Carol Jones to write his essay so he can stay on the team." Professor Reed listened without interrupting. When I finished, he asked only, "You're certain?" "I heard the offer myself." He nodded. "Thank you for your honesty. I won't mention your name." Relief and fear tangled inside me, but I managed a shaky, "Thank you," and left. Over the next few days I poured myself into my own paper, careful citation, careful prose. Monday I handed it in. Frank sauntered up too, a stapled packet in his hand. "Carol's work," I guessed. He caught my eye and winked, unaware of the meeting I'd had. Wednesday morning 2 seats were empty, Frank's and Carol's. Professor Reed began class as usual, but tension coiled in my stomach. After lecture, a teammate of Frank's muttered that coach had pulled him from practice indefinitely. Rumors spread fast. The department had flagged Frank's essay, style unlike his earlier drafts, sources lifted verbatim. Under gentle questioning, Carol admitted everything. Academic misconduct meant an automatic failure in the course and suspension from athletics. Frank's scholarship vanished. Within a week he withdrew from university and took a job stocking shelves at Ridley's grocery. Sometimes I passed the store window and saw him heaving boxes, head down, beard untrimmed. He avoided my gaze. I never knew if he suspected my role. Maybe he blamed Carol, or the professor, or bad luck. What I knew, talent alone is not success. Somewhere between 4th grade recess and a college hallway, Frank decided shortcuts were easier than effort. He might still fill weight rooms with effort, but he never learned discipline of the mind. Our high school yearbook had called him most likely to succeed. Now, years later, I realize we misread the future. The title that fit better, though cruel to print, was the one life eventually carved for him, most likely to waste his gifts. Sheila jerked awake with a throbbing ache behind her eyes. A relentless tick-tock hammerbeat echoed through the darkness. She groped for the alarm clock, slapped the button, and collapsed onto the pillow again. 1:30 in the morning flashed on her phone when she checked. Perfect, she thought bitterly. The only night she could sleep late, and her own clock betrayed her. She rolled onto her right side, tucked a hand beneath the pillow, and tried to drift off. For a few minutes she floated toward sleep. Then, faint yet insistent, the sound returned, tick-tock, tick-tock. At first she dismissed it as a dream. The instant she slipped deeper, the ticking snapped louder, yanking her back to awareness. Her pulse raced, headache spiking. The room was silent now, almost suspiciously silent, and sweat prickled along her brow. Probably nothing, she told herself. Just nerves. She shifted, closed her eyes. Tick-tock, tick-tock. This time the noise filled the room, bold and taunting. She bolted upright, scanning the darkness. Nothing moved. Anger pushed aside fear. "Enough!" she shouted. The ticking mocked her. She grabbed the alarm clock and hurled it at the wall. Plastic shattered, gears rattled across the floor. "Try bothering me now," she muttered. The adrenaline left her parched, so she padded to the kitchen for water. The refrigerator light felt harsh against her pounding skull. She half filled a glass with ice, twisted open a bottle of Perrier, and drank deeply. The cold fizz soothed her throat and cooled her panic, but her heart still fluttered and her head still throbbed. Too wired to return to bed, she curled on the sofa, flicked on the television, and found a gentle romantic film on Netflix. Sweet dialogue and soft music always lulled her. Sure enough, the credits were rolling when she roused again, neck stiff from sleeping crooked. She shuffled back to the bedroom determined to sleep until noon. Yet the silence inside felt charged. Still, exhaustion dragged her under at last. She didn't know how long she had slept when the ticking started a third time, distant at first, a faint metronome inside her dream. Louder, nearer, until it drilled through sleep and hauled her awake. 2:30, her phone said. Every hair on her arms lifted. That ruined clock lay in pieces. No other clocks ticked in her apartment, and thick walls blocked sound from neighbors. The TV was off, her phone alarm disabled. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Right behind her. She whirled. A shape loomed in the hall, tall, dark, wrong. A prickling stench filled the doorway. Shadow? Imagination? The form shifted. Sheila's breath caught. She fumbled for the bedside lamp, nearly knocking it over before warm light flooded the room, and revealed nothing. But the air felt heavier, sour. Then she heard it again, unmistakably close, tick-tock, tick-tock. Heartbeat slamming, she stared as something stepped forward into the glow, scaly hide, jagged claws, jaws packed with knife-bright teeth, eyes burning red. A reeking, reptilian nightmare. Sheila tried to sprint toward the office, toward the spare exit, but her body froze as if invisible ice locked her muscles. The ticking grew deafening, sinking with the pounding in her ears. Run, she begged herself. Wake up. Nothing happened. The creature advanced, savoring her terror, movements deliberate, predatory. Sheila's lungs burned, each shallow breath felt like breathing glass. She forced a whisper, help, but even she couldn't tell if sound left her throat. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time itself seemed to slow, the monster filling her vision, blotting out the lamp's glow. Her legs refused to move, her chest refused to rise. The beast leaned closer, gloom swallowing its features until only those blazing eyes and gleaming teeth remained. In her final lucid moment, Sheila realized the ticking wasn't an external sound at all but the measure of seconds slipping away, a countdown no one could halt. The reptilian horror crouched, ready. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Time was up. Tom jolted awake at 10 o'clock on an early autumn night when a deafening crash rattled through his quiet suburban house. Still half asleep, he slapped for the lamp switch, squinted against the glare, dragged on a robe, and shuffled to the window. Down in the darkness of the neighboring yard he spotted Mr. Shawhoop, the eccentric man next door who believed in UFOs, secret plots, and haunted attics. The shed behind Mr. Shawhoop stood open, a metal bucket lay on its side, and a bowling ball rested beside it. While Tom watched, Shawhoop emerged from the shed clutching a tower of old books so high he could not see over the top. He tripped on something unseen, the books rocketed into the air, and the man landed flat on his stomach with a dull, painful thud. "Oh no!" Tom muttered. He dashed downstairs, forgot completely about the chill outside, and hurried across the yards. By the time he reached his neighbor, Shawhoop had rolled onto his left side, groaning softly. "You all right? Anything broken?" Tom asked. "Time," Shawhoop whispered through clenched teeth. "There isn't much time." "What are you talking about? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," Shawhoop said, though the wince on his face suggested otherwise. Realizing Tom looked genuinely worried, he softened his tone. Sorry. Didn't mean to wake you. It's no trouble. But why are you hauling books around after dark? And what in the world were you trying to do out here?" Shawhoop hesitated, eyeing the scattered volumes. Finally he sighed. "If I explain, you'll decide I'm crazy." "Maybe," Tom said. "But tell me anyway." Shawhoop sat up and pointed toward the huge maple at the back of his lot. 2 nights ago I took the rubbish out. Right there in front of that tree I noticed a shimmer, like heat above a road. The air wavered. Then part of it peeled open. Honestly, it opened like a curtain. He drew a little rectangle in the air with his finger. Through that gap I saw my yard in broad daylight, except it looked fresher, younger, as if time had rolled back. 1 minute later the opening snapped shut and a blast of pressure knocked me off my feet. When I came to, an hour had vanished and 2 branches on the maple were gone. Since then the shimmer keeps appearing, each time closer to the house. Tom's raised eyebrows invited him to continue. My father studied odd phenomena, Shalhoub went on. He wrote about overlapping dimensions. I always assumed it was theory, but now I think we're dealing with an encroaching parallel world, one dimension trying to override ours. Dad once mentioned a medieval account of exactly this, and of how villagers sealed the overlap with certain materials. These books? Tom asked, sniffing the dusty pages. Yes. I couldn't sleep, so I came out to hunt the references. Somewhere in these volumes is the method, buried amid spells and ancient nonsense. I need help to find the practical parts, metals, minerals, anything real. Tom knelt and helped gather the scattered tomes. They lugged them inside and piled them on Shalhoub's kitchen table. For an hour they flipped brittle pages, ignoring chapters about dragons and love charms. At last Tom found a passage describing quartz plates laid across a dimensional tear. Quarry crystal, properly placed, could close an opening for 5 centuries. Great, Shalhoub said. Except we don't own a quarry. Tom rubbed his temples. Electronics. Quartz crystals regulate circuits. If we salvage enough discarded gadgets, we might have the mass we need. The recycling depot, Shalhoub said, eyes widening. But it's locked at night. The end of reality seems worth a bit of trespass, Tom replied. Grab a bolt cutter. We'll take my car. They pulled hoodies low, added sunglasses and pandemic masks for good measure, and drove across town. A grimy security camera watched the chain-link gate, but they doubted anyone monitored the feed. Tom snipped the padlock chain, and they slipped inside with flashlights. In the electronics heap they piled old radios, VCRs, computers, anything likely to contain quartz oscillators, into a borrowed wheelbarrow, then crammed the car boot and back seat. Back at Shalhoub's yard they arranged the devices in a mound beside the clothesline where the shimmer had last appeared. At 11:30 a dim ripple spread across the air. A rectangular window opened, revealing a bright afternoon version of the same yard. They heaved devices through the gap. Nothing changed. The shimmer remained. Tom's shoulders sagged. We tried. If this is the end, at least it'll be quick. Before Shalhoub could answer, a blinding white flash burst across the night. When their vision cleared, the shimmer had vanished. The air felt still and perfectly normal. Tom awoke in his own bed just before dawn, unsure whether the night's adventure had ever happened. Yawning, he carried out the rubbish, partly to inspect Shalhoub's yard. It looked ordinary, no shimmer, no missing branches. He almost convinced himself it had been a dream until a glint in a bush caught his eye. A computer motherboard half hidden in leaves, one gold-plated connector reflecting the sunrise. Apparently at least one piece of scavenged electronics had bounced back into this reality, or perhaps slipped through from the other side. Tom shook his head, unable to decide which possibility was more unsettling, and went back inside, hoping the breach would remain sealed for another 500 years. Tom was a light sleeper, but on that Friday night he had managed to drift into the first deep slumber he had enjoyed all week. The temperature outside had finally dropped after a string of late summer scorchers, and a calm breeze rattled the half-open bedroom window. In that pleasant half-dreaming state, Tom floated on a sea of comfortable nothingness, until a violent crash shook the night to pieces. A metallic boom echoed through the house, then another smaller clatter followed like a coin rolling across a tile floor. His eyes snapped open. He lay still for a heartbeat, wondering if he had imagined the noise, but then he heard it a second time, duller and farther away, perhaps outside. It sounded like heavy junk tumbling out of a shed. Tom muttered a string of rude words, groped for the lamp by the bed, and squinted into the sudden brightness. Dana rolled over, hair in her eyes. "What was that?" "Probably raccoons," Tom answered, though he doubted any raccoon could produce so much commotion. The clock showed just after 1. Too early for a restless neighbor to be rearranging tools, yet past the normal hour for teenagers to be pranking. Tom slipped into his robe, pushed his feet into the closest pair of sneakers, and padded to the window. The night was moonless, but the street lamps and a porch floodlight revealed enough. 2 houses down, on the far side of a chain-link fence, his eccentric neighbor Mr. Shawhoop stood in the open doorway of his backyard shed. A tipped metal bucket gleamed on its side. A bowling ball rested against it, black surface glinting. In Shawhoop's arms lay a stack of thick, ancient-looking books, spines dusty and frayed. The old man turned, took 1 step, and caught his toe on something unseen. The books flew up. He crashed onto his stomach with a heavy thud that Tom could almost feel. Tom's irritation vanished. He bolted downstairs, barefoot now, not caring that the wooden steps were cool against his soles. Through the kitchen, out the sliding door, across his own back lawn, and toward the sagging gate where the properties connected. By the time he reached his neighbor, the older man had rolled onto 1 hip, breathing hard but conscious. A scattering of volumes lay around him like fallen bricks from a ruined library. "You okay?" Tom panted. Mr. Shawhoop grimaced. "Just my pride. You took quite a spill. Let me help you up." Tom offered an arm. The older man braced against Tom's shoulder, levered himself upright, and leaned against the shed. For a moment he closed his eyes, catching his breath. The porch floodlight behind him outlined his gray hair and thin frame, making him look frighlier than Tom remembered. Yet there was urgency in the man's eyes when he spoke again. "Not much time left, son." Tom frowned. "Time for what?" "Come inside. I'll explain." Shawhoop bent to lift 1 book, winced, and Tom hurried to gather the rest. They were heavy, almost like small paving stones. The covers smelled of basement dust and something sharper, like old printer ink. Together they shuffled toward the house. Tom had always found Mr. Shawhoop odd but harmless. The man could speak at length about UFO sightings, secret government tunnels, and the history of ghost lore. Tom usually nodded politely, half amused, half sympathetic, then changed the subject. Tonight, though, the tension in Shawhoop's voice had nothing of whimsical speculation. It felt urgent, sincere. Inside the kitchen, the old man cleared space on a worn wooden table, and Tom piled the books. Dana arrived at the back door, tying her robe. "You both vanished on me," she said, yawning. Then she saw Shawhoop's haggard face and the mountain of volumes. Her eyes sharpened. "What happened?" Tom gave a quick version. Dana fetched a glass of water. The older man drank, wiped his mouth, and began. "You know, I watched the sky, the yard, the patterns of life around here," he said, voice low. 3 nights ago, near that old maple, the air shimmered like heat rising from asphalt. I thought at first it was fatigue, but the shaking got stronger. Then a slit opened, right in the shimmer, like someone cut a window in midair. Through it I saw my own backyard, but in daylight and different. Younger trees, brighter grass, the shed still unpainted like it was years ago. I stared stunned. After maybe half a minute the opening snapped shut. A burst of wind hit me, like a car door slamming beside your ear, and threw me onto my back. When I stood, I'd lost an hour. That tree over there, 2 branches were gone, as if they'd been sliced clean. He paused, rubbed his ribs. Tom and Dana exchanged a glance. She mouthed, "You believe this?" Tom shrugged. Shawhoop went on. "The next night it happened again, closer to the clothesline. Same flash, another minute of vision, then bang, air pressure knocked me flat. Yesterday I spent all day reading my father's old notebooks." He tapped the nearest book. "He studied fringe physics, folklore, dimensional theory. When he died I boxed these away." Shawhoop's voice broke. "He wrote that under rare conditions, realities can overlap. like two soap bubbles touching. But if that overlap strengthens, one bubble might push through and swallow part of the other. Dana leaned forward. Are you saying another reality is going to eat ours? Right here in your backyard? Yes, Shawhoop said simply. Unless we seal the breach. Tom rubbed his temples. Okay, suppose I accept that. How? In here. The old man opened a book. Its pages were filled with spidery handwriting, diagrams of circles within circles, lists of minerals. He believed crystalline quartz resonates at frequencies that disrupt cross-dimensional interfaces. Plates of quartz, placed inside the window, should collapse it for centuries. That's... Dana searched for a word. Convenient. Shawhoop smiled sadly. I know how it sounds, but I've witnessed that gap. It's real. Tonight the shimmer grew large enough that even you might see it if you watch from the porch. Tom folded his arms. Let's say I'm willing to act. Where would we get enough quartz at 2 a.m.? Old radios, televisions, computer boards, Shawhoop answered. Tiny crystals cut for oscillators. Enough of them together might mimic a large plate. At the recycling depot, Tom said. They pile electronics by the ton. Dana frowned. That place is locked tight after 10. Cameras, alarms. Tom thought of breaking the law for something that might be a hallucination. Yet he remembered the crash, the urgency in Shawhoop's eyes, the way the old man had risked injury lugging books in the dark. And there was something else, a childhood memory of lying awake, terrified that unseen forces could slip through cracks into the world. He saw a trace of that same fear in Shawhoop, magnified. Give me 10 minutes to grab tools, Tom said. Dana opened her mouth, closed it again, then nodded. She knew once Tom set his mind, he rarely backed down. They collected bolt cutters, gloves, flashlights, and 3 large plastic tubs from Tom's garage. Dana insisted on coming. She would not wait alone while her husband wandered around in the dark with a conspiracy theorist. Shawhoop slipped a battered backpack over his shoulders, filled with what looked like copper wire and a soldering iron. To strip the crystals, he said. The town's recycling depot sat behind a chain-link fence on the edge of an industrial park. Tom parked in a shadow between 2 streetlights. A grimy CCTV camera perched above the gate, but its lens was dark. Either it was for show or the overnight recording went to a hard drive nobody checked. Dana kept watch while Tom clipped the padlock. The metal parted almost soundlessly. They swung the gate wide enough to squeeze through, wheeled in an old barrow that Shawhoop kept for yard work, and crossed the cracked asphalt towards the electronics heap. Moonlight glimmered on spiderwebs of shattered TV screens. Old laptops littered the ground like metal clamshells. They worked quickly. Tom pried open case after case. Shawhoop located each quartz crystal, tiny cylinders or wafers no bigger than a cap from a pen, and dropped them into a jar. Dana lifted motherboards, shook loose screws, stacked components in the tubs. In under an hour they had hundreds of slivers. Would that be enough? No idea. But dawn was coming. They returned home, muscles aching. Tom noticed birds beginning to chirp. The sky behind the trees held a faint ribbon of gray. Inside the yard they spread a tarp near the clothesline. Shawhoop arranged the crystals in a grid, copper wires connecting clusters, the whole array forming a ragged square almost 3 feet across. He plugged the soldering iron into an outdoor socket, fused contact points, and muttered apologies to his father for doubting him all these years. Tom and Dana watched, shivering despite the warmth. At 4:30 the air above the tarp wavered, as though someone held a candle behind frosted glass. A patch of darkness bulged inward. Tom's pulse spiked. Dana grabbed his hand. The shimmer rippled outward, forming a rectangle taller than a door. Colors bloomed on the far side, green grass, azure sky, bright morning sun, but they vibrated at strange angles, like reflections in broken glass. Tom's breath caught. Across that impossible window he saw Shawhoop's yard without him. The maple stood younger, untouched by storms. The shed was freshly painted, though in reality its paint had peeled for years. A child's voice laughed distantly. Then the view shifted. A wall of mist rolled forward. "Now!" Shahhoop hissed. Together they heaved the quartz grid, still sizzling from the solder, lifted it edge first, and shoved into the window. Its wires sparked. One crystal shattered, spraying dust that glittered. The mist recoiled, but the breach remained. Tom reached for a second tub. They dumped a mound of loose circuit boards through the gap. The boards tumbled, struck something unseen, and burst into flares of white light. A vibration trembled through the earth. Dana fell to one knee. Tom felt the hair on his arms stand. The window contracted, color draining as though someone poured bleach over paint. With a thunderclap, the gap imploded. A ring of air rippled outward, rustling leaves 30 feet away, knocking Tom's cap off. Silence followed, deep and final. Dana exhaled. Shahhoop slumped to the grass. The tarp lay empty, edges scorched. Where the window had hovered, nothing remained but cool night air. The first rosy hint of sunrise touched the roof lines. They waited. No shimmer reappeared. The yard felt ordinary again. Dew on grass, cricket chirps fading, the distant hum of a milk truck starting its route. "We did it," Shahhoop whispered. Tears lined his cheeks. "For now." Tom looked at the older man, then at Dana. He felt both exhausted and strangely alive, as if he had spent all night climbing a mountain and was watching dawn from the summit. They gathered burnt wires, tossed them into a trash bag. Shahhoop insisted on burying the ash ring where the breach had stood. He said quartz dust could still hold charge. Tom fetched a shovel. By the time the sun peeked over rooftops, nothing unusual marked the spot except fresh-turned soil. Dana brewed coffee strong enough to stand a spoon. They sat at the kitchen table, 3 mugs steaming. No one spoke for a while. Then Shahhoop cleared his throat. "Thank you, both of you. I know how absurd this sounded. But you believed enough to help." Tom shrugged. "We saw it with our own eyes. Hard to deny the evidence." Dana squeezed the old man's hand. "Will it come back?" Shahhoop sighed. 500 years if Father's notes were right. Long after we're gone. But breaches can form elsewhere. This one might have been weak to begin with. Maybe it sought places where reality was thin." Tom asked. "What happens to the electronics we threw through? The other side might collect old TVs like we collect UFO stories." "Hard to say," Shahhoop replied. "In some timeline, scrap may appear in a field and puzzle the locals. Mystery for their historians." Dana laughed, tension easing. "Well, at least we recycled creatively." The day grew bright. They parted with hugs. Tom and Dana walked home, arms around each other. Halfway across their lawn, Dana stopped, pointed at the grass near the fence. Something gleamed. Tom bent, brushed aside dew, and lifted a crystal no bigger than a fingernail. It must have bounced back. He slipped it into his pocket. Inside, they drew curtains, climbed into bed fully clothed, and fell asleep clutching each other. Tom woke near noon, sunlight hot on his face. The events of the night felt hazy, yet the crystal on the nightstand caught the light, scattering rainbows. Not a dream. His phone buzzed, a text from Shahhoop, simply the infinity symbol. Tom smiled. He poured coffee, stood at the kitchen window, and stared at the peaceful little street. Children rode bikes, a sprinkler ticked across a lawn, and somewhere a dog barked. Everything looked the same, yet Tom felt different. The world held deeper layers, secret doors waiting to be opened or sealed. He fingered the crystal in his pocket, and hoped that wherever their electronic sacrifice had landed, someone there would understand its purpose. He spent the afternoon fixing the gate, mowing the lawn, small ordinary chores that felt newly precious. That evening he grilled chicken while Dana arranged salad. They ate on the patio as the sky turned amber. Across the fence, Shahhoop knelt by his maple, tending the soil where they had buried ashes. He glanced up and waved. Tom raised a beer in salute. Later, after Dana went inside, Tom lingered under the stars. He remembered childhood fears, the terrible thrill of unknown spaces, and how grown UPS always said monsters weren't real. He now knew better. Monsters and wonders existed, and sometimes ordinary people were the thin line between them. He wasn't sure he was brave enough, but last night he had been, and that mattered. A soft wind rustled the leaves. Tom listened, half expecting a shimmer of air, a flash of impossible color. Nothing came. The night remained just night. He finished his drink, placed the empty bottle on the railing, and went inside to join his wife, leaving the stars to guard their sleepy neighborhood. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I was never good at doing only one thing at a time. Whenever life gave me a single task, I found a way to wrap 7 or 8 other thoughts around it. Memories, worries, half-finished chores, every sort of invisible itch a mind can invent. That habit made therapy more difficult than anyone warned me. On paper the schedule looked manageable: intense group meetings on Mondays and Thursdays, a private session with Dr. Levin every Wednesday, plus a polite suggestion that I keep a nightly dream log and read a small mountain of articles. Reality felt different. The closer I followed instructions, the more my own head buzzed like a faulty lamp, flickering until I could not tell waking from dreaming. Dr. Levin had strict rules for the trauma group. No one was to acknowledge another member outside the therapy room. If you heard a familiar voice in a grocery aisle, you turned and walked away. If you spotted a recognizable tattoo in the train station, you lowered your gaze. The idea was safety. Each of us might need the comfort of anonymity while standing in the ordinary world. I agreed in theory. In practice, I had a sloppy memory for faces and a desperate need for safe places. And for me, safe meant shelves, rows and rows of musty paperbacks, cracked spine texts, polished mahogany counters where the smell of old glue and older dust settled into my lungs like peace. Libraries were best, used bookshops nearly as good. These were the only rooms where no one expected cheerful chatter, where whispering was an art instead of a secrecy. Since I had stopped drinking, for sport, as my sponsor said, I hunted the stacks with the intensity other people reserved for stadium finals. I was looking for strategies, for mentors on paper, for the sentence that might hold a key. This is how a woman stops being beaten every Saturday night. This is how she quiets the voice that says household cruelty is normal. I read about boundaries, about breath counting, about burying moonstones, and about throwing plates. If a therapist named a title, I tracked it down, first at the library, then, if luck failed, in the dim corners of resale shops where patchouli was sprayed so heavily it coated your tongue. That Sunday I pushed open the door of a shop hidden between a pawnbroker and a Thai cafe, only 3 blocks from my rented duplex. The doorbell rang, not a jingle but a low brass note like a tired church chime. Inside, sunlight angled through narrow windows, revealing enough dust to knit sweaters for ghosts. Shelves stood in crooked alleys. A yellow-flowered love seat, its fabric faded to the color of weak tea, sagged in a back corner. A lavender candle in a cracked jar struggled to perfume the air. I breathed in and coughed. Dust, lavender, maybe a trace of cat. But comfort bloomed in my chest anyway. I began at the familiar end of the self-help aisle. Titles leaned against one another with the weariness of long conversations. I pulled 4, a workbook on cognitive reframing, a memoir by someone who dropped out of cult life, a pocket guide to trauma dreams, and a dog-eared copy of The Courage to Heal. My arms ached, and I carried them to the love seat. When I bent my knees, the cushion gave a sigh, shaping itself to an outline it had held before me, perhaps a dozen times. I opened the dream book and felt my pulse slow. Instructions were simple: keep a pen on the nightstand, right before voices of reality intrude. I could do that. I pulled a sticky note from my purse and marked the chapter. A soft voice beside me said, "Hello?" I jerked up. A woman had taken the far side of the love seat. Shoulder-length curls, small gold hoops, brown eyes that held a kindness so cautious it almost hid. It took me a beat to place her. Monday group, 2nd row. We never spoke. Her name might be Camille or Katrina. I remembered an exercise where she described the sound of water towers at night. In therapy, I kept my gaze on the carpet to protect everyone's privacy. Now I felt caught, as if I had broken a promise simply by breathing. She leaned closer, voice twined with lavender scent. I'm trying to convince my friend at the counter to join group. Would you mind telling her, telling her you're in it and it helps? I looked toward the register. A woman there clutched a paperback whose cover was missing. She wore flip-flops though rain hammered the awning outside. Her t-shirt was inside out. The tag fluttered like a white flag against her neck. She stared through shelves as if through aquarium glass, desperate and half-drowning. Pain radiated from her like heat from asphalt. I told myself to say no. The rule was clear: no contact, no acknowledgement. Rules equal safety. But my mouth opened on a different sentence. I don't mind. The lie rose on its own legs. We both stood. The love seed breathed out and plumped back to emptiness. Camille, yes, I felt sure that was her name now, guided me to the counter. This is the friend I told you about, she said gently. She goes every week. The woman in flip-flops swallowed hard. Does it actually help? Or do you all just sit around describing nightmares? Sometimes we describe nightmares, I said. But mostly we tell each other we're awake now. And that counts. Her shoulders lowered, a tiny descent. Camille talked logistics. Time, location, the rule about anonymity. My eyes drifted across the shop, color-coded spines, dust motes dancing, a string of fairy lights above the register that flickered in and out. Sunlight shifted. Rain eased. I felt dislocated, like a chess piece lifted off the wrong board. I bought the Dream Journal guide. Camille stayed behind to finish convincing her friend. I carried the book home under my jacket, raindrops tapping Morse code on the leather. Inside my bedroom, I placed the book on the nightstand, set a pen beside it, and tried to rehearse what I would write come morning. But thoughts scattered like hens. Instead of rehearsing, I went downstairs, brewed chamomile, watched water swirl, smelled sweet steam. My mother's arrival tomorrow pressed against my ribs. Airport pickup at 11. Smile fixed. Good credit card ready. Restaurant chosen for lunch. Neutral decor. No memories lurking in corners. My mother liked control, even if it came served with mild sauce and linen napkins. I set the mug aside, climbed under blankets, touched the pen one more time to anchor it. Sleep arrived quicker than I dared hope. I dreamed first of running, hallways, escalators, wrong terminals. My lungs burned, feet slapped vinyl floors. Departure screens changed languages faster than I could read. A fear chased me, something I could not name but felt in the back of my knees. Then, near gate 33, I spotted the woman I sought. She turned, and I saw myself, familiar freckles arranged on a face sculpted by rest not worry. She wore white linen trousers, a soft sand-colored blouse, sandals with confident straps. In her hand a leather briefcase swung lightly, as if empty. She smiled, and the smile broke me open the way sunrise breaks cloud. A healthy, private smile, as if we shared a joke about survival. I knew then, this was me, 30 degrees further along the circle, living a version of life where nightmares did not host dinner. I woke before dawn, heart pounding but not from fear, from awe, like hearing cathedral bells in a forest. I grabbed the pen, scribbled every detail: linen, red hair glossy, the healthy weight of her voice. The notebook pages filled so quickly my wrist cramped. When ink ran dry, I pressed the pen into the margin until dented lines formed invisible words. Then I breathed. The room smelled of paper, rain, and faint lavender carried from my coat's sleeve. I felt both light and steady. Morning demanded errands. I ironed a blouse, collected car keys, rehearsed a polite greeting for my mother. Traffic lights flashed green earlier than usual. The city seemed to wake in cooperation. I parked outside arrivals. The automatic doors parted. In the crowd I sensed past and future sliding beside each other like planes on different runways. Old dread and new possibility. And somewhere beyond any terminal, the linen-clad self of my dream waited, crossing concourses with unhurried steps. Lunch went smoothly. My mother complained only twice. Once about the soup's salt, once about the server's tattoo. I paid smiling. We checked into a modest motel because her house was undergoing repairs. 2 beds, floral coverlets, an air conditioner that rattled politely. As she napped, I walked to a grocery store, bought fairy light strings meant for wine bottles, and a small bouquet of red roses tight as secrets. Back in the room, I twisted lights along the headboard, slipped roses into the bathroom glass. The silly transformation made me laugh. That sound startled me, round and sudden, a bell note of relief. The motel smelled of chlorine and detergent, but under the artificial coolness drifted a fragrance memory: dust, lavender, old paper. I remembered Camille, her gentle request, and wondered whether her friend might attend the Thursday session. I hoped so. Night came easier than before. I sipped chamomile, wrote in the dream journal. I listed questions for my healthy double. Which path from the cramped bookshop led you here? Do you pray or do you sing? When fists flew, how fast did you step aside? And after you stepped, what door opened? The page blurred. I closed the book, switched off the lamp, let darkness settle like soft soil. Days unfolded, each carrying me a centimeter closer to the version of myself I had glimpsed. Not quickly. Healing rarely moves in ruler straight lines. There were backslides, nights when I heard slam doors in my head and crawled to the bathroom floor. Mornings when the mirror flashed old verdicts about weight, nose, fingers. Yet the memory of linen pants lingered like an aftertaste of lime. Whenever I lost balance, I touched that image, the smile that felt like permission. Group sessions continued. Camille's friend joined. She sat stiff for 3 weeks, then began taking notes in a tiny pad. The confidentiality rule remained, but now I kept a second set of eyes open. In the grocery store, I sometimes spotted a familiar slant of shoulders, and we nodded. The smallest nod, enough to say, we contain galaxies unknown to strangers. That was all. The used book shop became part of my recovery geography. I visited on rainy afternoons, returned borrowed titles, hunted new ones. Camille was often at the register, cataloging recent donations. We never spoke of Mondays, only of books and stray cats, and which candle scent was least offensive. I bought an old brass bookmark in the shape of a key. She wrapped it in tissue the color of dusk. The lavender candle still tried its best to scent the air. I stopped coughing. Spring tilted toward summer. I moved my mother back into her repaired apartment, helped her arrange porcelain birds on the sill, avoided arguments about decades-old grievances. That night I drove home beneath a sky full of unfinished stars, thinking about safety. My duplex felt larger than before. I brewed chamomile, sat at the kitchen table, opened the dream journal. Instead of nightmares, the page filled with plans: attend 1 live music show a month, try salsa dancing, offer to babysit for Camille so she could have a dinner alone, paint the bathroom a ridiculous shade of mint. Light spilled across the room from a street lamp. Dust whirled in the beam. For once the dust looked like glitter, not neglect. I touched my pen to paper and thanked the hound dog instinct that led me to that little shop, dusty and imperfect and brave. I thanked every folded mimosa leaf from childhood, every hidden bruise that taught me the language of escape, every stranger who once placed a gentle book in my hand. I even thanked Dr. Levin's rule about anonymity, because breaking it, just a tiny break, had opened a door wide enough to step through. It was well past midnight when I finished writing. I closed the notebook, set the pen beside it, turned off the light, and let the apartment sink into quiet. Through the window drifted faint city sounds: tires on wet asphalt, distant train horns, someone's laughter echoing. They blended with my breathing, forming a lullaby neither soft nor harsh, simply real. The darkness around me felt less like a threat, more like a room that understood I would stay a while and then rise stronger when the sky paled. In the first gray pulse of dawn I half woke, reaching for the notebook. No nightmare startled me. Instead I pictured the airport again, my other self walking toward baggage claim, confident steps on polished floor. This time she turned fully, raised a hand, and beckoned. I followed. The dream held fast, and for once I did not need to write it down to remember. It was already stitched beneath my ribs, A compass pointing to every safe room, libraries, lavender-scented shops, motel beds strewn with fairy lights, and any place I stood breathing free inside my own unfearing skin. "100 years from now, the Garden of Lonely Fools will not exist. A new band of believers, fierce men and women who dress in shining synthetic cloth, speak honeyed words about honor, and swing iron clubs in the name of purity, will march across the hills. They will say gardens are temptations, that the walls hide weak hearts, that paths lined with quince and mastic lead only to forgetting. They will tip torches into the dry grass. Flames will climb the palms, spit sparks into the warm night air, and the entire sweep of terraces will burn until stone cracks and figs smell like vinegar. They will chant that a forgotten place must stay forgotten, so no one rebuilds it. They will turn over the soil with shovels, hunting for anything alive under the ash. Even the ghosts of lingering footsteps will be scattered like salt. I know this, though I will never stand inside that century. My daughters may. The eldest, Kalila, has her father's stubborn lungs. She might breathe on and on. The youngest, Lyrit, is patient as riverbed stone. Time will not carry her away fast. If either of them is alive when the zealots arrive, I pray they stay far from the smoke. I pray the memory of the garden has already slipped from their minds, the way an old melody vanishes once you stop humming. Their father promised me, on the afternoon we signed our divorce tablets, that in his final heartbeat he would forgive every sin I had ever committed. Shamash always spoke like that, legal proclamations wrapped in velvet. The vow rang hollow, yet I remember it. It is a strange thing, to hear mercy from a god who has never tasted hunger. And yes, he was an actual god, Shamash, bright helm of the sky, lord of midday radiance. That was his job description. I married it with no idea what the salary would cost. You have read, perhaps, in half-translated tablets or curious footnotes, that Shamash perished by the hand of Sin, the moon goddess. Scholars debate. Some say the moon consumed the sun for love. Some claim rivalry. The truth is simpler. Shamash dared to eclipse her. For one stolen hour he placed his fire in front of her light, and in that shadow Sin brewed a poison clearer than spring water. A thimble of almond tonic. That is all it took. He drank it on a balcony lined with lion statues, thinking I had sweetened the milk for his throat. When his breath began to seize, I leaned close and said the 7 words that freed my ribs from his cage. If you recover, I will see others. The last thing he heard was my certainty. By then I had borne him 19 daughters. Sun gods are fruitful, and I, ordinary mortal that I am, descend from wine growers. My people coax vines from rock and draw water from sand. Hardiness is our only inheritance. My mother, before she was lost to legend, took in every stray creature that padded across our vines. When wild dogs attacked our goat pens, she caught each by its ears, cowed it with a stare, and taught it to sleep at her side. In our village they called her Saratum Bao, Queen of Dogs. The true dog goddess, hearing of this boast, hauled every hound into the underworld, and my mother followed them. Years later, when she returned, her hair smelled of cavern smoke and her laugh sounded like cracked pepper in a clay bowl. The dogs stayed at her heel until she died. When she fell, they followed her back down through the same abyss. At night, when wind scrapes the orchard walls, I still hear them barking below the earth, chasing her footsteps through tunnels of black stone. So yes, my home life has always been a tangle of mortal soil and divine whim. Shamash brought sunlight. I brought sauce. My mother said sauce is a prophecy, bright at first, hot at last, and everyone who tastes it walks away changed. Ask for the recipe and she would choose a room, let the dogs soil every corner, then hand you a brush and say, "Clean here. Your own tongue will tell you the rest." When my 10th daughter was born, my mother shook cumin over the cradle and asked, "When will you bring her to the Garden of Lonely Fools?" Our household owned a farm on the eastern slope outside Babylon's walls, but everyone knew the real center of our city was its gardens. Not one suspending miracle, as traveling bards claim, but hundreds. They drape the river banks and climb rooftops, hang from courtyards like bracelets. Each has a name to match its mood: the garden of grand design, the garden of careful thought, the garden of tender felicity, the garden of tranquil olives, the garden of strict temperance. Some names make no sense but sound beautiful enough to forgive: terrace lettuce, uncommon pear, the red steps of Lilitu. My mother adored the garden of grand design because its paths align with starlight on the longest night of winter. My grandmother loved the garden of careful thought because you can sit in perfect silence and hear figs open. I met Shamash when I was 16. He did not appear crowned or burning. He wore plain linen, smiled like a man who can afford to. He guided me along a cobbled path between tall date palms and quince trees. Beyond the archway spread the garden of lonely fools. It was dusk, and the brick channels that watered the beds glowed with reflections of his own light. I believed he was only a wealthy merchant. He said loneliness would never harm me because he would stand between me and every shadow. He gathered me in his arms and carried me to a mound of ripening pears. Above us the moon stared, silver-edged and suspicious. I saw only promise. That night I thought I was walking into the rest of my life. And perhaps I was, but the rest turned out longer than foretold. After Shamash's death, I tried to avoid the garden of lonely fools. I brought each child to whichever plot of earth suited her need. Sudi needed laughter. I set her between fig saplings dripping sweet milk. Anatha needed quiet. I led her across a bridge to stand still beside carved ponds. If two daughters quarreled, I marched them to the garden of fresh understanding, where water channels spell proverbs in cuneiform if you watch long enough. The garden saved them. But I refused to carry any of them beneath the archway that had witnessed my first love and my last miscalculation. Loneliness, I decided, must sleep undisturbed. Then came the omen of 10s. 10 is sacred in our house. 10 fingers for kneading dough, 10 toes to grip vine terraces, 10 knots in the rope that lifted the first irrigation bucket. My 10th daughter turned 10 summers old. My mother tightened her shawl, barked a command only half literal. You must walk her through the gate where you gave yourself to the sun, I argued. She countered. When my mother's eyes flared dog ember, no argument breathes long. On a sweltering morning I laced my daughter's sandals and walked her beside me down the processional way, Iber Shabu, stones polished by centuries of religious parades. We stopped before the blue-glazed gate of the lonely fools. Above us lions pranced in yellow tile, jaws open in silent roars. My daughter did not ask why we were here. She is half goddess. Obedience can hide fear. Inside, the garden was smaller than memory yet heavier. Cypress trees hunched like old crooks. Rosemary grew wild, scent thick as stale wine. Statue bases lay toppled. Time eats stone faster than rats. At the courtyard of solemnity I told my daughter, "Wander where you wish, but avoid strange voices. Call if you need." She nodded and glided off, hair flickering gold where sun leaked through the arbor. I went searching for my pear bed. Instead I found a tangle of thorns, vines like rusted wire. I tore at them with bare hands, clearing a patch wide enough for my body. The dirt smelled of coin metal, as if blood had watered it. I lay down. Leaves trembled overhead, showing cracks of sky. My breath slowed. And then the future rolled across my vision, bright as desert noon. The garden stripped. Colonnades crumble under axes. Zealots in mirrored cloth drag tree trunks away for idols. Pigeon flocks scatter from roofs screaming. Fires leap terrace to terrace. 1,000 poems about hanging wonders vanish in smoke. And after the invaders march onward, scavengers crawl through soot to pry gemstones off lion mosaics. No water runs in the channels. Fish bones clack in dry mud. Wind grinds petals to powder. The garden of lonely fools sinks into ash deep enough to swallow a child. A voice pierced the vision, thin, breaking. "Mother!" A single word, echoed by stone walls. My muscles refused instruction. The prophecy held me flat. Was it my 10th daughter calling? Or another wanderer, lost to the same grief? I could not rise. Fear scalded my throat. I tried to call back but air stuck. The garden itself pinned me, insisting I witness every second of its eventual ruin. Like Shamash's last stare, bright, condemning, unavoidable. Time fragments during visions, perhaps hours passed, perhaps a heartbeat. At last the images dimmed. My muscles loosened. I pushed up, thorns scraping my palms. Evening had lowered itself into the corridors. My daughter stood a few paces away, eyes wide, constellation birthmark glowing along her forearm as dusk deepened. "Mother, you were sleeping with your eyes open," she said. "I called and you were stone." I swallowed air. I listened. The garden wanted silence. She studied me, then offered a smile both pitying and mighty. "This place is too heavy. Let us go." We walked out hand in hand, past the Arch of Isolation, back onto Ibershabu where merchants were already lighting lanterns. The world felt sharper, smells of goat stew, clatter of cart wheels, laughter from distant wine shops. Reality insists on itself. That night I stood on our farmhouse roof, watching stars drift. I thought of the zealots who would one day march. I could not stop them. Stories end. Ruin is a verse in every epic. But memory travels farther than foot soldiers. I could teach my daughters every pathway, every hidden bench, every scent of citrus in moonlight. Even if terraces collapse, they will know where joy once grew. Gardens live longest in the throat of someone who loved them. I began the next morning. We set out before dawn, baskets swinging, bread packed. First the garden of tender felicity, where dew beads on grape leaves like glass. I showed them how whispering into the well can carry a secret 3 courtyards over. Next, tranquil olives, caged doves coo above marble pools. The twins traced vines carved into columns, learned the difference between silence and hush. By midday we reached uncommon pear, shaded by pale stone arches. I taught them to bite pears sideways, to let juice run and not worry about stains. Days became weeks. We visited every garden, even those whose names no one pronounces the same way twice. The more we walked, the lighter I felt. Prophecy still flickered behind my eyes like after sun, but fear loosened. I understood finally. I am not the custodian of stone walls. I am custodian of stories. As long as someone can say, "There was once a path of quince that smelled like first love," the place breathes again. Years turned. My daughters grew taller than me, than mothers themselves. I moved between their homes, fine houses, bright courtyards, yet every season I returned to flat 401, the old farmhouse stripped of vines, rebuilt into a narrow dwelling with a crooked balcony. The papyrus pad where I first wrote each garden's name still lies under my mattress. When I step inside, muscles unlace. Steam of cardamom tea curls. Walls soften, letting in dust ribbon light. My father passed long ago, still I feel his solidity in the chair by the door, reading tablets about irrigation. My mother's laugh travels up from her cave in the underworld, chased by dog howls that shake windows. Someday zealots will burn what they cannot comprehend. They will churn soil already rich with buried myth. They will congratulate themselves for finishing time's work. They will not know how many rooms of memory still bloom far beyond their torches, tended by women who once tasted pear juice in moonlight. I will be ash by then. But my daughters will remember the exact twist of vines, the painted lions, the sound of carp shifting below lily pads. They will tell the stories to children not yet imagined. They will ensure no garden is truly lonely. My 10th daughter, now a sage in her own right, visits me on my quiet balcony. Her birthmark, once a shy line, now traces full constellations across her arms, shoulders, neck, a map of courage. She knows the names of every garden, even the ruined ones. We sip chamomile beneath a whitening moon. She asks whether I ever return to Lonely Fools after our visit. I confess yes, once each year. I sit where pear trees died. I say. I listen. The ground still hums. A lonely place remembers more than company ever can. She nods. Loneliness teaches honesty. We fall into comfortable silence. Somewhere beyond city walls a zealot's child is just now being born, lungs filling with first cry. A century from tonight that child's grandchild may lift a torch. Cannot help it. Fires are older than wisdom. Yet here I sit, warm mug in hand, telling a story. Stories are older still. My daughter rises, kisses my forehead, and leaves for her own house. I remain on the balcony until the moon finds the exact place where it once watched a sun god die. I think about forgiveness, about poisons, about beds of pears now dust. I think about my daughter's footsteps on marble paths. I wonder what object future scholars will misinterpret, what fragment of tablet will survive the burn. Perhaps they will find a recipe card that smells faintly of cumin and suspect it holds cosmic secrets. They will be right. Garrison Ermine Ford stepped out of the mirror in his traveling suit. He smoothed the silver sharkskin lapels, pushed an ink-black wave of hair behind one ear, and turned a slow circle, admiring himself. Black crocodile boots with silver tips, razor creases in the trousers, navy cuffs at the wrists, dagger-pointed collar left half open under the vest. He looked just the way he had the first time he wore this outfit. 1975, he murmured. Still my favorite year. The living room of his private suite looked exactly as it had the day he made the bargain that kept it frozen in time. Orange and brown flowered sofa, olive shag carpet, a fat glass ashtray, and a vase of pale pink carnations on the coffee table. He plucked one stem, shortened it with a fingernail, and tucked it into the slit above his heart. The motel, 20 miles east of Las Vegas on a lonely desert highway, belonged to Bob and Maeve Bodine. Garrison had met the couple in 1984 while tracking an escapee from hell, a skinny fellow who had discovered he was allergic to brimstone. The fugitive thought Nevada's dry air would ease the rash that covered him head to foot. It did not. Garrison had hauled him back below, but before he returned through the mirror he came back to the motel, knocked on the office door, and offered the Bodines a choice. Their only son was a thief, a drug runner, and a useless gambler. He had driven their finances into a pit, and the shabby roadside inn, sun-bleached sign, avocado green doors, cheap paneling, was losing business fast. Garrison reached into their dreams and gave them a glimpse of what the place could look like. A shining boutique resort with tangerine pool umbrellas, cedar-scented steam rooms, white curtains billowing in every doorway. All they had to do was agree to 3 little points. The son would die peacefully in his sleep. A special suite would always stand ready for Garrison, furnished exactly as it was in 1975, complete with fresh carnations. And finally, Bob and Maeve would never grow old. They said yes before dawn. The boy's heart stopped that night. His pillow kept the shape of his startled face. Garrison buried the body somewhere deep in the Mojave, and by the time the sun came up the Bodines were planning renovations. 40 years later the motel was famous for mud baths and martinis, full of paying guests, while the owners looked forever 50. Inside his suite Garrison lifted the carved walnut television remote and clicked. 1,000-pound Zenith blinked to life. Beretta strutted across the screen in a cocked hat. Garrison saluted him with 2 lazy thumbs, then flicked through Welcome Back, Cotter and Charlie's Angels until he reached Saturday Night Fever. Bee Gees hummed from hidden speakers while he straightened his tie in the bathroom mirror. Business first, pleasure later. Someone new had broken out of hell and brought one of Lucifer's pets with her. 3 jet-black jackals lived in the kennels below, Tote, Hades, and Spuds. Spuds, the youngest, was missing. Reports said a woman had ridden him through a gate during the last full moon and vanished into the world above. Garrison loved those dogs. Caring for them was the only job he liked more than hunting runaways. The thought of Spuds alone topside, hiding from headlights and silver bullets, twisted his stomach. He stepped through the suite door and out into the warm desert night, still humming Stayin' Alive. Colored bulbs glowed over the kidney-shaped pool. Palm fronds rattled. He crossed to the office, pushed inside, and found Bob and Maeve in their eternal wardrobe, Maeve in a salmon-pink jumpsuit with a glitter belt, Bob in a tan leisure suit open to a gold chain. Maeve offered a tray of perfectly chilled martinis. Bob handed over a long cedar cigar. Garrison took the drink, lifted it in greeting, and said, "Looking sharp, you two. Any news for me?" Bob rubbed the smooth top of his half-bald head. "You after somebody's son?" Garrison never corrected the word. Bob was the only person on any plane of existence who called him that, and somehow it felt right in the mouth of a man who had signed away his age for a second chance. Name is Prudence Mayweather, Garrison said. Died in 1877. London aristocrat. She rode spuds through the gate. Maeve's manicured fingers clacked over her computer keys. She hacked birth records, death ledgers, and travel registries faster than any living expert. Prudence Mayweather, she read aloud. Daughter of a wealthy family of greyhound breeders. Poisoned her parents. Went on to kill a dozen more sailors, chimney sweeps, flower girls, nicknamed the Crimson Widow. Executed by hanging. She clicked again. Here. Yesterday's newspaper from Witchbuckle, England. Lorry loaded with ale barrels tipped half off a bridge. 1 dead, several injured. That'll be the ripple, Garrison said. Whenever an escapee surfaced, something within 3 miles went sideways. Traffic pile-ups, stock market stutters, tidal surges. Maeve tapped. Witchbuckle has 9 pubs. 2 still rent rooms above the bar. She checked in this morning under her real name, would you believe? Bob puffed his cigar. Countryside suits a lady from her time. Big city would be too much. One of those taverns will have a petite blonde with dark eyes and Victorian manners. And my dog, said Garrison. He downed the martini, wiped his lips with a white square of silk, and headed for his mirror. Across the Atlantic it was already night. The glass rippled, and he stepped into the cramped bathroom of a studio flat. Stone's guitar throbbed through the floorboards. He listened. Only one heartbeat upstairs, Prudence's. Spuds must be outside. A glass broke below, followed by laughter. The mirror walker left through the door, crossed the hall, and trotted down narrow stairs into the pub. The small square room was loud with beer light and motor oil music. Flames of candles shuddered in red globes. Neon signs buzzed. The jukebox thumped out Sympathy for the Devil. And there she was. Prudence Mayweather danced on the bar in black from throat to ankle, curls loose around her head like a halo made of smoke. Men cheered. Women clapped. She spun, hips liquid, eyes half closed. Garrison saw curiosity in her face, not fear, and a hunger he recognized from darker days. When the song ended, a bouncer helped her down. The crowd pressed in, but she waved them off gently. She sat, alone, sipping a martini. Garrison ordered one, drifted to a back corner, and tried to decide how to separate her from the innocent. While he thought, a knot of giggling girls blocked his view. When they parted, the bar stool was empty. She was suddenly across from him, sliding into the wooden chair like a cat. Too handsome to sulk alone, she said. Her accent was proper London, crisp as tea biscuits. A ruby flared on her finger when she lifted her glass. What do you know about sulking? He asked. That show on the bar was me stretching after a very, very long confinement. She smiled bright and rueful. I've shed my shackles, Mr. American Stranger. You divorced? He asked, playing along. Never married. Her eyes twinkled. Never found a man worth the cost. I prefer the company of dogs, he confessed. The sparkle dimmed. She swallowed hard, coughed, covered her mouth with a napkin. Your accent, she said. Southern, yes? Alligator country? Something like that. Speaking of dogs, mine is roaming loose tonight. Very large, very black. Hard to miss. Her knuckles whitened around the stem of her glass. She coughed again. Pardon me. Wrong pipe. She stood quickly. Excuse me a moment. She hurried toward the back. Garrison counted to 10, left a coin on the table, and walked outside. He waited in the alley by the wooden door. It creaked open. She stepped out, startled to see him. I was only getting fresh air, she said brightly. And planning to vanish. He tipped his head. It's all right, Miss Mayweather. Enjoy the moon while you can. He walked away. In his chest something shifted, something he did not care to name. Back in his rented room he drew the curtains and listened. A mile away a dog howled, deep and lonely. Then came a crack, a yelp, a high scream that cut off too soon. Spuds. Garrison stared at the ceiling until daylight leaked around the drapes. He found the tavern keeper at dawn, carrying a tray of bread to the kitchen. "The lady in the black turtleneck?" Garrison asked. "Did she come home?" The keeper's eyes flicked. "Gone before sunrise. Left the room key on the bar." Garrison hurried up the stairs, picked the simple lock, and pushed into the small room. Suitcase open on the bed. Leather satchel half full. Bathroom door ajar. When he nudged it wider, he found Prudence with a straight razor in her hand and a slash across her throat. Blood pooled on white tile. Her eyes stared at nothing. He bent, pressed 2 fingers to her neck. No pulse. In hell they would have called this an escape. A faint click drew his attention. A tiny Yorkshire Terrier, smaller than a rabbit, tip-tapped out from behind the wastebasket, tongue fluttering. She walked straight to the puddle, dipped her muzzle, and lapped the blood delicately, bow fluttering over one dark eye. Garrison lifted her. She weighed almost nothing, but warmth beat in her chest, steady and hopeful. She washed his knuckles with a pink tongue. He carried her to the mirror. Hell would rage about Spuds, but a new dog, even a scrap the size of a teacup, might soften the punishment. He would name her Nummy, he decided, after the favorite word of a boy who had once tried to bully him. He stepped through glass into smoke and flame, holding the tiny dog close. Kornilov tried to wiggle his toes, but the boots he wore were 2 sizes too large, and the leather was already soaked from the steady rain. Water sloshed between the soles and his woolen socks, making each minute feel twice as long as it should. He had been standing in a thin, uneven line of fresh conscripts for almost 2 hours, and every passing second added another droplet to his collar, another cold pulse down his spine. The path beneath him, once hard dirt trampled firm by wagon wheels, had turned to a sloppy avenue of mud that hungrily swallowed footprints as soon as they appeared. All around, tall poplars creaked beneath the weight of their dripping leaves. A winter fog, though it was technically autumn by the calendar, pressed through the forest, glowing faintly whenever the light shifted. No one in the line spoke. If they had been allowed to chatter, perhaps the silence would not have felt so heavy, yet the squadron officer had ordered strict quiet from the moment they arrived on this stretch of road, and nothing had changed since. Kornilov counted heartbeats to keep himself from thinking about the ache in his calves. When that failed, he let his eyes roam toward the squadron officer, a man hardly taller than a mid-sized boy but wearing the tailored greatcoat of a field lieutenant. The officer's shoulders were narrow, and his face, smooth and pale despite flecks of gray at the temples, sat atop a neck too slender to look dignified beneath a stiff collar. Kornilov's first impression had been that the lieutenant carried himself with the expression of someone trying to solve a riddle that was forever floating just out of reach. As the rain worsened, that impression hardened into something closer to mockery. The lieutenant's light blue eyes drooped at the outer corners, giving him the appearance of a man forever on the verge of apologizing for arriving late, and the tiny curls of damp hair that clung to his forehead did not help. Kornilov could not decide whether to pity or laugh at him, and in the absence of laughter, pity filled the space, pity and a vague sense of irritation, as though this older man's softness made the younger soldiers seem even more exposed to the elements than they already were. The officer's only consistent movement came as he tried, time after time, to coax a flame from a small wooden match in hopes of lighting the stubborn cigarette that dangled at a foolish angle between his lips. Each time the cigarette's tip glowed, a gust swirled rainwater across the makeshift trench they had cut beside the road and extinguished it. The lieutenant would curse under his breath, suck as much smoke as possible into his cheeks, then emit a despairing cough, as if the weather itself had conspired to mock him. Kornilov watched, amused at first, then bored, then unusually grateful for even such a minor distraction. The forest smelled of wet bark, raw earth, and the mild sourness that rises when trodden leaves decay under sudden rainfall. Somewhere distant, perhaps beyond the half-verst of fog, there might have been a village or a farmhouse, but the soldiers had seen nothing recognizable for miles. All morning they had marched north, stopping only long enough to swallow lumps of rye bread while still on the move, and by midday they reached this unnamed clearing. Now they stood waiting for a superior they had never met, their uniforms plastered to their ribs, their helmets collecting puddles of water. Kornilov's thoughts kept slipping from the present moment to an earlier morning in summer, when he had still been home in the southern district, repairing fishing nets for his uncle and drinking milk fresh from the goat. That village lay hundreds of versts behind him. He pictured the wooden porch where he used to sit sharpening knives, the smell of the river, the eyes of the women who bartered for rope or fish hooks. Nothing of that life would return soon. The front lines were said to be growing hungrier for men by the hour. Every rumor suggested one division after another collapsed into retreat or disappeared entirely under artillery. Fresh faces like Kornilov's would patch those holes, whether or not they were ready. A sudden bark of a voice sliced through the damp air. Kornilov blinked, returning his focus to the lieutenant, who no longer fiddled with a match. Instead, the man straightened his back, forced his shoulders outward, and cleared his throat with theatrical gravity. The cigarette, finally lit, trembled between the officer's fingers. He tried to speak but lost the words and glanced down at a small ivory card he had removed from his inner pocket. The card remained astonishingly clean. Perhaps it had rested in some waterproof sleeve within the fabric, untouched by moisture. Whatever the case, the lieutenant seemed desperate not to botch his recitation. He leaned back, lifted the card before his eyes, and began again. "All right, gentlemen. Soon you will have the great honor to His voice faltered. He rocked forward onto his toes, swallowed, wiped rain from his lips, and started over. "Soon you will have the great honor to meet General Lesnitsky before you proceed to the town of Razlink. From there, you will make your way to the forward trenches as a backup squadron. The general has granted you a personal visit, a rare privilege. He paused, scanning the card. You must greet your fellow soldiers with a warm and comforting smile." He stopped, blinked twice, realized those instructions seemed absurd given the circumstances, then attempted a broad grin as directed, revealing teeth that were small and too evenly spaced. His expression landed somewhere between embarrassment and earnestness. After a heartbeat of awkward stillness, the lieutenant folded the card neatly, returned it to his pocket, and produced another cigarette. He managed to spark it on the first try, perhaps out of relief at reaching the end of his memorandum, but the victory was short-lived. A breeze flicked water onto the tip, and the glow dimmed to ash. He exhaled a half-formed complaint, though the soldiers remained silent behind him. Kornilov's ankles trembled from fatigue. To distract himself, he studied the soft mud where the lieutenant stood. The officer's boots sank a little deeper each minute. They were polished to such a bright shine that even coated with sludge they reflected dull shards of daylight. Kornilov wondered what the man had done before the army, whether polishing those boots had once been his biggest worry. A farmer? A bookkeeper? Surely not a farmhand. No farmhand kept hands that thin. For the soldiers behind Kornilov, boredom bred mischief. One skinny conscript to Kornilov's right nudged a comrade and muttered, "That must be him now," nodding toward the curtain of fog. At first, Kornilov assumed the boy was joking, but within moments the dull hush of rain parted to reveal 4 porcelain white stallions. Their hooves trotted with unnatural grace, pulling an ornate carriage whose silver fittings glimmered even under cloudy skies. The carriage's panels were carved from a dark redwood, lacquered so greedily that they caught and bent each faint glimmer of light into elegant whirls. The horses wore harnesses dotted with tiny gemstones. The line of conscripts straightened as though an invisible string jerked them upright. Kornilov felt the energy shift, a mix of anticipation and dread. The carriage slowed, wheels hissing in mud, and stopped directly in front of Kornilov's position. Its height forced him to tilt his chin. Raindrops pattered on the roof like drumsticks keeping time for some ominous parade. Then the door creaked open. Out stepped not a general but a short servant, scarcely taller than the wheels themselves, with a neatly clipped beard that seemed to guard a mouth too small for his face. The man's uniform was plain. In hands that trembled slightly, he held a roll of deep crimson cloth. He bowed, unrolled the carpet carefully onto the mud, right across a puddle as wide as a frying pan, then stepped back without meeting anyone's eyes. Silence pressed on the tableau. The open carriage door wobbled on its hinges. From within drifted a high-pitched giggle, perhaps female, perhaps male, followed by the low rumble of a man's chuckle. It sounded intimate, conspiratorial, as if they were recalling an inside joke none of the soldiers could understand. The servant cleared his throat with an urgency that suggested he had done so several times already. "Your Honor, we have arrived before the 9th Squadron." His voice quavered. Without waiting for permission, he rapped his knuckles on the carriage's inner wall twice. The reply thundered out, deep and bored. "What? Oh, yes. Right, of course. One moment." The voices resumed giggling. Raindrops hammered everything harder. The soldiers shifted their weight, acutely conscious of their soaked uniforms and the absurd wait for someone warm and dry inside a gilded box. At last, the carriage shook. The door swung open with such force that its edge smacked the servant square in the nose. The man whimpered, stumbling backward, clutching his face. Before anyone could react, General Lesnitsky emerged, ignoring the servant, ignoring the puddle, ignoring the red carpet entirely. He leapt down, boots splashing mud onto the front rank. The size of him was startling. He stood tall enough that the brim of his hat nearly scraped the lower branches of the nearest poplar. His shoulders bulged under layers of heavy wool and braided cords, all spotless, a miracle, given the weather. His chest looked hewn from stone, his mustache trimmed to a perfect crescent above lips that curled upward as if carved into permanent pride. He took a broad stance, legs apart, arms wide as though he expected thunderous applause merely for appearing. For a breath, nobody moved. Then Lesnitsky clapped his hands together so sharply the sound echoed off rain-slicked trunks. "Gentlemen!" he boomed, drawing out the word until it vibrated against their eardrums. He began pacing back and forth before them in strides so long that Kornilov thought of a bear marking territory. Mud spatters rose with each stomp from the general's spurred heels. "Today you march to the front lines and you will fight for your mother country," Lesnitsky declared, pausing to fix each recruit in turn with a glare polished to a shine. "How exquisite it is to stand on the cusp of history. Picture it, your names inscribed in books, your actions told in stories by firesides, your sacrifices feeding the very soil that nourishes our great empire." His voice thickened with self-importance. "Think of what an honor that is for me." Kornilov's brow furrowed. He had expected the general to speak grandly of victory, or at least of duty, yet Lesnitsky's words loomed so obviously around himself that it felt like listening to a man address a mirror. The general stomped closer to the line and locked eyes with Kornilov. His pupils were pinpoints of sharp blue. Rain dripped from his brim down his cheeks like tears that vanity refused to let him wipe away. "This isn't what I signed up for," Kornilov said, the words tumbling out before he could swallow them. His own voice sounded small against Lesnitsky's boom, but he did not shrink back. The rain had soaked fear down to the marrow of his bones and carried it away. A hush spread through the ranks. The lieutenant with the cigarette inhaled so quickly he seemed to choke on his own breath. Lesnitsky's eyebrows arched. "No, you did not sign up for this," Lesnitsky replied, lowering his voice to a resonant growl. "But that does not matter. What matters is that I signed you up for it." He jabbed a thumb into his own chest. "You exist to serve the greater weal, and I, dear boy, am a cog of a far higher caliber." He flashed a grin that never touched his eyes, then swung away toward the servant, who still dabbed at his bleeding nose. Lesnitsky hardly noticed. He spoke again, louder, returning to his boast. "Your efforts today will furnish medals to adorn my uniform. Perhaps the Emperor will pin a St. George cross upon my breast." He slapped his chest where such a medal would rest. "Perhaps a tract of fertile land will be mine, complete with house, stables, serfs enough to fill the fields. Imagine that! All earned by your bravery under my command. Oh, Lesnitsky, you fortunate hound!" He chuckled and produced a pocket mirror the size of a silver ruble. Despite the downpour, the mirror's surface gleamed. He admired his reflection for a moment, smoothing droplets from his mustache. blowing a kiss to himself as if he were both suitor and bride. No one laughed. The forest absorbed every splash and sigh. Rain stung Korniliev's cheeks. A faint ache settled behind his eyes, a quiet thunder of exhaustion. But beneath that ache, something else stirred, an ember of anger, flickering toward flame. Lesnitsky snapped the mirror shut. "Today," he barked, "is a beautiful day." He tilted his face toward the iron sky. "The Empire calls you, and you will answer." From inside the carriage, a lilting voice murmured, "Lizzie, Lizzie," playful, coaxing. The soldiers could not see her face, only a pale hand with manicured nails waving a handkerchief of white lace. She held it out, but Lesnitsky ignored her for a moment, still pleased with his own speech. "That must be him now," a conscript whispered, mocking the earlier comment about the carriage. But the humor died quickly, smothered by the general's presence. Lesnitsky looked once more at the line. "Is there anything else I need to say to them?" he asked, directing the question to the servant as if the conscripts were props. The servant took his hand from his nose, which was red and swelling. He bowed so low his soaked hat nearly fell off. "That should be all, Your Honor. But may I say what a wonderful speech that was? You are truly magnanimous to share your vision with these young men. The history books will sing of you." Lesnitsky sniffed. "Whatever." He turned toward the carriage. "Coming, darling!" The door yawned wider to receive him. He clambered in, not bothering with the carpet. The servant hurried after, rolling the carpet into a filthy bundle before climbing inside. The door slammed. The horses snorted, hooves shifting impatiently. Then the carriage wheeled about, spraying mud, and vanished into the fog whence it had come, leaving behind only the stiff march of rain and a silence rippling with disbelief. A conscript 2 positions down lost his grip on nausea. He lurched forward and vomited pale fluid onto the ground. The splash reached Korniliev's boots. The boy's face, already thin, now looked almost skeletal, cheeks hollow, eyes sunken, skin the color of candle wax. He wiped his lips with a trembling hand. The lieutenant snapped to attention, as though waking from dream. He tossed aside his third cigarette, cleared his throat, and called the command to march. Rifles lifted. Boots sucked free of mud. The column began, each soldier stepping forward into the shimmering veil of fog. Korniliev felt the mud embrace his ankles like cold fingers, yet he moved because the man behind him moved, and if he refused he would be trampled. The fog carried a perfume of crushed wildflowers, oddly sweet against the rot of damp leaves. As the line advanced, that smell grew stronger, almost sickening. Korniliev wondered if such fragrance was natural, or some illusion conjured by fear. The deeper they went, the less the world resembled anything familiar. Trees lost definition, their trunks melted into pillars of shadow. The ground soaked up sound, footsteps became dull thuds swallowed by a droning hush. Rain tapered, but humidity thickened. Korniliev glanced sideways. The faces near him were blurs, rain smeared across cheekbones, helms glinting. He tried to imagine what these men thought. Did they picture the trenches ahead? Did they regret enlistment? Or were they numb, as he felt himself becoming, shrinking down to a small spark inside a body marching on orders? Minutes passed uncounted. The fog brightened, then darkened, as if the skies in different cycles still played overhead though unseen. Korniliev's legs numbed, yet the boots remained heavy. He tried to recall what the lieutenant had said about Razlink. The name itself suggested little. He wondered when they would leave the forest, when they would glimpse a river or a road or any landmark to mark progress. The lieutenant raised a hand. Halt. The column stopped. Korniliev felt the sudden stillness like the recoil of an unspoken question. Ahead, the fog parted just enough to reveal a fork in the path. One branch twisted left into thicker darkness. The other sloped gradually upward, where pale light hinted at open ground. The lieutenant looked back, as though for guidance from a wiser authority that was not present. No courier, no map. Only these unread soldiers and the mocking echoes of Lesnitsky's vanity. Korniliev stepped forward. His voice was low but clear. Sir, the slope to the right might lead us out of the valley. He regretted speaking a second later. He was not an officer. Suggestions could be construed as insubordination. Yet the lieutenant's posture did not stiffen. Instead, the man's shoulders drooped further, the cigarette between his lips dipping like a dying comet. He nodded once, without pride. Right it is, he murmured. A signal passed back through the line. They turned toward the incline. The ground firmed beneath their boots, packed earth replacing mud. The poplars thinned until sudden daylight stabbed through. Fog receded in swirling drifts, revealing an old stone wall tangled with ivy. Beyond the wall lay a meadow dotted with yellow daisies. Rain had paused its siege. Clouds broke, revealing a strip of blue. The sight felt impossible after the oppressive march. Some soldiers exhaled shaky laughs of relief. Others simply stared, mouths ajar. Kornilov lifted his gaze and caught something else. A plume of smoke some distance across the meadow, rising behind a low ridge. Perhaps a farmhouse. Perhaps a village smithy. But in that moment, the smoke looked to him like a question mark drawn upon the sky, demanding answer. The lieutenant consulted no map. He gestured the squadron forward. They stepped through a gap in the wall and crossed the grass. Flowers brushed Kornilov's knees. After mud and bark and rot, the simple blooms smelled achingly innocent. He wanted to kneel, to bury his face in their soft petals, but kept marching. A sudden thunder cracked across the meadow. Rifles? Artillery? No, hooves. A mounted patrol sprinted over the ridge, sabers flashing. They wore uniforms Kornilov did not recognize. It took seconds for the lieutenant to shout, "Down!" But by then the horsemen were already upon them. Kornilov threw himself flat, heart thrashing, as blades sliced the air overhead. Gunfire followed, loud and uncontrolled. Shouts mutated into screams. Kornilov rolled toward a ditch, gripping his rifle though he had no memory of raising it. Two soldiers fell beside him, both shot through the chest. An enemy horse reared, hooves churning pedals into mud. Kornilov fired point-blank into the rider's belly. The man toppled backward, boots catching in the stirrups. The horse bolted. Panic spread like flame. Yet even in chaos, some instinct guided Kornilov's limbs. He crawled toward cover, a cluster of boulders, and found half the squadron there, exchanging fire at unseen shapes flitting between trees. The lieutenant knelt beside them, face pale, cigarette extinguished. In the man's trembling hands, a pistol barked at nothing, smoke curling from its muzzle. Minutes bled into hours. The sun sank into late afternoon beneath rushing clouds. The field grew littered with bodies, uniforms of both colors mingling in stillness. When at last the shooting ceased, Kornilov could hardly hear. His ears rang as though draped in gauze. The lieutenant crawled to Kornilov's side. Mud streaked his cheeks. His droopy eyes looked ancient. "We must move," he whispered. "Night is coming. We cannot stay here." Kornilov nodded. He scanned the meadow. Less than 30 survivors from their original line huddled among the stones. Some were wounded, some trembling, all hollowed by shock. Kornilov felt something cold but solid settle in his gut, an unwanted confidence. No one else would stand. He rose. "Follow me," he said, voice hoarse yet loud enough. "We'll aim for the forest edge." He gestured at a clump of trees opposite the ridge, where shadows merged into a trail. They moved in staggered bursts. Kornilov carried a boy whose leg was mangled. The lieutenant supported a soldier with blood across his scalp. Every step felt heavier than the soaked boots before, yet the meadow's gentle slope guided them like a promise. Wind carried distant cannon rumbles, perhaps the true front lines still miles away. Strange to think that what had happened here would never appear in reports, just another unrecorded clash in a war of uncounted clashes. By dusk, they reached the shelter of woods. The lieutenant collapsed against a trunk, inhaling like a drowning man who had found air. Between gasps, he looked at Kornilov and managed a weak smile that bore no stupidity, only gratitude. "You saved lives," he said. Kornilov shook his head. "I merely pointed the way. Sometimes pointing is enough." They took shelter under bent branches. Rain resumed, but thinner now, more drizzle than flood. A few soldiers gathered dead branches for a fire, though none could coax flame. The matches were damp, the tinder soggy. Instead they huddled, shared strips of rationed bread, pressed cloth to wounds. Kornilov sat apart, knees drawn, boots still too large. He watched the meadow through the foliage until darkness hid the daisy field. He thought of Lesnitsky's gloating, the carriage, the foolish red carpet. Somewhere out there, the general reclined in luxury while his men bled in unknown meadows. Kornilov clenched fistfuls of wet earth until his nails tore the skin. Night unfolded. The forest breathed cold mist. Sleep came in broken fragments. When dawn colored the sky, the survivors prepared to move again. The lieutenant approached Kornilov, eyes no longer droopy but focused, almost clear. In his hand, he held the ivory card. The rain had smudged its lettering, but the surface was intact. "I thought you might like to carry this," he said. "A reminder of yesterday, perhaps." Kornilov hesitated, then accepted it. He looked at the faded ink, the scripted words about smiles and honors. He tucked it inside his tunic without comment. They marched. Each hour brought new landscape, furrowed fields, abandoned carts, a burnt cottage. Everywhere the war had passed, it had left jagged scabs on the land. Yet somewhere beyond, Razlinka waited. The front lines awaited. The Empire's appetite awaited. On a hill crest near midday, Kornilov paused. Clouds parted. Sunlight struck a puddle and shot a shard of brightness into his eyes. He blinked, and for that instant saw again the poplar road, the drenched line of boys, the carriage vanishing into fog. He heard the general's voice, saturated with self-praise. But beneath that echo came another sound, the murmured thank yous of the wounded men he had helped, the collective sigh when they reached trees, the quiet respect now in the lieutenant's gaze. The Empire had many generals, many speeches, many empty promises. Very few voices among the ranks ever mattered, yet among those voices were truths louder than any medal ceremony. Kornilov lowered his head, boots anchored in uncertain soil, and continued walking, one step at a time, toward the smoke on the horizon. As they went, the fog that had engulfed them the day before drifted again through distant trees. It seemed softer now, less of a prison, more of a veil between worlds, between vanity and duty, cruelty and courage, between a young man's village memories and the unforgiving path ahead. Kornilov squared his shoulders, ignoring the blistering in his oversized boots, and let the fog swallow the rear guard behind them while the line pressed forward. He did not know whether any story of their march would reach history's pages, but he understood, with a calm that surprised him, that survival, and the small mercies one soldier could offer another, would have to be honor enough.